So the second component is the savings component. And what we want to begin to develop there is about 3 to 6 months of expenses set aside in a very safe and secure account, like a money market at a bank, such that if the person stopped earning an income for a period of time, their family or themselves would be able to continue to live. And whatever it takes to get those 3 to 6 months of expenses saved up, I think that's a good general rule of thumb for people to understand in the savings component.
So if they have $1,000 a month in expenses as a family, then $3,000 to $6,000 a month is what you need in savings at the safe and secure level.
That is correct. And in addition, in the savings component is the area of qualified plans or 401k plans, IRAs in various countries. They're known by different names, but primarily the area that most people call retirement planning. And so in the savings component, as someone that's just starting out and trying to develop their financial plan, whatever those benefits are that are offered by the company, their employer, need to be looked at and
taken advantage of.
Absolutely. If it's appropriate to begin to put aside some money in the employer-provided plan, then that could be a next step to take in the savings component.
So you consider a 401k actually a savings plan?
That's correct, because it is saving, not necessarily investing.
Correct. I have a friend who has a company, and it really breaks his heart because he offered his employees a 401k, and he said 75% don't take it. In other words, let's say he says, if you put $1,000 a month in, I'll match it. And so he's going to put $1,000 a month in. He said most people, thinking of today, not tomorrow, do not contribute to their 401k. And for the employee in the E quadrant, that $1,000 matching is probably one of the last tax deductions or tax-free money an employee in the E quadrant can get.
Absolutely. When one is an employee and they have a retirement plan available to them, it's critical to be able to take advantage of it, even if it's only $20 a paycheck, because to start to accumulate wealth, that retirement plan can be an effective method. It is a great accumulator of wealth. As we get into the comfortable and the rich, we'll talk about why it might not be such a great distributor, but from an employee standpoint, it's a perfect place to put money. There's some discipline that's included in it because the money cannot be accessed. And let's face it, we're all human beings. It's hard not to spend 100% of your paycheck, but if some of that money is taken from you, quite frankly, before it gets in your paycheck and put into your retirement plan, and then even better, potentially matched from your employer, the term gets used, it's forced savings. And sometimes that discipline is needed.
When I speak about discipline, this is probably one of the most important things. We look at the BI triangle, with the base level being cash flow management. I have seen several people, I don't know if you've seen this, they get their 401ks, they're 50 years old, they think they're going to start a business. They pull it out of their 401k. I think they pay the penalty or something because I don't know the rules on this, and then they lose it. Have you ever seen people do that?
Yes. When one is developing a safe and secure plan, it doesn't matter if you at some point get to move up to the rich. There are still components that should be left in the safe and secure mode. And I think that generally speaking, one should view a retirement plan as that mode. Now, it might have investments inside it that are, quote, aggressive. For example, it might have an aggressive mutual fund in it. But the plan itself is still the safe and secure part. And as we know, even the rich have a safe and secure component of their plan.
Good. And what's the growth part or the other side of the plan? Okay, now we've got a big picture of what financial planning entails. It's living as well as after living. But let's get back down to the basics. Let's say somebody is making less than $50,000 a year. What are the components of a safe and secure financial plan?
Okay, I'm going to break up this discussion into 3 different parts. The protection component of the safe and secure plan, the savings component of the safe and secure plan, and the growth component of safe and secure. So in the protection areas, you're going to have your basic car and home insurance and a liability umbrella, meaning the thing that would protect you in the event of a lawsuit. And there can be quite a bit of discussion around the deductibles and the coverage of those 3 protection areas. And then also in the protection component, you'll have disability and health insurance, and generally Social Security gets lumped in there as well. And then the ownership of, for example, homes or other businesses as we begin to progress into the comfortable area of planning. But still in the protection component then is the life insurance aspect of the safe and secure plan and the various types of life insurance that are appropriate for someone in the, let's say, for example, $50,000 a year of income and under. And if there's family included, you're going to want to have all of the protection built such that the family is able to do whatever they need to do, regardless of whether somebody lives or dies, stock market goes up or down, and becomes disabled or not, real estate market up and down, our example from earlier.
So as far as life insurance go, one of the big debates is between whole life and term. And what do you think about that?
It's a great question, and I'm going to move you off of the debate about the product and talk about strategy for a moment because it's a critical area. People, for example, spend many hours analyzing term insurance policy A compared to term insurance policy B, or maybe company A to company B. And it's really the wrong thing to be spending time at. In the early stages of one's life, if there's absolutely no money and a family to protect, then term insurance is what should be had. Which company, which type, how long it's for are largely irrelevant because, believe it or not, every insurance company that's out there offers about the same product. There's no way that one company can be drastically more competitive than another because then they would get all the business. What's important is the strategy that's being used. How is the client interacting with that insurance company? Are they setting themselves up so that they can progress to the comfortable level of planning and then further on to the rich level of planning? Are they allowing the insurance company to make the rules about how they're handling their insurance? Or are they turning the tables on that insurance company and allowing themselves to make the rules? So as we continue to talk, some of those issues will become clear. But I believe that even a single person has the capability to have life insurance be a part of their estate. Now, they don't need life insurance, and I think that's a real important distinction to make. People focus a lot on needs. Well, I don't need life insurance. I'm single. I have no family. That has nothing to do with life insurance. The word is life, not death. And so life insurance is one of those products that can enable a person to get more out of their life. And most people are going to live. I mean, we talked earlier about a couple people that had died, but the fact is that's a very small percentage of the population.
Mm-hmm. So now we're going to go into some of the different types of investments and at the different levels. But before we go on, I'm going to tell you my stories. I have several friends who are on the entrepreneur side. And if you look at them, they're in the B quadrant. I have 3 of them that went broke. And the reason they went broke is because they were Bs, but not Is. And so what happened was they built these businesses, had lavish lifestyles, they looked really good. They sold out. One sold his company for $26 million, and 3 years later was bankrupt. And the reason for that was even though he made a lot of money, I'm saying this for those of you who have not much money and not a plan yet, the rich have the same problem. So his plan was to make a ton of money, but he didn't know what to do with his money. So he sold his company, made $26 million, had no experience in real estate, went into it and was wiped out, just got cleaned out. I have another friend who sold his company. He made about $40 million, and now he's terrified. He has everything in CDs and savings, and he's living off his interest, and he's more afraid. He becomes more paranoid every day because he was a B, but not an I. You see, to have a financial plan, you should have, from E to I, self-employed to I, or B to I. The reason I say this is because regardless of where you are, regardless of how much money you make, even the very rich don't have a good plan. Would you agree with that?
It is very common, and you pointed out the reasons why. They're so focused on whatever it is they're doing, might be in the B quadrant or the I quadrant, but they've missed the overall, the big picture, the planning angles. And it's a real challenge. It's not that they don't have the education. It's not that they couldn't do it themselves, but because they're so close to the picture, it's the one advantage that a financial planner brings, an unemotional attachment to the task at hand, such that a financial planner of the right type could see that a person's entire asset base was in a business and that there weren't the safe and secure parts or the comfortable parts being built up. Because, sure, the goal is to get to the rich part of the planning, and yet even the rich have the safe and secure plan and the comfortable plan. And those are 2 critical components of the overall entire picture that the rich are going to employ.
Is there a way you can advise people right now to say, how do you find or how do you tell between good and bad financial planners, or planners who just want to sell you something, or planners who want to take the macro or the holistic point of view? I mean, how does a person find that person or interview those people?
It's important to be able to learn the questions that need to be asked in order to identify whether the planner is going to fit your needs or not. The questions that I would suggest that should be asked center around the planner's expertise, and those should be asked up front prior to the person telling the planner their situation. Because if she goes in and says, I'm A, B, and C, the planner's going to say, well, I'm an expert in A, B, and C. So you want to ask things like, what does your typical client look like, planner? And what is the typical income of your client? And what type of asset base does your client base generally have?
And what kind of advice do you like to give people?
Correct. What's your favorite thing to have people do? What's your favorite thing to have people not do? Because sometimes the not doing part is maybe more important than what they should be doing.
I'd like to say this much, is that your financial planner is somebody you want to take a lot of time interviewing and looking around. You don't just take the first one that comes down the pike. So please invest the time. Part of your learning process is going out there, going through the phone book, asking friends, interviewing different financial planners. You do one a week or something. And I think your education will be fairly well enhanced just by doing that process.
Absolutely.
We're now beginning Pillar 5, which is called the fundamentals of investing. Investing is a very interesting subject, very simply because from the cash flow quadrant, my wife and I make most of our money from the I quadrant, not the E, the employee, not the self-employed or the business. Most of our money comes from investing. So many times people come up to me and they want to ask me for investment advice or a hot tip or all these things. And I'm going to say to you now what my rich dad said to me years ago: investing isn't a product. And people come up and say, do you invest in real estate? Do you invest in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, collector cards, antique cars, antiques, coins, gold? And all of these are investment products. And oftentimes a person gets fixated on the product. But that's not what investing is. The reality is I have some of all of that. But what investing really is a plan. And what most people don't have, well, the reason they don't become wealthy is not because they're not earning a lot of money, but the reason they don't become wealthy is because they don't have a plan to become rich. And I'm going to say this again, it doesn't make any difference how much money you make. The reality is when it comes to investing, most people plan on becoming poor, and you can hear it in their words. They'll say to you, when I retire, my income will go down. In other words, it really sounds strange to me that most people from the time they enter the workforce plan on working all their lives, and when they retire, they plan on being poorer than they were during the days they were working. So that's why I say to you today, investing is a plan. And what we're going to be talking about is, unfortunately, most people don't really have a plan, and I think within the next 10, 20 years, we're going to see more and more people who are the baby boom generation, they will not have enough money to retire on. And that's kind of frightening. But if you're going to invest, you should have a plan to be, 1, safe and secure, 2, a plan to be comfortable, and 3, a plan to become rich. Most educated people do have a plan to be safe and secure. It's called their 401k, or they might have a separate IRA plan, and that's to be secure. The next level is to be comfortable. If they plan to be comfortable, they may invest in some real estate, or they may pick and choose stocks on their own, and that might be part of their plan. And the third part is to become rich. My advisor, when it comes to investing, is my financial planner called Kim Butler, and I'm really happy to have her in studio with me today because she can give you more insights on the subject of investing, and that investing is really your plan. So Kim, welcome, and would you mind giving a little bit of your background and introduce yourself?
Robert, hello. Thank you. Glad to be here. Couple things. My background's banking. After college, I spent 3 years with a large commercial bank, and that was probably the first time that I really started to see the difference between people that had a plan and those that didn't. Give you an example. I remember at probably 24, 23 years old, something like that, meeting with a guy that was about my age, and he came into the bank for a debt consolidation loan. His income was maybe $20,000, something like that, and he had at least that amount of money, $20,000 in credit card debt that he wanted to consolidate. And I remember thinking, this isn't going to work. There's no way that this guy is ever going to be successful from a financial standpoint with this picture. And it was a real wake-up call to me because obviously he didn't have a plan. He was not thinking beyond maybe the next week's paycheck. And so that was the thing to me that said, okay, there's got to be a bigger environment here than just the banking background that I can help people in this situation. So that led into the financial planning process, and I am a certified financial planner. And I, in that area, for about the last 11 years or so, have been helping people maximize their wealth. And one of the things I know we'll be talking about is the difference between having a plan and not having a plan, but then also the plan to be safe and secure, the plan to be comfortable, and then the plan to be rich. And we'll be talking about the differences between those types of plans.
Would you mind telling the listeners some of the stories of what happens when people don't have a plan, even if they're very high-income people?
Absolutely. I've got a couple stories that will help you. And I do think, just to back you up a little bit, that it's critical that a financial planner be involved with the big picture. So many times a financial planner deals with money management. For example, another term that might be used is a stockbroker. And there's a huge difference between managing money, in this case paper assets, and financial planning, because financial planning is the big picture. Financial planning should be dealing with your car insurance all the way down to the real estate and every single aspect in between.
And life insurance.
You're right. The whole protection component. So we're talking car insurance, life insurance, disability insurance, health insurance, the Social Security system, all of the protection things need to be dealt with.
The security part.
Exactly. So let's talk about a story in that environment, and I'll kind of share two sides of it, like what didn't work and then what did work, because pretty much all of life is built into those two things. It either works or it doesn't work. So to give you an example, there's a client that at 32 years of age was killed in a car accident, and he was making about $250,000 a year. And so one would think that somebody in that environment would be fairly well secure. They would be fairly well planned. But in his case, he'd never taken a look at all of the aspects. So he was making good money.
All the risk components of living.
Correct. Absolutely. Making good money, putting money in the stock market, owned some real estate, but hadn't ever taken a look at the protection side. So this particular gentleman had only $50,000 of life insurance. Well, in that case, his wife, who wasn't working at the time, was staying with children and had them in private schools and had her own life that she was doing during the day, now has to move out of their home, take the kids out of private school, get a job, in which case that is a job in the true employee definition, and hope to now eke out a living and be able to take care of her children and grow. And the sad thing is that she will not ever be able to plan for retirement because there's no way that she can even live. I mean, we're not talking about maintaining her lifestyle because it's gone. She now can't live barely on the $35,000, take care of the kids, and that leaves, unfortunately, nothing to save. So his plan lacked a critical protection component. That's the safe and secure side that he was missing. He was doing okay on the planning to be comfortable. I don't think he'd even gotten to the planning to be rich yet, but he was at least planning to be comfortable, but he missed the first part of it, which is the safe and secure side. To share with you then a story on the alternative side, and again, we're just talking about the protection component right now. This is the planning to be safe and secure. There's another client of ours that passed on at about similar age with, interestingly enough, similar income, and he had protected his family. So it doesn't really matter at this stage of the game what insurance was in force. When he died, it paid. And so his family was able to stay and be able to continue in their environment with the house that they lived in and the schools that they were going through, et cetera, et cetera. And his wife now has choices, whereas the first one didn't.
So what you're saying is a plan, a true investment plan, has to carry on your wishes, whether you're living or you're passed on to the other side. Is that correct?
Very well put.
And so a plan includes wills, trusts, and all these other things as well as insurance.
Right. A plan has to work whether the stock market goes up or down, whether the real estate market goes up or down, whether the business succeeds or fails,
Whether you live or die.
whether you live or die, whether you become disabled or not, the plan has to work. And that plan has nothing to do with a product. A product can be a component of a plan, but the plan, as you indicated earlier, is the overall structure of not only the individual products. The plan has to work whether you're planning for the safe and secure level, the comfortable level, or the rich level.
So what Kim is talking about here is many times when people think of the word investing, they don't associate plan with it. They associate with products, and the next thing they associate it with is procedure. Like I'm often asked, do you do stock trading? That's a procedure. Do I buy real estate, fix it up, and sell it? That's a procedure or a strategy. So many times people get fixated on investing as product or procedure, and they don't have a very big plan. And that's really what this program wants to stress, is that no matter how much money you have, if you have no money today or you have a lot of money, you still should have a plan.
There's an important part of pricing, Robert, that I think we should discuss. You're going to get input from your advisors on pricing. Your accountant is going to give you input like, okay, let's determine what all your costs are. Costs of material, costs of labor, cost of shipping, and cost of storage and handling. And that's where you're talking about the $35 game, because we were doing a very short run. And so therefore the per unit cost was much higher than it is today, because we're doing a much larger run when we do it today. But what will happen is if you just listen to your accountant and say, oh, okay, and that's what you use to price it, you're forgetting the advice of your sales and marketing team and understanding the returns concept. So you have to plug in that leadership skill to say, okay, I've now gotten the information from my accountant, I've gotten the information from my sales and marketing team. What is my mission? My mission is to help people elevate their financial well-being. If they buy this game, I want them to play it. And that's how you ended up coming to that price, because we wanted people to invest in their future.
So in summary, that's what we're talking about, product. We use one product to sell another product sometimes, and the product is not often always accepted. But once you develop your first line of products, then your job as an entrepreneur is to refine and make your products even better. And that's why I'm really happy with this product, because this is a synthesis of everything we've done up to this point, and I am ecstatic about You Can Choose to Be Rich, because it is a high-powered information package that my rich dad would be very proud of. I am very excited about this product because it has all my advisors on it, because this product condenses into one product all the things I wanted to say. Now I can say, take You Can Choose to Be Rich, invest the time to listen to it, to read it, to study it.
What I love about the product, Robert, is that we walk the talk. I'm very, very proud to have you as my partner, because you do walk the talk. You are sharing with our listeners and with our readers your life and how you created your wealth. It's an experiential learning for them if they choose to be rich. So we're truly walking the talk. We're letting our listeners and our readers understand that there is a team. Business is a team sport. And this product, Choose to Be Rich, is the first time we've actually brought our team together and actually shared them with our readers.
Yeah, this is like taking a high-powered potency multivitamin pill in one gulp. That's the way I look at it. It would take you years and years and years to try and gather these people together to let them share some of the knowledge they have. The other thing I learned from product development, and the big mistake I made when I first started my nylon and Velcro wallet business, I thought I had to do everything. I mean, that was part of my process. So I actually formed the distribution company, the manufacturing company, the in-house accounting. I had everything. I thought I had to be the jack of all trades. And the trouble was, I didn't know anything about any of those disciplines. So now the thing that I found out, again, is cooperation, is you want to have as many joint venture partners where their core competency is to do what they do best. My big mistake was I tried to be a manufacturer, and I'm not a manufacturer. I try to be an accountant, and I'm not an accountant. And all these things you learn through trial and error. I actually built a factory in Honolulu to sew nylon wallets. If you can imagine how ridiculous that is. I mean, if I don't know how to run a factory, what makes you think I can start one and run one? It was so crazy in those early days. So some of those learnings I have had come about with product development were priceless, and I pass them on to you. Let somebody else do what they're good at. So in closing on product, there's a very important part I'd like to bring up right now, and it's the idea of price. So when we first came out with the board game, Cash Flow 101, the perception was monopoly. Monopoly sells for $29. There was a very big problem because the production cost on Cash Flow 101 was $35. And everybody says, well, I'll pay $29 for it. And I'm going, but I'd go broke if I sold it for $29. And so the perception was, here was a product that was a $29 value, my cost was $35. The other problem we had was the game was too difficult. When Sharon was the only person who could get out of the rat race at the time, this game is difficult. So we use, again, price to determine how this product would be positioned in the marketplace. And so we just said, if we made it $59, we'd still be perceived as too expensive because $29 was the norm. So I said, well, let's push it way out so that it becomes the most expensive board game in the world right now. Let's make it $195. At that point, anybody who looked at it, the price would say, hello, wake up, this is an expensive product. That way, the only person that would buy that game was somebody who was extremely interested in their education. In other words, they valued the education, not the game. And that was the logical patterning we went through this process of pricing. I went to this marketing workshop, and I'm sitting there listening to the speaker, and he says, in any market category, there's always the high end and the low end. For instance, there's always the Volkswagen, there's always the Mercedes. He said, always be the high end. He says, if you're a small businessman, be the high end. He says, the problem with being the low end is somebody else wants to beat you. In other words, somebody is always trying to be cheaper than you if you're at the cheap end of the spectrum. So he says, be the high end. And I'm not saying it's the most scientific way we came up with developing product pricing, but we placed our product Cash Flow 101 at the high end, and we've never looked back because the only people that have bought our product are people who are dedicated to their education, not the entertainment of the game.
And I will tell you, more often than not, we get letters, we get phone calls. They say the game should be even higher because the value of what they've learned from playing it is priceless.
It changes people's lives.
That's right.
So at the top of the BI triangle, and the smallest part of the BI triangle is the word product. And it's been purposely placed there and designed the way it is simply because, in my opinion, it is an important aspect of the BI triangle, but it's not the most important part. So when I designed the board game Cash Flow, I knew that the board game Cash Flow was not as important as the rest of the BI triangle because the world is filled with great products, just as the world is filled with talented people who cannot take their talent to market. But nonetheless, product design, manufacturing, salability, etc., is a very intricate science. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. And I've spent many years working on product design. When people say you have to love your product, I tend to disagree with that. It really depends upon the mission. For example, the nylon and Velcro wallet product that we came out with, I really didn't like that product. I mean, you don't find me carrying a nylon and Velcro wallet. But I developed the product and the product line that came with it because I wanted to learn how to build the BI triangle. So the mission was to learn to be an entrepreneur, not be in love with the nylon and Velcro wallets. The difference here is that with Cash Flow 101, the game, the kids game, as well as 202, the advanced game, I do love that product. That product is very much a part of my mission. As I said, I spent the first half of my life being more like my rich dad, and the second half of my life, I'm more like my poor dad. And I wanted to create a product that really taught, that educated, that empowered people's lives. So that's why I created the board game Cash Flow. But the good thing was I already had much of the practice, the learn it, the education part, the do it part of the BI triangle. So I want to let you know that developing product was also part of a process of trial and error. When I first came out with the nylon and Velcro wallets, nobody wanted them. I mean, I went to California to try and sell them, to New York to try and sell them, and everybody said, nobody's going to buy this product. So I want to let you know that just because you design a great product doesn't mean the market will be readily accepting it. That's why the BI triangle is so important. And that's why I talked with Blair Singer about the number one sales job you got to do is on yourself, because sometimes that's what it takes to keep going. So now we come down to the final point of this whole thing, now that I've explained a little bit about product design. I'd like to have Sharon talk about it, because when I met her, it was really a godsend to have her. She loved education. We're on the same mission. She already understood product design. So anything you want to say about product and product design, Sharon?
Oh, absolutely, Robert. Thank you. And as you started out, product is at the top of the BI triangle, and we talked about the product not being the most important element because it is important to develop the system, the business system to support that product. But you still need the product. And in our case, with Cashflow Technologies, when we first decided to become partners, Rich Dad Poor Dad was written as a brochure for the game. Cashflow 101 at that time was our lead product. And time changed. All of a sudden, Rich Dad Poor Dad took off like wildfire. People would call us. I remember I was still answering the phone. I was still taking the orders. And we'd get a call from somebody and they'd say, well, I heard about this book. I want a copy. And I'd send it to them, and the same person would call back 3 weeks later, and I'd remember them, and they'd say, this book is fantastic. I want to buy a case. And that happened over and over. So it's our listeners that we want to thank, because it was their support, their love of Rich Dad Poor Dad, telling their friends and family that really took that book and moved it into the position of our lead product at that time in our company. But even though our lead product changed, our mission never changed. We corrected and we readjusted our company, but we always had our same mission, and that was to elevate the financial well-being of humanity.
So the point I want to make here is that it is trial and error. Anybody who's trying to tell you that you have to have all the answers before you start is not in reality. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to be a pioneer. You're going to learn as you go. Sometimes the pieces don't all come together at the same time, but that's what it takes. And like I said, people did not want our products, and sometimes our lead products, we didn't even think were products.
A perfect example of that, Robert, is that other elements in the BI triangle help you refine your product. Communications. You start listening to your customers. You listen to the people that are using your product, and you make it better. In the patenting process or the protection process with your attorneys, you find ways to improve the product. You have to listen. I know your conversation with Blair. A large piece of sales is listening.
Yes, not talking.
That's right. It's listening to your customers and responding and making your product better.
After they've gotten the invention documented, they've gotten it written down, have somebody sign it, witness it, then you need to go see your attorney.
At that point, you call an intellectual property attorney.
And in fact, a patent attorney. Now, there's a difference. I mean, not all intellectual properties are patent attorneys. There's a separate bar exam that you have to take to qualify as a patent attorney. They won't even let you take that exam unless you have a technical background. An engineering degree.
You have
yeah, I'm a
electrical engineer?
Electrical engineer, or was.
You were an electrical engineer, and on top of that, you're an attorney.
That's right.
And that's what qualifies you to be a patent attorney.
Right.
Okay. Well, Michael, thanks very much. We could go on forever with this incredible information. The point I want to make here is I lost millions of dollars. I built a company because I didn't think my ideas were that important. I didn't really know how valuable they are. So to the listener out there, please hear what I say. Not all your ideas are valuable. Maybe not, but never think of them as not valued. Treat them as your number one asset. So thank you very much, Michael.
You're very welcome. One of the things that you need to be careful of once you've come up with an idea is disclosing it to people. Now, if you disclose information to someone, unless there's a very clear obligation that they have to keep it secret,
they don't have
to keep it secret. I mean, you have to have an obligation, and the way to create that obligation is with an agreement.
A signed, one of those
signed
documents.
agreement. There are circumstances where the law will imply an agreement, like an employer-employee, but you never know what the terms of that agreement are. And so you always want to have these things down in writing. That way there aren't any misunderstandings.
So, Michael, would you mind telling me the story of the caveman, the stool, and the chair, and how that's patented?
Let's take a trip back into time.
Okay.
This will give you a good example of the way that the patent system works to advance technology. Let's assume that we're back in the days when a stool was something new. And I invent the stool. And I go to the caveman patent office and I get a patent on the stool. And the claim basically calls for a platform and means for maintaining the platform a predetermined distance above the ground. Legs. So I get a patent on the stool.
Okay.
You buy one. And
I come along, buy one, and sit down on it.
Yep, and you lean back, and that was the problem. You fell off. And so you have a brainstorm. Hey, if I put a back on this stool, I won't fall off anymore. So you go to the caveman patent office, and you get a patent on the chair. A platform, means for maintaining it a predetermined distance above the ground, and a back. Okay, now, you've got a patent on the chair, I've got a patent on the stool. But you can't make your chair without infringing my patent on the stool, because you've got each and every element in my claim. It doesn't matter that you've got additional elements. It doesn't matter you put a back on it. You've got the platform and you've got the legs. So how does that advance technology? Well, I got my patent first, and it's ultimately going to expire. It's going to expire before your patent on the chair. So there's going to come a time when I don't have any protection. You're going to be able to make the chair, and I won't be.
Well, what's going to happen? Everybody can make the stool after that.
But I've got an incentive to work a deal with you so that ultimately I'll be able to make chairs. So while I've still got a lever, my patent on the stool,
okay,
I let you begin manufacturing earlier than you would otherwise be able to. So where you start out with just one stool manufacturer, you end up with two chair manufacturers. And that's the theory behind the patent system.
So at this point, by protecting the chair or the stool, you've actually now created a formal legal asset with the potential of generating passive income.
That's right. And by getting that patent, you've erected a barrier to competition.
So the patent makes it more valuable.
And it gives you a property that you can license to others.
So today in the information age, we're not patenting stools anymore. We're actually patenting ideas. That's why it's called intellectual property, not tangible property.
We're patenting much more complicated products.
How long is a patent good for today?
It's good for 20 years from the date that you file the application. Now, the way that the patent system works in the U.S., you file an application with the Patent and Trademark Office. And that application is basically a proposed patent. If things go well in the patent office, the patent will be word for word what's in the application. And
you generally write the application, like you wrote the application for me.
That's right. The attorney would write it.
And you submit it to the patent office.
That's right. Now, the information that's required for the attorney to write that application has to come from the inventor.
Right.
And so there's lots of back and forth. You want to make sure there aren't any loopholes.
What's the difference between a trademark and a patent?
A trademark is basically an embodiment of goodwill.
Okay, so Starbucks, is that a trademark?
That's a trademark. What it does is it creates a connection between goods or services and the source of those goods and services. Okay? So anytime you see something with Starbucks on it, you know that it came from the same source.
Okay.
You might not be able to identify what that source is, but you know that it all came from the same place, the same entity.
In another generic term, it could be a brand. Everybody's talking about branding right now.
A brand is basically a trademark.
And the reason those are really important is because you cannot patent coffee. In other words, a cup of coffee is a cup of coffee. But the moment you create a brand called Starbucks, that's valuable then. Talked earlier about Coca-Cola's capital asset of their tangibles are only about $8 billion, but its trademark is worth about $80 billion.
It's probably their most valuable asset.
Many times people think of an asset as a tangible, a person, place, or thing, when really it can be something as ethereal as a name.
That's why they call it intellectual property.
Yeah, sometimes the most valuable thing a person has is their thoughts in their head right now. And if they don't protect it, they could be letting go of some of their most priceless assets. So please hear me. There's things that are very, very important. When people think about, assets like, plant and equipment or a car or the buildings, the real estate and all this, those are tangible assets. But some of the most valuable assets an individual has are their ideas or their identities, and that's why they should first protect them. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Well, we could go on with this forever, but let's say right now somebody's sitting listening to this program, and they have this screaming hot idea in their head that they know can make them millions, hundreds of millions, maybe billions of dollars. If you're starting with this idea stage, what would you say the first step is?
Okay. The first thing to do is to lay that foundation, and that's write it down. You want to write down everything that you can think of about this invention, every detail. You want to sign it, you want to date it, and you want to get somebody that you can trust to witness it, sign it, and date it.
So we're now in the legal component of the BI triangle. Before I introduce Michael Lecter, who is my intellectual property attorney, I'd like to say that I find it interesting that the success of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the reason they're successful today is because I was so unsuccessful 20 years ago. A little over 20 years ago when I was creating the nylon and Velcro wallet business, I failed to get a patent. And I designed several products. One was a shoe pocket that went on the runner's shoes, became the number one product in sporting goods in 1978. I was extremely successful. But being a small company and not having much cash flow management, we didn't have the $7,000 to get the products patented. We spent fortunes and we put advertising in Runner's World magazine and we did everything possible and we were extremely successful. And 3 months later, we go to the LA Sporting Goods Show in Los Angeles. I show up with my products, and sitting across the aisle from me is another company who had knocked off our entire product line. We had developed a market, we had educated a market, and now these guys were coming in right behind of us and selling to the very markets that we had created. They had every single product we had designed. Just to save $7,000, 90 days later, we're completely knocked off. So 20-something years later, as Kim and I are designing the board game Cash Flow, I said, I'm not going to make that mistake again. That was way too painful. So the first thing after I had my idea, I learned not to talk about my ideas. Your ideas are your number one asset. In other words, in the world of the information age we're in now, protecting your ideas is probably the number one most important thing you can do. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mike Lecter. So welcome, Michael.
Well, hello there. The scenario of 20 years ago really is not all that uncommon. It's a common horror story that I've seen over and over again. Having the best product in the world, having the best ideas in the world mean absolutely nothing if you don't put the proper protection mechanisms in place. And the way to do that is to erect barriers to competition. Again, having the best product in the world means nothing if your competitors can appropriate everything that you do as soon as you put that product on the market.
So one of the barriers to competition that you and I set up right away with my game Cash Flow was a thing called a patent, right?
That's right.
What is a patent in your brief, simple terms?
A patent is a grant of exclusive rights, a grant from the government. Now, I should probably take a step back and sort of lay a little bit of groundwork. There are 6 basic mechanisms for protecting intellectual property. These are the barriers to competition.
Okay.
Each one is designed to protect a different aspect of intellectual property. Okay, patents basically are intended to protect concept, utilitarian concepts, function. Okay, design patents cover the appearance of a product. Copyrights protect the way that things are expressed, works of authorship. Trademarks protect reputation and goodwill. Mask works are something new. Actually, they're kind of my baby. I testified before Congress on these things. It's a specific protection for semiconductor chips, integrated circuits. And trade secrets are just what they sound like. They protect anything that you can keep secret.
Okay.
Now, you've got these tools, and you want to use them all to their best effect. And it's important that you basically develop a strategy to look at your products, you look at the way you're going to market your products, you look at the different aspects of the products, and then you would use each one of those protection mechanisms for different aspects of the product. That gives you the most protection possible.
So when you look at McDonald's, one of the most amazing things about McDonald's is such a good system that is run basically by high school students, low-paid labor. And it runs so efficiently and so well, and it produces money throughout the world. And that's the beauty of a well-designed system, is that ordinary people can run it.
The true test of a system is whether once the system is built, you can walk away and it sustains itself. It can be added to, it can be enhanced, it can be improved, but the base system drives the business and not the people or the personalities driving the business.
So if you look at the BI triangle, the S quadrant is the entire BI triangle. The small business owner has to do all those things by his or herself. And oftentimes, if they struggle financially, it's because one of those systems is not working or they don't have the skills to run that system. A B quadrant person has all those systems, has team, has leadership, has the mission well defined, has all these different systems running. So the difference between an S and a B is that the B is really a system of systems and the S is a system by themselves. So thank you very much, Bob, and it's great working with you.
Thank you, Robert.
So when you took over this small company, we're in Jackson Hole, Wyoming?
I was in Sun Valley, Idaho.
And what was the first thing you had to do? What are the first thing you saw that the entrepreneurs were not doing in that company?
The first thing the entrepreneurs were not doing in the company is that entrepreneurs like to take care of what's at the front door. They're selling their product. They're marketing it. They're out there being the salesman or the driving force. Once you get behind the front door, there usually isn't a solid company. So it comes in, but no one knows what to do with it.
It breaks down right after they sell it.
It breaks down. And so without the system, they could only grow to a certain level. Once you develop the system, it starts to run smoother. The entrepreneur can focus on further out in front in the company. Otherwise, it comes in, you can't deliver, you have system breakdowns. You run out of cash flow or inventory or the capability to deliver. Without that, you don't have a system.
And when those things start to break down, you have people fighting with other people.
Instead of touching base with your systems or your company, you end up getting finger pointing. What went wrong? Why can't we deliver? And the whole machine stops.
Right. So one of the most important things that Bob just said here is that when the systems break down, people often blame other people rather than say, where did the system fail? And so one of the lessons I had to learn from my rich dad was that when something broke down and people started to fight, look to the system, don't blame the people. Because generally people want to do a good job. But if something is not working, it's generally a systems failure, not a people failure.
Correct. People add personality and common sense to a system if there's one there. If there isn't a system, the system consists of personalities, and personalities can have conflicts. The system's really enabled you to step outside of the box and develop the company and look forward, which is what a small company needs to do to grow, but have the insurance or the confidence within the system or inside the box that the day-to-day operations are going on day after day after day.
So after you joined the company in Sun Valley, Idaho, at that point, once you had the systems contained, you were then able to send small remote systems all over the country. Is that correct?
Correct. The first thing we did in Sun Valley was to develop the system for a single store, a single operation in one place where you were. Then we made that system remote, where it could be put anywhere, such as a McDonald's or a remote site. At that point, we were able to expand into multi-states, multi-cities. We had a chain of stores throughout the Big Island, throughout Hawaii. But the systems gave us the capability to do that.
To expand.
Correct. Otherwise, we would be limited by how many areas we could go to, where you could be, how many hours there were in the day, and how long the entrepreneur or the driving force could last.
The next part of the BI triangle is a very, very important section. It's a section on systems. And the reason systems are so important is because for an S, a small business person, to go to becoming a big business person in the B quadrant, the issue is you have to build systems. And many times the S, or the small business person, doesn't want to build a system. If you want it done right, do it by yourself. And because an S doesn't know how to build a system, that's why they stay S's and never move to the B quadrant. If I can give you an example of a system, a car is a system of system. There's a fuel system, hydraulic systems, brake systems, cooling systems, etc., ignition systems. And when one of those systems breaks down, I don't care how minor the system is, the car generally stops. And that's why systems are so important. And S, not wanting to depend upon other things, would rather do it by themselves. I'll repeat it again because it's very important to repeat. What keeps an S is that they do not invest the time to build systems. And systems are very, very high leverage. When I went to school in New York, to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, when we designed ships are systems of systems. When I went to flight school in Florida to learn how to fly as pilots, we had to understand the importance of systems interacting with other systems. In many ways, it helped me become an entrepreneur because I had tremendous respect for systems, for technical skills such as a hydraulics person versus an ignition system technician. And I learned to bring people together to make the system run well. I didn't know how to fix a hydraulic system. I didn't know how to fix an electrical system, but I knew who to call on. So with me today is a dear friend of mine. He's actually the president of my company right now, and the reason he's the president of my company is because we're almost exactly opposite. He is Mr. Detail, and I'm Mr. Non-Detail. And so he's the perfect guy because I like to start things, but I don't finish things. And Bob Chilton is the guy who helps me start things, but he also has the emotional makeup to make sure it all stays together and stays in one piece. Please give us a little of your background and why you think systems are so important to building a business as well as running a business.
My background is a little bit varied. I started off academically as an engineer, which taught me great thought process or a
systems
mindset.
Thinking too, right?
And systems. And I didn't know all the parts, but I knew how to put the pieces together. I had a methodical thought process. I did engineering for about 5 years, and then I got into small business. And the thing I saw in small business was the lack of systems, the lack of pieces put together to get something done to go to the next level.
A lot of times an entrepreneur had a great idea. They take off, they put it together, and there was nothing there to keep it going.
Correct. The entrepreneur was the only one that knew how to keep it going. And the entrepreneur of the S wanted to stay there, wanted to hold it, wanted to make it his baby, but never wanted to get it in a system so he could give it to someone else where he could go off and go to the next level. So the lack of a system prevented him from going to the next level. And it's a real limiting factor. So there's a real art to designing a system which empowers someone else to take over that function so that entrepreneur can go on and do the next thing and raise the company to the next level or find the next phase of business for that company.
So what you're saying, the entrepreneur cannot go on unless he or she puts systems in to replace what he or she does.
Correct. And that's a very difficult thing for many people who it is their baby. They've started it, they own it, they know it better than anyone else. They have to stop, call time out, develop a system so that his or her employees can understand the pulse of the company and empower them to run that company so they can go on and do the next project or bring the next phase of business to that company.
Would you say that oftentimes a small business is people-dependent and a big business is systems-dependent?
Correct. In a small business, it really is the driving force of one or two people that get it started. They're the vision, they're the dream, they're the sales, they are the company. That person is really identified with that company. And many times in the business circles, they're not referred to as a company, they're referred to as the business owner and the company. When you go to the B quadrant or in a large company, it's known for the company and the quality or the systems or what it puts out, not as much known for the individual who's driving that company.
Can you give us some examples of systems that you're working on within Cash Flow Technologies right now to make it grow? What was your first priority when you joined us?
I think one of the first priorities was, as an entrepreneur and one of the principles of cash flow, you understood the business. You know what was coming in the front door and you know what was going out the back door. One of the first projects was really to monitor and track what came in the front door and what went out the back door. How does sales affect inventory? How does inventory control affect cash flow? How does cash flow affect shipping? When you break the whole system down and you put it back together very simply and very easily, you learn a lot about your own business and you learn how to improve it.
So you basically took my little company apart when you first came on board.
Correct. I was a little bit like a mechanic. I took the whole car apart. I put it back together so that someone else could drive it with the headlights on and see where it was going, so I could move to the next car. And systematizing is kind of a fine art. It's very simplistic or it can be very complicated. But if you can systematize the pulse of a company, anyone can get behind the wheel of that company or that car and have the headlights on, and the entrepreneur can trust or empower that person and know what's going on.
In finalizing communications, it starts with a communication with yourself, in a corporation or in our businesses. There's internal communications with our staff, people from accounting and sales and marketing and legal and product development. As an entrepreneur, it's very important to learn how to communicate with different people, keep them motivated, keep them happy, keep them accomplishing their jobs, because nothing is worse than an organization where the communication is so bad or people are angry with each other that the whole organization, the whole BI triangle blows up. There's also the communication or the systemic marketing. Marketing is different from sales. Marketing is really a system of communication that's kind of automatic. And that marketing is how do you keep communicating or keep talking to or keep selling to your customers out there so that they become lifelong customers with you. That's all part of selling and communication. And I spent years and years learning how to sell, how to communicate in different ways. And in my experience, it is one of the single most important skills. Your wealth is a direct reflection of how well you can sell. Would you agree with that, Blair?
Absolutely. The other thing I wanted to mention, as you said, as I've worked with thousands of companies around the world, and unfortunately, many entrepreneurial companies still have the belief that I've got great product, we've got a great management system here, we've got a niche in the marketplace. And what happens is sometimes those companies implode because of exactly what you say. They don't have the internal communication system. Sales and marketing is fighting with production. Production is fighting with accounting. There's no system by which they communicate properly to keep information flowing, number one. Number two is that there is no empathy of one group toward the other. As you mentioned, when I'm talking to an accountant or I'm talking to the finance department, they have a very different set of needs, a different set of emotions to deal with than when I'm dealing with the sales department. Those systems, as well as those sensitivities to how to communicate, are critical. And those managers out there are people that are running organizations that figure they've got a great mousetrap, but fail to understand that their job as a leader is to motivate people on a daily basis.
And keep harmony with the motivation
and
coming in.
keep harmony, those companies implode as well. Because the truth of it is that, yes, you and I talk about you've got to be able to talk to yourself and sell yourself, and as entrepreneurs, we've got to do that. The truth of it is most of the people that are working for us in those organizations, maybe they don't have that self-discipline. Maybe they need a little bit of
self-esteem.
Self-esteem. They need a kickstart from somebody at the top or somebody in an organization that can stand up and motivate those troops, remind them of the mission, communicate with them, and, as you mentioned, set up regular systems of communication that highlight the wins of the organization, that highlight the progress of the organization, so that everybody, wherever they are in the company, feels like they're an integral part of it.
So the word communication management is a very big subject, and sales is a very big subject. My message to all of you, if you want to have more money, never stop promoting, never stop selling, and never stop marketing, and never stop communicating. And a lot of times that's what it comes down to, not so much in the selling, but in the selling of yourself to go forward, even though every part of you is saying, no, I want to quit. So I want to thank you, Blair, for being part of here. I love working with you, and I think your Sales Dog program is very important for everybody to find out their own style and develop that style rather than try and be like somebody else.
It's an honor to be a part of the project.
Thank you. We're now at a very important level of the BI triangle, and that's the level just above cash flow management, and that's communications management. And I decided that I was going to become an entrepreneur and follow more in my rich dad's footsteps on how to build businesses. I went to my rich dad and I said, what's the next step? What do I have to learn to do next? And he pointed to the communication level of the BI triangle, and he says, you have to learn how to sell. And I went, sell? And I gulped and choked. And what do you mean sell? I don't want to sell. I'm not a salesman. And I still remember him saying to me, he says, you have to learn how to handle rejection. He says, if you're going to become an entrepreneur, it's not about selling necessarily. It's about communication. And all great entrepreneurs have the ability to overcome the fear of rejection, the fear of ostracism. And he said to me, there's so many people out there with great products, great services, who have great geniuses, but they can't sell it. And the reason they can't sell it is because inside their guts, they're afraid of ostracism. He says, so the reason I want you to learn how to sell has nothing to do with salesmanship. It has to do with communicating to yourself, being able to overcome your fears, being able to handle rejection, handle objections, and still keep going. And it is a very important skill to learn. He says everybody sells. A secretary goes in to apply for a job. He or she has to sell that position. They're selling their services. A teacher has to sell. A preacher has to sell. Great politicians have to sell. He said it is a skill that is vital if you want to be successful as an entrepreneur and in the world of business. So today I've learned to be good in sales, in marketing, communication. I can go to my investors and raise capital. I've had to go back to my investors and say I've lost their money and ask for more money. You want a sales job? That's a sales job. And all those things have been the best training I could have possibly have gone to. So with me today is one of my best friends in the whole world. We've been friends for 20 years, and we both started off in sales together. I remember having no money because we couldn't sell anything, starving, and finally we had to sell because we're going to starve if we didn't sell something. So with that is the author of a book, part of Rich Dad's Advisors, is Blair Singer. And it's really a pleasure to have you because Blair has become one of the best trainers in communication. He works with organizations to help intercorporate communications as well as communications to the public. So welcome, Blair.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
What would you like to say about the subject of sales, selling, or communication?
It's such a huge subject, but listening to what you were just saying, there's an interesting pattern. Almost every great entrepreneur or great business person I've ever met always traces their roots back to sales. And when people say, I don't like sales or sales is not a part of me, I look at them kind of oddly because in order to be successful in the business world, you have to be able to sell. And the truth of it is that in every corporate environment, and I've worked with thousands of companies around the world, the people that do the best within an organization, forget the entrepreneurial situation, people that do the best within an organization have the ability to communicate, to handle objections, to be able to present their points of view so other people can at least understand them.
It's called leadership.
Yeah, and there's nothing to be ashamed of about it. I mean, some salespeople have to go out there and simply convince themselves that it's an okay thing to do to even be a salesperson.
Well, that's what I had to do.
Right.
I hit the streets and was pounding on doors and having the door slammed in my face.
Yeah, but see, the beauty of sales is that every single day you're forced to look in the mirror to see who you are.
Right.
It is the best personal development program you can do for yourself.
Right. And so what Blair and I were talking about on the way over here, the real sales job you got to do is on yourself. And I think that's probably one of the best skills I've learned because, there are they call them natural salesmen because they can talk a lot, but sales isn't selling. Sales is really listening and understanding and empathizing and communicating with them. A lot of salespeople just talk and don't listen, and they're not sales.
Exactly. And that was the premise of Sales Dogs, is that you don't have to be an attack dog to be great at sales. There's all different types. It's how do you communicate? Can you listen? Can you empathize? Can you follow through? Can you dig up the proper information for the proper deal?
Yeah, Blair and I were laughing when we were working on Sales Dog. We remembered our earlier days when we were much younger, sitting in what they call the bullpen or whatever it was a room of maybe 12 to 18 salespeople. And it really did look like a kennel, because
they're all whining, yipping, moaning.
There was the pit bull, right? And that was, everybody said, "Oh, I wish I was a pit bull," but that's not your style. The pit bull will go out there, bite somebody in the leg, and never let go.
That's it, and that's the way they do it. But then
there's a golden retriever, right? Customer service.
Yeah, they sit there panting by the telephone, waiting for the customer to love them because they'll do anything for service. And actually, that's a great way to sell too. If that's your style, you can sell more on the back end than you can on the front end. The pit bull opens the door, the retriever continues to sell for days, weeks, and months. And then there's always, in every sales room, there's always the classic poodle.
The poodle.
They look good. They have the $250 neckties. They're looking good. They drive the nice cars. Yeah. They don't always have a lot of money, but they're always looking good, and they're the best schmoozers of all.
What are some of the other characters you have in Sales Dogs?
Well, then in high tech, you find the Chihuahua. The Chihuahuas sit there. They're the techies. They know all the bits and bytes. Their eyes are bugged out of their heads because they've been up all night researching.
And they overwhelm me with data you've never asked for.
But you can't be put off by their small size because they're probably one of the most tenacious, very effective in sales. And of course, there's the classic Basset Hound. And the Basset Hound with the droopy eyes and the droopy ears. And
I've worked so hard for you. Isn't it about time you just bless me with an order?
That's right. And if you're not careful, they'll pull out the pictures of the wife and kids and say, you got to buy from me. But again, on the flip side of the Basset Hound, throughout history, Basset Hounds actually have the best scent. They can sniff a deal where nobody else can sniff one.
And of course, there's always the big dog.
The big dog.
And it's a woman or man who does only the big deals.
That's
and they're
right.
the heavy closers. And they
One-on-one with the top of the house, and they either make it big or they crash big. If you're a sales manager, they're a pain in the butt to deal with because they hardly show up for sales meetings, and they swagger around the place, but you got to have them around. Because
they don't sell anything for 3 months, and suddenly they come in with a big deal.
That's right. Everybody hates them, but inside everybody wants to be one.
Right. So the point that Blair and I were making, as we said, is the most important thing is to be yourself, find your own communication style.
And great careers, great ideas can never get off the ground unless people understand that we all have talents, we all have inborn strengths. And the idea is to find what it is and play to it. You'll have plenty of time in your life to find your weaknesses and to work on them. But if you can find your strength and find out what you're good at and play to that, you can sell anything, basically.
Correct. And it's probably one of the most important skills. Communication affects all things. Really, over the years, I found out what sales really was ability to communicate with myself, first of all, because we all have fears. We all have doubts. I don't think too many of us like rejection or being told your product's too expensive or I don't like your product or I like somebody else. And the moment I began to understand that after 2 years of pounding the streets, then my life started to change. I'm still the shy person I am. I'm still very introverted. You know, the difference today, because I decided to listen to the sales pitch of my rich dad to go learn how to sell and communicate with other human beings.
The most powerful thing that you can learn in learning how to sell is how to handle objections. You have to be able to tune into the little voice in your head, to be able to control it, to work with it. And the good news about it, the myth is that some people are good at it and some people are not. Well, that may be true, but it's something you and I both learned because it was not natural for me either. But to learn how to do it, and I couldn't agree with you more, is that the ability to be able to present, but most importantly, the ability to be able to handle negative feedback will change your life. The quality of my life, the quality of my marriage, the quality of my friends is directly proportional to my ability to sometimes stand in the heat, to be able to hear what somebody's trying to tell me, not to take it personally, to be able, as you say, be compassionate, listen, and from my heart really be willing to serve the other person. But if my brain is switched off because I'm emotionally in terror or fear, I can't hear anything. And I see this in corporate life all the time. I think one of the differences between entrepreneurial life and corporate life is the entrepreneur gets used to the objections and takes them as a challenge. In corporate, people seem to have so much invested that what happens is only the people who have the stronger egos get a chance to move forward. Well, the unfortunate thing about that is there's a lot of people there that have great ideas, that can make a lot of money for the company, that can improve their own plights. And all it takes is a little bit of training, a little bit of conditioning.
Self-discipline.
Self-discipline to learn how to overcome that piece and that everybody can win.
The biggest control when it comes to cash flow management is controlling yourself, and then you have system controls on top of that because it's very easy. The richer you get, the easier it is for people to steal from you. Also, the reason you want internal controls is that if you don't have good internal controls, you can't grow. In other words, if you have to watch the till every single day in your little coffee shop, you can't become a Starbucks. So good internal controls, by spreading the numbers, you can grow faster and bigger. People cannot grow, have poor cash flow management controls. Isn't that true, Diane?
Exactly. And internal controls in this case, we're talking about the controls within the business. In other words, the systems that you set up for how the cash will be managed as it comes in your business and how the cash is managed when it goes out. These are all pieces of that very important internal controls. Just a statistic, the average doctor is embezzled from once 72%. That's incredible when you think 72% of the doctors have been embezzled from once.
The reason for that is the control is they have one person managing all their money. So the reason you want to have a bookkeeper and an accountant, two different people, that's check and a balance. You have two different types of control. In our company, we have checks and balances, different people watching. If you have 5 people, it's hard to get all 5 people to collaborate.
And in case anybody's listening to this is starting to scratch their head, well, how on earth do I set up internal controls? That is very easy for a good CPA to help you with. And once you set up the systems, it's only your job to make sure they're maintained.
So there's ways of doing it if you'll just keep learning, keep studying it. But cash flow management is probably your most important part of the internal workings of the BI triangle because it affects everything. Diane, I really want to thank you so very much for being a great advisor to me and a great friend. What are some of the other tips you may want to give people?
Well, I think number one is most businesses fail because they're undercapitalized. In other words, they might have a great idea. In fact, they might have wonderful sales. But if you're, say, in a retail business and you're suddenly have customers beating down the door, you're going to have to build inventory. Well, you have to pay the people for that inventory right away, but you might have to wait to collect it. So a key is to get your lines of credit established, to borrow before you need the money.
That's one of the biggest tips I can give you guys, is that most people borrow when they need money. It really is some truth to the fact that, bankers only lend you money when you don't need it. So the key in life is to never need the money and then borrow. A lot of people say, well, I don't need the money, so I won't borrow. And they borrow when they need it. That's actually poor or middle-class thinking. You've really got to set it up so that you're thinking rich. You borrow when you have the money. It's really hard to borrow money when you're down.
And Robert said something important there, too, when he talked about lines of credit. Now, a line of credit doesn't mean you actually have to borrow the money. You just pay a fee, and it actually ends up being a small percentage. It's maybe 1 or 2% of what the total line might be. And then you have the availability for it when you need it. So you don't have a lot of interest carrying costs. It's just become a safety valve.
Right. The other part about borrowing money is most people borrow for bad debt. They borrow for liabilities, and they buy the new doodad. Well, that's bad debt because it's debt you're borrowing that takes money from your pocket and means you have to work harder if you're working. So the way to get rich is borrow money for good debt. There's good debt. I borrow millions for real estate simply because it puts money in my pocket every month. So I get richer because I have good debt. And the middle class gets poor because they have bad debt. And I don't recommend it unless you have very good cash flow management. If you cannot manage your cash flow personally, don't borrow until you've got your cash flow personally under control, because borrowing money when you're in debt is like throwing gasoline on a house on fire. So I always say debt is like a gun. Treat it as if it's loaded. It's always dangerous. Treat it with respect. But always remember there's good debt and bad debt, and borrow when you don't need it.
And the fifth item, the reasons that businesses stay small, is that the owners stop learning. They reach a level where they think, hey, I'm successful. I don't need to try anything different. I don't need to do anything different. And they just stop learning. Right.
And that's why when Kim and I were on the program, we talked about how that as a couple, we're not only business partners, but we continue to learn together. Sharon, my partner, Kim and I, we go to the same seminars together, so we learn together. So education and learning, if you're going to be in the B&I quadrant, or if you just want to get rich, I would say is a 24-hour day. In our company, the presidents of my company and all, we sit down, we read the same books, and we discuss the books. And it sure beats talking about, who won the NFL league and the championships, and we talk about those things also. But we also talk about business ideas and business concepts. So those are some of the reasons why businesses stay small. But the most important thing we go back for is cash flow management. And I'll go back again. What is your mission? Is your mission to support your lifestyle or to get rich?
And that leads right into the fourth part of this. Ray Kroc was building something that was increasing in value. How many people do you hear that are actually building a business that is a depreciable asset? Everything's based on a piece of equipment or something that's going to go down in value.
What Diane's talking about here is this. Most S's aren't building a business. They own a job, or they're building a practice. For instance, accountancies a lot of times are practices. And what does a practice sell for generally?
Actually, a practice, if you're lucky, will sell at 1.1 to 1.2 times the gross billings that stay with the firm. Now, that's an important part because if an S has been really successful in that mode, people are coming to them because of that person.
People come to see Diane. They don't want to see me.
Right. And so if you sell that, how many stay? Well, that's what determines the value.
So if Diane's doing, let's say, $100,000 a year, the valuation of a practice versus a business is $100,000.
Correct.
So the difference between a practice and a business is very big. And that's what we're talking about. We have a friend who wants to start a graphic arts printing company and all this. And he says, it's going to be a good business. I said, I don't see a business there. I see a service. I don't see a business. It's something that he'll stay busy at. Maybe that's why it's called a business to him. But he's working hard as an S. And the question is, what are you building? For instance, when I buy a piece of real estate, it's very clear to me what the asset is. It's this 100-unit apartment house. That's the asset.
And actually, we can define that asset, like the real estate or the true business, in that it's bringing in cash flow. Remember, the whole point of this is that assets bring in cash flow. So if we're creating a business, it's going to become cash flow that's passive. You don't need to work. Otherwise, you're just building a job. If you don't show up, you don't get paid.
So that's why many times small businesses stay small, is because, it's that S mentality. I'm going to do it on my own. Nobody does it better. And so their cash flow is dependent upon them working. People say, how come they don't find me in my office? Because if I was in my office, it wouldn't be a business at that time. So I'm constantly looking for ways for the business to run without me. The more it runs without me, the more valuable it becomes. If I am there, it's a practice. And what this series is about, this program, is it'll be talking more and more, starting with cash flow management, how you build a system that becomes a business. Because if you really build a business or you buy a piece of real estate, that's when your asset value goes up. But as long as what most people do, if it's dependent upon them, if they're the shining star, then it's a practice, not a business.
There are going to be 5 things that we talk about that keep a business small. The first one is that people try to save money by doing things themselves. Second, that they use the business dollars to support their lifestyle. And then the third is their plan. Their plan is small. They're trying to make a plan for the business that they themselves can work. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that I've seen Robert's plans for his business, and they're always huge.
Right. When I made my first million, it was 10 million. After 10 million, it went to 100, and now it's $1 billion. And the reason for that is because it keeps me excited. It keeps me on the edge. It keeps me in the unknown. I mean, I'm always testing what I don't know so I can make it what I know.
Exactly. In fact, I tend to call it that little feeling in the pit of your stomach. And personally, that's where I go. And what that means is we all have boxes around ourselves. We all have places that we have set as boundaries. And when you start to push at those boundaries, you're going to feel that. For me, I feel it in my stomach, and that's where I go. Now, I don't go crazy because I don't know what's out there, and I feel, for me, that's too risky. But if I'm not constantly pushing at the boundaries, I'm going to keep getting smaller and smaller within my own box.
Right. So I've seen people who get too conservative. They think that the more they manage their cash flow better, the more conservative they get with their cash flow. The spirits start caving in on them. And so what I do is I push my boundary to the point where my cash flow and I start to get a little bit, not shaky, but we're right at the edge. What I'm doing with my cash flow constantly is managing it to the point where I start getting a little bit excited, a little bit of doubt creeps in. But that stimulus is where my intelligence grows. And what small businesses do is they stay within their capabilities and they don't push themselves to the edge or over to the boundaries cash flow-wise. So the thing that I say to people is when somebody comes up to me and says, I got this new product and all this, I often want to find out how big their dreams are. For instance, there's a difference between somebody who wants to open a hamburger stand on a street corner and somebody who wants to build a McDonald's. One is the size of it. And most small business people just want to open a hamburger stand. They don't want to start a McDonald's. And so what I say to people is this: if you want to get rich, you got to build a McDonald's. That's the way you look at it. The way you get rich is you want to serve more people. It fundamentally comes from I can serve more people. A lot of times, and this applies to everybody, the S stands for selfish. In other words, they just want to cover themselves, they want to protect themselves. But if you really want to get rich through a business, then you need to be generous. And when I look at getting richer, I want to push my boundaries of what I know how to do way beyond my abilities, and that's how I grow. But still, I can't go too far, because if I go too far, then you fall off the edge. What is knowledge and what is learning? What is intelligence? Intelligence is knowing where the boundary is for you. And I can't tell you where that is. Only you can know that. And generally, it's inside your heart, inside your stomach, and inside your brain. You'll find that boundary out there. And so what I'm constantly doing is pushing the boundary. So I'll say it again, is the way you get rich, one of the ways, is by being generous. And like Ray Kroc, his business plan when he built McDonald's was to build hamburger stands on every major street corner throughout the world. And he was being generous because not only did he provide hamburgers, but he also allowed people to buy franchises from him. He worked his plan, but he worked it big. So if you want to get rich, think of getting big. And the reason you want to get big is to be more generous. And the more generous you are, the more money you're going to make.
Reason number 2 on why businesses will stay small is the owner will take the money to support their lifestyle instead of investing it either back in the business or building other businesses like I know Robert does with real estate.
Rich Dad always said to me, he says, the purpose of a business is to invest for you. In other words, you invest from the B quadrant into the I quadrant. Now, you don't have to do that. You can invest from the E to the I or the S to the I. It doesn't really make any difference. But the purpose, if you're E, S, B, or I, is to invest because investing is your future. That's what you invest for. So when I build a business or buy a business, its purpose is to invest. The reason I like the B quadrant, which Diane and I have gone over so many times, is because from the B quadrant, the tax laws give you the most flexibility, the most control of your money, and the better opportunities to invest your money. And so we talked about it earlier where Kim and I, when we first met, we had a choice. We made a choice. We chose to be rich. So when we got together, as we got married and fell more in love, was that we can all be poor. We could have been middle class, both having college degrees. But Kim and I chose to be rich, and we looked at the quadrant E, S, B, and I, and I said to her, the only way I know to get there the fastest is through the B, because I'm not a great movie star. I can't sing. The Yankees aren't looking for me to pitch for them. And given that I wasn't that bright, I'm an average kind of C student, I had my best chance in the B quadrant. We struggled for the first 5 or 6 years. And then suddenly everything took off. The business took off. The investments took off. And it looks like an overnight success to some people, but it really wasn't. It was a plan because the purpose was to buy real estate as well as stocks and bonds. So we buy their assets first and then our liabilities second. So now Kim and I have this big, large house. She has her Mercedes and her SUV, and I have my trucks and my Porsches, but we have assets paying for them. So I want to talk today about some of the reasons why the S stays S's and what an S can do to go to the B. So Diane has some examples of what, if you're in the S quadrant right now, or you're thinking of going from E, S to the B, listen up. Diane, what were some of the things you found that keeps people small in small business?
One of the first things is that I see people try to save money by doing everything themselves.
Amen. S stands for self-employed. I'm going to do it on my own.
It also stands for Superman because they think they can do it all themselves.
I always crack up. They want to do everything on their own. And the number one thing they try and do is their bookkeeping.
And the fact of the matter is that unless you're going to start a business as an accountant, why do you need to learn how to do debits and credits and the fundamental piece of this? Now, that might sound like a little contrast to what we were saying earlier, where Robert needs to go through his financial statements and is telling people to understand cash flow management. There's a lot of difference between understanding how the money flows and actually knowing the how-to. Hire someone to do the how-to.
Right. It was one of the biggest lessons I learned painfully, again, learning versus education. The learning was painful when I tried to keep my own books. Then I found out my first bookkeeper only cost $10 an hour. I couldn't believe it. I thought I died and went to heaven. This bookkeeper comes in, and she was just great. She'd been doing it for 40 years. She sat down, got all my little receipts, put them all in a nice little stack, which I'm the messiest person on planet Earth. She put it all in order and gave me the statement. It would take me a week to do what she did in 2 hours. It cost me $20, I think. Whatever it wasn't the money. It was the pain, frustration, the guilt. Oh, I got to do my books. It took away from my main job, which is to go out and make money. So that was probably one of the most important lessons I learned. So for those of you out there who, even if you're in the E quadrant, get yourself a bookkeeper and have them help keep your records.
There's actually 2 important reasons for doing that. First of all, they already know this. They know how to do the skill, and so they're going to do it better than you are. But the second one, and this might be even more important, that isn't why you're doing the business, to learn how to be a bookkeeper. In Robert's case, he is an excellent salesperson. He knows how to sell. He knows how to market. But if he's sitting there trying to do his books when he could hire someone at $10 an hour or even $20 an hour, well, that doesn't make sense. He can go out and instead do something else that generates $10,000 an hour.
Well, story I tell is one day my disposal broke in my apartment. And I was broke. I was really, I was still in the Marine Corps at the time. I decided I was going to save money. So I took the disposal and got my handy tool set. I took the disposal off, went down to the local hardware store, bought a disposal. 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, I don't remember, that disposal was still not hooked up. And every day I come home, I couldn't use my sink. I couldn't use my disposal. And every night I'd sit there for hours. Instead of enjoying myself, I'm trying to hook this disposal up. Finally, out of desperation, I called the plumber. He came up. 2 minutes later, whap, it was out. He says, "How much did you pay for the disposal?" I think I paid $65. He says, "I could have got it for you for $30." And I went, "What?" He says, "Yeah, it would have cost you $40. I would have done it for you. And be over with. And it was like the light. I went, holy mackerel, how many times am I going to get this lesson that trying to save money is not sometimes the smartest thing to do? You need to know how to spend. That's what we said earlier. There's good expenses and bad expenses, and good expenses make you rich. When I meet people who are managing real estate, they try and do it on their own. They actually go around and collect the rent. I mean, can you think of anything more depressing than going around knocking on doors and telling somebody, if you don't pay me money, I'm going to evict you? I had a friend who does that. He got out of the real estate business simply because he hated collecting rent. I said, why don't you get a property manager? Classic word. I'm trying to save money. That is absolutely insanity. Just the other day, I went to this doctor to find out why I was gaining so much weight. He says, what do you do? I said, well, I get up and I don't eat because I think if I don't eat, I'll lose weight. He says, that's why you're gaining weight. And it's such a reversal of thinking. He says, if you want to lose weight, you have to eat, because at the moment you stop eating, your body shuts down. It starts eating muscle mass, not fat. He says, if you want to lose weight, eat 3 or 4 meals a day, but eat smaller meals. And what I was doing by trying to diet, was gorging at night. And that's what a lot of people do when they're in small businesses. They save money in the wrong places instead of spend money appropriately. It's like diet and health and wealth are very much the same, and you really do need to change some of your habits. So reason number one, Diane is saying, the reason small business stays small is they sometimes try and save money in the wrong places. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. We've got lots of examples of that.
So what we decided to talk about is why so many people stay in the S quadrant or small business versus the B quadrant, which is big business. And my thought is, if you're going to start a business, why stay small? If you're going to start a business, go for the moon. It may take 2 or 3 years to learn the systems and all this, but once you learn it, it's like riding a bicycle. You get a taste of it, and you never want to go back to all that hard work and drudgery. And the S quadrant, I say, stands for psychotic at times, because it's the quadrant that the tax department picks on the most, your customers pick on you the most, your employees pick on you. I mean, you're the chief cook and bottle washer. You're like the dog chasing his or her tail all the time. It's hard. Now I want to talk about being inside the BI triangle. And the base of it is cash flow management. Because once you understand cash flow management, you understand it also affects the entire BI triangle. It is said that 9 out of 10 businesses go broke in the first 5 years of business. Actually, it's about 3 years. And the primary reason they go broke is fundamentally because they don't know how to manage their money. As I said earlier, Rich Dad's single most important word was the word cash flow in business. You had to learn how to manage it. I oftentimes find people who are bad at cash flow management. So they get this bright idea. They think, maybe the way to solve this problem is go make more money. So they either work harder at their job, or they start a part-time business, or they go off on their own. And what happens is they make more money, but that money just magnifies their incompetence at managing cash flow. So that's why my rich dad often said money doesn't make you rich. Money has the power to make you rich as well as make you poor. Lottery winners and sports stars are the case in point. It's not money, it's their mismanagement of their cash flow that makes them poor. So personally as well as business-wise, I think it's probably the most important subject a person can learn. But I never really found out how important it was until I started my first big business. And that was a nylon and Velcro wallet business. And we went big. Millions of dollars were coming in. And so my little minuscule inability to manage money got bigger. It's like I magnified it. And so today when I speak to you, there's some charge in my stomach, and my little tummy is full of scars because I didn't listen to my rich dad. And I learned it the hard way, as they say. So when I speak to you about cash flow management, when I find the classes I'm talking to checking out on me, I get on them, just as my rich dad got on me, because it's not how much money you make, it's how well you manage what you make that makes you rich or poor. That's why I speak so strongly on the subject. So now that I've stressed it enough, now you may understand why it's at the base of the inside of the BI triangle, and why Diane Kennedy is not only my advisor, but one of my best friends, but also my mentor and teacher, because I too didn't like numbers. But just because I don't like numbers, it's not an excuse to not learn it. So that's why I have Diane with me right now. Welcome to this part of the BI Triangle, Diane.
Thank you. I have a little story that I want to share about cash flow management and the difference that can really occur when you start to get some understanding and financial literacy around understanding your financial statements. True story. It was 10 years ago when I first met two different guys. We're going to call them Bob and Steve. Both of them were involved in construction trade, very similar businesses, and they both 10 years ago were making about $50,000 a year. Steve still to this day makes $50,000 a year. Now, Bob makes over $1 million a year, and by the way, he also has net worth of over $10 million a year. And as you're listening to this, you might think, okay, Bob therefore worked harder, worked smarter, had a better product, did something. No. The only difference between the two was that every quarter Bob insisted that we had a meeting and he went through every line on his financial statement so he could learn what it took to make a business successful. From that, he learned what were the results, he learned how to read the financial statements, and even more importantly, he learned how cash flowed in his business. He knew what made it flow well and he knew what made it flow out. He changed as he needed to, and as he did that, suddenly he was able to make a lot more money and even more importantly, keep it. So the education around cash flow management is absolutely critical.
For those of you out there, some of you may want to stay employees the rest of your life. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can still have your financial statement checked over, learn from it. Ask somebody who's smarter than you, somebody who can guide you to greater wealth. Do not be embarrassed if you have a bad financial statement. Because if you have a bad one and you don't say anything about it, it just gets worse. I, too, the reason I speak so vehemently about cash flow management, in the year since that first nylon and Velcro wallet business, I have found my business partners fall by the wayside. Not because they weren't good people, not because they didn't have good educations, not because they weren't hardworking. They all were. The reason they went broke over the years is they mismanaged their cash flow. And that's why I really stress income statements and balance sheets, managing your money. In my first business, the nylon and Velcro wallet business, Rich Dad just looked at my financials and he said, "Your accountant's stealing from you." My accountant was my business partner at the time because I thought the way I could get smarter was just have an accountant as a partner that would handle my ignorance. Well, all it did was exaggerate my ignorance because the guy was stealing from me blind. I couldn't even see it. And he picked it up in a split second. He says, "The numbers tell you a story." And I couldn't see it. So we call it learn it. I'm not recommending it, but that is the process we go through. And I hope I've stressed that well enough. And I'll say it again. When I'm in my classes teaching entrepreneurship or investing, I turn into a marine drill instructor. Just because you get bored, because I got bored. I don't like it. And Diane knows I don't like it. I sit down with her, I go over the numbers really quickly and all this, but I still go over them. I hate it. And then she's the one who guides me and talks to me and lets me go down to the Ferrari dealer and stare at the Ferraris for a little while. And then I come back in and say, "Okay, let's get back to work." And I manage my money again. She says, "Invest it."
Robert, one more point about team, and I think it's important to bring it up here because I know many of our listeners are thinking this. I'm trying to start a business. I need employees. I need to go find investors. I need advisors and specialists. And obviously, I'm going to be the owner of the company. How can I afford all these advisors?
That's a good question. One of the first things you should do is to put together an advisory board in a big corporation they call the board of directors. The big point I want to make here is that have your team. They can be advisors. They can be employees. They can be workers. They can be partners. They could be self-employed people. But the most important thing is take a look at this BI triangle, make sure that all the bases are covered, and that you have responsible people looking out for each section of it. They could be an advisor or an employee.
And often your advisor, actually, by bringing them on as an advisory board member, will help you attract the investor, correct? You said money follows management.
That's correct. If you show what they call fiduciary responsibility and people management, the biggest mistake that people make, they think their product is really important. When I say to them, McDonald's has an average hamburger. Most of us can make a better hamburger than McDonald's. And that's when people focus only on the product rather than the team, the advisors, and the mission. The product is the least important part of the process. The product is important, but the team, the leadership, and the mission are far more important.
So once you have your mission, your team, and your leadership in place, then it's time to build the rest of the BI triangle.
So one of the main reasons many small businesses fail is because they don't have the entire BI triangle skill set. They're trying to do everything on their own. Or they stay small because they don't assemble a team and they try and do it on their own. And that's why they stay small or they fail early. What I'm going to be doing from here on is bringing in my advisors, the people that support me. As I said, no man or no human is an island, and I get ideas from other people who have skill sets that I do not have. My job is to make sure the entire BI triangle is in place and works in harmony. And if I can do that, then all the money I want will come towards me. So what Kim and I were doing at this moment was assembling our team. But please remember this. You as a team member and as a team leader need to bring something to the table, it's called. In my world, of the I world, they want to know who the team is and what each member is contributing to the team. And it either comes from cash flow, sales and communications internal, it comes from systems, it comes from legal, and it comes from product development. That's what it takes to take your idea and turn it into millions and billions of dollars. That's what the stock market looks for and all this. But that's what it takes. It takes time, it takes team, it takes a mission, and it takes leadership. Anything else you would like to add to that?
One other point I'd wanted to make is that sometimes people will show up and say, I want to be a part of your team. I agree with your mission. I want to do this. But they are just basically looking for a job. They just have shown up and you grab them to put them on your team because you need team members instead of, as you said, taking the time to find that right person.
The point Kim is making here is this. On the B side, Sharon, Kim, and I worked for free. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
We took no money. We put money in fact. We were building this business. We took no salaries. We worked for free. That was one of the main things what my rich dad taught me was to work for free to build an asset, a BI triangle thing. What Kim is mentioning here is that we oftentimes find the person with the right mission. They want to join us. They have the skill set that fits the BI triangle, but the problem is their E's or S's at the heart yet. And we've always run into problems over the years in forming a company. So one of the tests we give potential team members or leadership positions is, are they willing to work for free? And how do they work with us? So just having the same mission and the skill set you need is still not enough. So in putting your team together, take the time. Know that some people will come and some people will go. The way you handle that is, don't say, yeah, we're going to be partners, 50-50, and we'll give you all this, because I made that mistake so many times. Sharon has warned me I do that too often. I'm so anxious to put the team together that I give 90% of the company away to get started. So the thing when you get started is you bring the team together, you explain to them, this is a trial basis. We're going to work for about 6 months. We'll see how we work. If we work well together, we'll make you part of this team. If we don't work well together, adios, as they say. We're big people. We're not kids. Some people come and some people go. So take the time, the mission, the skills, team, as well as leadership. Those are very important factors when building a BI triangle business.
You're absolutely right, Robert. It usually takes at least 3 to 6 months to understand and to realize if your team member shares your mission, number one, but also your philosophy, and I think that's what you're talking about here. The philosophy of building a business and making sure that your number one goal is supporting that mission and building that BI triangle.
Right. And so in building the business, the first thing we did was build our team. And what we're getting at real specifically here is we had one partner come into the mix with us who wanted to be part of the team. And about 3 months into the project, she gave us a bill for her time. This time I realized this person was really an S person, not a B person. They really didn't understand what it takes to build a business. So that's what it takes, mission, team, and leadership. That is the outside of the BI triangle. Once you have those things in place, you can start building the inside. See, there's internal leadership and external leadership. Many times people see me on the stage and all that. I'm the external guy. So I'm out there in front. But it's Sharon and Kim who are behind-the-scenes leadership that make the whole thing work. So when we do something, product gets delivered, bills are paid and all this. And I realize that Sharon might have that ability. On top of that, then Kim, said, now that we've built this game and it was starting to come out, we had already had it in production now about 6 months later, we have this product that nobody wants. We can't sell it. Everybody says it's too hard. So we look at communications or sales on the BI triangle. At this point, I said, boy, we're in trouble. So how are we going to get communications out? And what did you do? We went to talk to Mike Lecter about the patent again, right?
Right, and Robert had been working on this book. At the time was called Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and he had it in his computer. He'd actually been working on it for almost 2 years, and it was in pieces. And Robert was on a trip, and he said to me before he left, he said, I need to find someone to help me finish writing this book, someone to pull it all together. So I had a meeting with Mike Lecter, and it was funny because I was on my way there, and knowing how much Mike Lecter charges, I really didn't have anything to discuss with him because I was pretty much up to date with everything. But I almost called him on the cell phone and canceled the meeting, but I said, no, let's go ahead, go to the meeting, which I did. And for some reason, I still don't know why, I turned to Mike at one time and I said, Mike, do you know anybody who can write? I need someone to help Robert finish this book. And he goes, yes, Sharon. She helped me write my book. And so then the relationship took a whole nother turn because now Sharon and Robert got together and completed Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
And the reason we created Rich Dad, Poor Dad was, you look at the BI triangle, was the communication side. We needed to explain what the game was about because when we showed people the game, the first thing that comes up is Monopoly. Then they get into the game and they find out this is not Monopoly. This game is a little bit tougher than that because it's full-blown accounting. So I said to Sharon, I said, okay. And by this time I found out her mission, her passion for teaching, and we were on the same mission. And I was thinking, she might be the person, she might be the CEO we need. And this is about probably October 1996, I think. We
That's
finally
correct.
had the game out. We're trying to sell it. Nobody wants to buy it because it's too hard, it's too expensive. So I said, we got to have a book so we can communicate the value of this game. And so that was about October 1996, and I gave Sharon, she said, where is it? And I showed you my Apple Macintosh computer. And how many pages was it in that?
It was so funny. We decided that the book would actually operate as a brochure for the game. And so you delivered the book to me, and it was actually over 800 pages, and it was pretty comical because we wanted this brochure, and certainly 800 pages is a little longer than a brochure. So what we did was many of those stories that did not find their way into Rich Dad, Poor Dad actually are in the later books that you've written.
So Sharon says you have more than one book here, and we began this process of culling it down to Rich Dad's 6 basic lessons of money. And one of the rules in communication is KISS, keep it simple, Simon, whatever you want to call it. So what Sharon did was she took these 800 pages and she boiled it down to the 6 basic lessons. So now we had this brochure. So on April 8th, 1997, we have this little book launch. We have 1,000 copies of the book. And the only purpose of the book was to sell the board game Cash Flow. And that's why our company's name is Cash Flow. And that's how we started. The team was starting to come together. And that's how the business started to build. I say this right now about the team coming together very simply because a lot of times people go out and start something on their own and they try and do it all by themselves. I'm saying the importance of the BI triangle, the importance of advisors, the importance of a team, the importance of mission, the importance of leadership is that oftentimes a business does not come together all at once. This is now a 2 or 3 year process via which we're coming together. The book is finally written, and we have this one game, one book, and we launch. And of course, no book company wants it, no distributor wants it, no bookstore wants the book. And we're sitting there again with a bad communications problem. But the thing is, the reason you want to learn these different skills or hire people who know or have partners who know these skills is because each one of the sections of the BI triangle is important. Whether you're self-employed or IBM, you have a BI triangle in you. Every apartment house has a BI triangle in it. Every single family unit has a BI triangle in it. Every share of stock has a BI triangle in it. In fact, the reason it's called the BI triangle, when a true investor looks at a business, they do not look at the product. The first thing a true investor asks for is who is the management team, because money follows management. The reason so many people cannot take their ideas and get funding for it or get it off the ground is because they have no learned experience. They've been working for a company all their lives and they have this good idea, they leap out. So when they go and see an investor, the investor says, who's your team? Well, I don't have one, I'm it. Why don't you give me some money? And they don't lend money on products or ideas. They lend money on the team. So that's a very important lesson to learn. The other part of this lesson I've already said before, I want you to hear this. It takes time. It takes time for these pieces to come together. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 years to find the right team, the right mix, the right experience level. Sometimes team members come and sometimes team members go. You don't get along. It takes time to build a business in the B quadrant. So be gentle to yourself. I'm going into some advisors. Rich Dad said this to me. The reason I want to learn to sell, to communicate, to learn about communications, to learn about cash flow is because I want to have the skills to build a big business, the skills to serve many more people. For instance, prior to Cash Flow Tech, I was doing seminars. I could talk to maybe 500 people at a time. But that is limiting. If I wanted to serve more people or be more generous, then I had to have different skills. I had to have a team of these different skills to serve more people. So we're going to go into selling, let's say. The reason I went to learn to sell was so I could have the skills to serve more people. Many times I've met so many people who have great talent, but they can't sell. So they have this great talent, they can't sell, so they don't serve that many people. You get a lot more money, you can become rich with the more people you serve. As I said, this is the Learn It section. And what I learned from my nylon and Velcro wallet business was patent it, protect your ideas, protect those $1 million ideas. Sharon was coming from the other direction. She understood patenting and all this, but she helped another guy build his business into the multi-million-dollar range. He sold the company. And what did you learn from that, Sharon?
Robert, what I learned was if I'm going to help build it, I'm going to own a piece of it. Many of our listeners out there will absolutely plug into that. As an employee, you work hard, you work those long hours, you help build the business, the owner sells the business, and you're either out of a job or you're still working long hours.
So that was your lesson, right?
It was a very big lesson. I said, I know I can do this. I've helped other people do it, and it's time for me to build my own BI triangle with the right team and the right concept with the right mission.
So here's Sharon, Kim, and I. We all come together on this fateful day with her husband and her daughter. We're sitting in Arizona. We're playing this board game, and the team, unbeknownst to me, is assembling. And I saw Sharon bringing to the table not only the accounting or the cash flow management skills, but also she understood the BI triangle already, as I did and as Kim did, of what it takes to put a team together with the leadership to make the product work. So the interesting thing was it was one of the most horrible days of my life, that beta test. Here's Sharon sitting at one table with her daughter, and another table is a bunch of other characters with her husband Mike playing the game. The game goes on, Cash Flow 101 goes on, and nobody's winning except Sharon. And finally, the only person that understands the game and gets out of the rat race, as we call it, in Cash Flow 101 is Sharon. She goes, well, she's out. And then everybody says, yeah, but she's a CPA. She should get out of it. The rest of the people were complaining, whinging, moaning. I mean, I actually stopped talking to some of those people because they complained so much.
There was one group playing the game, and there's always one person that seems to dominate in many cases. And this one person who is just scared to death of investing, every time a deal would come up, he'd get a deal for a rental property. No, there's going to be a card that says the toilet breaks and you lose everything. Well, there's no such card. But in his mind, everything was so risky that he talked everybody out of every investment deal. So that table did not do one investment deal the entire game.
It was not the table that Sharon was at, but
no,
her husband Mike was at this table.
This was a different table.
So we send out the evaluations, and we get trashed. Game is terrible, takes too long, it's too hard, blah, 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 blah. And immediately our product is going down in flames. We spent all this money, we got the patents, we did all this stuff we're doing, but the people hate our product. The only person that got out of the game was Sharon. And so I'm depressed, Kim's depressed, and our friends don't talk to us. They trash our product, and Kim and I leave for Hawaii. Meanwhile, Sharon is driving her daughter down to Tucson to take her to school. So tell us what happened after you left.
Well, Robert, we hadn't even gotten to the car. We literally left the room where we were playing the game, closed the door. We're walking down the hallway at the hotel where we were playing.
Well, that's right. You had to leave early. So
Yes,
I didn't-
we left early. We didn't get to the evaluation part. And in fact, I didn't know that for several weeks later. I'm jazzed about the game.
Yeah, and the only person that likes the game has left, and I don't know it, so the whole room is hating my product.
Of course, it helped that I did get out of the rat race. However, I was walking down the hallway with my daughter, waiting for her to start yelling at me because we're now an hour later than what I had told her we would get going. So here's the mother dreading the daughter jumping on her because we're late to drive to Tucson.
18-year-old daughters, you know
That's
what they
right.
can be like.
So I'm waiting for the axe to fall. And out of her mouth comes, "Wow, that was terrific, Mom. I learned more in the last 3 hours than I have in the last 4 years of school." No. You could have picked me up off of the walkway. I could not believe it. My daughter, who really had not ever gotten into the financial arena, wanted to learn more. She loved the game. At that moment, I knew it had a key. It had the key to help people change their lives financially.
And so now the team was coming together. I have my attorney, Michael. If you notice, at the base of the BI triangle is cash flow management. And I'm horrible at that. I know I'm horrible at that, but there's no excuse not to have it well managed. Here's Sharon, the CPA, as well as a CEO of a company. And so the thing that started to give me hope was, at least, even though people hated the product, the team was coming together. And so Kim and I, we were standing in Honolulu. We flew immediately to Honolulu to find out whether or not we're going to build this product or not, because if we pushed the go button, it would have cost us about $150,000 to bring the product out of butcher block paper onto a full-blown product. And it was at Lanikai Beach in Honolulu. She and I would stand there, and I'd get up every morning and say, yes, we're going to do it. And by that afternoon, no, we're not going to do it. And I was so yes, no, go, maybe, stop. The only thing that kept me going was that Sharon got out. Sharon liked the game. Or at least, you seem to like it. I hadn't talked to you yet. You want to see what that was like?
Well, every morning, our purpose for going to Hawaii was to decide whether we're going to push the button and go for the game or not go for it. And it's true. Every morning we'd get up, have our coffee, walk on the beach. What do you think today? I think we should do it. Okay, great, we're going to do it. And we go running off. Then the next morning, have our coffee, go to the beach. What do you think? No, we shouldn't do it. So we did this for a week. And finally, at the end, we talked about everything. We talked about Sharon getting out. We talked about what needs to be done with the game, and by the time we left Hawaii, we had our decision, and the decision was we're going to do the game.
So we took the money out, and sometimes the poem On Commitment, until one is committed, there's hesitancy, a chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there's one element and goes on and on and on. But you have to take that step. You have to take the step from the known into the unknown. And so that's leadership also. So Kim and I sat there. We thought of the mission. The mission was to elevate, humanity. We're already retired. We already had made most of our money. We were quite happy. I kept saying, why do I have to do this? And there's something inside of you, when it's your mission, was that we had to do it. It was not a choice. I know if I look back upon my life and I should have done it, I would have done it, I could have done it, I would have hated myself. That's what my poor dad did. He was always woulda, shoulda, coulda, but he never took that step into the unknown. So at that point, until one is committed, there's hesitancy. I said, I'm tired of being hesitant. I'm tired of being afraid. And it's not what I've been taught. That's not leadership. At that point, the mission got too strong. We took the step. We ordered the game. And then we called Sharon up after that. And that's when we started to become friends. I really didn't know her that well. I always had this opinion of her as being a CPA, and she'd nail my little game because I'm not that good at it. But we called her up, and we started becoming friends. And I realized the more I interviewed her and talked to her, I began to understand more and more that she had the potential to be the leader of the team. The reason so many people fail is they start on their own, and you cannot do all of these things on your own. It is absolutely impossible. So that's why when Kim and I decided in July to start with our board game cash flow and write the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the first thing we did was, once we knew our mission, the next step was to look for our team. And once we had our team, and what the team we were looking for was a team of leaders. We were not yet looking for employees or people to work with us. So after I designed the board game cash flow, one of the biggest mistakes I made in my nylon and Velcro wallet business was I didn't patent my product. I tried to save $7,000 by avoiding patenting costs and figured since I'm very good at communications, I could outmarket the market. I could outrun the market. I could make enough money. Then I could patent the product. Wrong. The product was so good, I didn't patent it. Within 3 months, it was knocked off. It was copied, and somebody else beat me to the market because I didn't patent it. So that was the nylon and Velcro wallet business 20 years ago. Now, as I said in the Learn It section, there's education and then there's experience, and the combination is what you learn. This time I said the first person I'm going to look for, after Kim and I had designed the game, the first person we're going to look for, now that we have our product, is we're going to look for the legal advisor. And that's when we went on the search. And I still remember I interviewed about 3 or 4 patent attorneys, and I was on my cell phone driving home, and I said to Kim, I said, well, I have good news and I have bad news. And what did I say, Kim, on that?
You said, the good news is I found the perfect patent attorney, the perfect intellectual property attorney. He said, the bad news is he's the most expensive attorney I've ever met in my whole life.
And the reason I went to see Michael Lecter was because his reputation was that he was probably the best in the whole United States. And, there's a part of me that's really, really cheap, and I want to be, all that stuff. And so I said, but he was the best. And the moment I met him, there was like a spark between he and I. He's a black belt in Taekwondo. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. We shared the same interests. He was a fighter, a boxer, and we shared that kind of genre together. So he said, okay, we'll hire Mike. And we spent the big bucks. It was much more than $7,000 now. It was now in the $50,000 range to patent. But I had learned my lesson because you must patent your ideas. So the first member of the team was coming together. Now, interestingly enough, Mike had a wife named Sharon. And we were having a beta test of our game, putting cash flow together. It was on butcher block paper, and it was really rough. And we invited for what's called a beta test to test our product. And we invited a whole bunch of people to come and play the game, people we did not know, because most of our friends knew how I thought. We all think the same way, so I wanted to find people who did not think the way we thought. So we invited people we knew, but we weren't really close to. So I called Michael and said, Michael, you want to come play the game? He says, oh, yes. I said, would you mind bringing my wife along? I said, really? What does she do? She says, she's a CPA. I went, oh, my goodness, because here I am. I'm not an accountant. I'm not a CPA, and I'm going to be teaching a game on financial statements and cash flow and all this where I have actually no professional right to talk about. So I said, oh, well, bring her along. So Sharon showed up, and to this day is one of the most blessed events. I want to say this again. Mistakes are good. That guy who said 9 out of 10 businesses fail and all this? Well, that's good because each time you fail, you learn something new. And I was prepared to keep failing until I got it right the first time. Another thing about failing is that you learn to build your businesses better, smarter. So when I looked at the legal, I said, now I'm hiring the best, and now he's going to bring his wife who's an accountant. I said earlier, one of my first businesses, the wallet business, my accountant was my partner, and he stole from me. So I had all this stuff emotionally going on with me about what I've learned, from my experience. So I said, okay, I don't trust accountants, but bring her on anyway. She worked for these big companies. I said, okay, bring her on. So she shows up with her daughter. So it's Mike, Sharon, and their daughter who come to play my little beta test of cash flow. Sharon, you want to tell us what that experience was like?
Thank you, Robert. It was incredible. We walk in, and in fact, it was the first day we were just about to leave to take my daughter down to college and for her very first apartment. So she was a little impatient to get on the road. And I said, well, just come with us. I think this is going to be fun. You might actually learn something, and I really want to meet these people because I'd like to actually take a step back, Robert. The day you met Michael had the same feeling about you that you did with him.
It was really a magical experience. I never met him, but there was a spark between the two of us, and we became like soul, brothers. We knew each other.
That's right. We've been married over 20 years, and this is the only time I got a phone call from Michael and said, Sharon, I met this guy. He has what you've been looking for.
Would you mind explaining what you've been looking for?
Absolutely. As Robert says, I am a CPA, but I've been involved in education for many years and in publishing, and I was very concerned about the lack of financial education in the school system. In fact, I had a son who was in college at the time, and unbeknownst to us, he had gotten himself into a tremendous amount of credit card debt. And I was very embarrassed because I thought I'd taught him a lot about money. But, of course, when he got to college, the credit cards came. He got persuaded by all of the fancy advertising, just charge it, you can pay for it later. And so I was going through that trauma in my own mind of, okay, I didn't teach them. I thought I had. The school system didn't teach them. This is a real problem for today's youth. And I was very passionate about it. And in fact, I had been working or trying to work with the school systems to get them to revamp their math program to include financial education. And quite frankly, at that point, had been very frustrated when I got the phone call.
From Michael.
From Michael, telling me, I met this guy today. He has what you've been looking for. Whether or not I get his business, you got to meet him.
And so that's how we met. Sharon's also an entrepreneur. She's beyond CPA. And she's paid her learning experience and her dues as a CPA. But you also went out on your own to start companies. Is that true?
Right. Actually, just as in our case here, where you have a fantastic idea, and I joined you and Kim in the company, I had already done that again with another inventor who invented the first talking book, and helped him grow his business and watch that develop the systems for it to be able to grow from a very small company to a very large company and have it go on into the multinational arena.
So going into this right now, the first thing we're going to do is take the outside of the triangle, which is team, mission, leadership. The reason mission is at the base of the triangle is because, in my experience, it is the most important part. When people come up to me and they say, I have a great idea, I often ask them, so what's the mission for you for creating this product? And if they say just to make money, in my opinion, that's not strong enough. Mission is made up of passion, of desire, of this incredible power inside of you that you will accomplish what you set out to do no matter what. Leadership is very much the same as far as mission. If I mentioned Diane Kennedy and Kim and Sharon and all this, the very important part of putting a business together was to make sure that my team, the leadership, was all aligned to the mission. For instance, when I met Sharon Lecter, my partner, I knew immediately that we were of the same mission, that the mission wasn't just to get together to make money. My wife, Kim, I knew we were on the same mission. Going into Rich Dad's advisors, going into the different levels of the BI triangle, product, legal, systems, communication, and cash flow, each one of them has a different leader in charge of this sector of the triangle. But the most important part of the team, who are all leaders also, is that they have to be aligned to the mission of the company. So when Kim and I and Sharon got together, and Sharon asked, what's the mission? I didn't even know her, but she asked me the same question my Rich Dad would have asked me, what was the mission? The reason I created the board game Cash Flow and was writing the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad was not just to make money. The mission, in my mind, was to elevate the financial well-being of humanity. One of the things that upsets me personally, like when people talk about mission, we talk about passion. And passion is oftentimes made up of anger as well as love and hate and all this. I love making money, but I really hated to see people struggle financially. I hated it when I saw my mom and dad struggle financially. So I knew how to make money. I love it. But also my anger, sometimes at the school system or the educational system, which teaches us a lot of stuff, but it doesn't never teach us how to manage money. It really angered me, made me sad, made me infuriated to see people struggling financially. When I had my factory manufacturing the wallets and all that, it made me angry to see my workers making only $3 an hour and not having enough money. And what I decided, if you give them more money, it doesn't solve the problem. I said, we have to educate them. So when I got together with Sharon and Kim and all the other people you'll be hearing from, we all share the same mission, which is to educate. And we are all educators. What I say to people many times is that the first half of my life, I was like my Rich Dad. I was on a mission to make a lot of money. When I founded the nylon wallet company, it was nothing more. It wasn't about solving any big problem. The mission in starting that company was so I could learn to build the BI triangle. But once I learned it, the mission was over. It was time for me to move on. And now I'm very happy that the work I'm doing right now fulfills a mission, a passion inside of me. But the team members as well as the leadership share that same mission. Without that, without this sense of mission, without this sense of passion, the problems in building a BI triangle, the problems in building a company, for most people are insurmountable. The other reason you want a team is that sometimes it's hard to go alone. As I say about my wife Kim, when she and I were homeless, I could not have made it without her being a part of my team. When I met Sharon, I realized that she was part of my team, that we were going to go the distance. I could count on her. It had nothing to do with the money, that we had the passion and the drive to build the BI triangle for ourselves, to take an idea, to give it structure, to create great wealth for ourselves as well as for other people. So every single one of us, in my opinion, has $1 million idea in our head. And the way you get wealthy is to really build the BI triangle. A number of times I've been criticized. People have said to me, they say, well, 9 out of 10 businesses fail. And that is true. In my experience, they fail for many reasons. One of the big reasons is that the mission isn't strong enough. Another reason is that no human being, they say no man is an island, no woman is an island also. When you look at the BI triangle, cash flow, communications, systems, legal, and product, none of us knows all of those points. None of us is an expert in any one of those areas. So when a person goes out and becomes a sole proprietor, the BI triangle is micro. In other words, if I start, let's say, a yogurt shop, I need a BI triangle. If I'm going to build a hamburger stand on a street corner, I need a BI triangle. If I'm investing in a piece of real estate, that piece of real estate inherently has inside of it a BI triangle. If I'm building McDonald's, inside of it is a BI triangle. If I'm investing in a stock, inside of it is a BI triangle. So when I'm analyzing an investment, a company, or business, whatever I'm doing, I'm looking at all these parts of the BI triangle to evaluate how good that real estate is, that business is, the stocks, the things are. These are the guidelines I have. We're now going into Pillar 4, which goes into the BI triangle. The BI triangle was one of the most important concepts or ideas or diagrams my rich dad used to teach me as a young man. And the reason it's important is because of this. I've often heard people come up to me and say, I have a great idea for a new product. And the thing I found out over these years is that every one of us has an idea in our head that could make us exceptionally wealthy. I mean, I've seen so many people who have said to me, I had that idea 5 years ago and somebody else produced this and made a product out of it. And I've seen that so many times. And so one of the greatest assets an individual can have is a simple thing called your ideas. And each and every one of us, I'll say it again, has, in my opinion, $1 million to $1 billion, maybe $1 trillion idea rattling around in your head. The problem is, most of us have never been taught how to take our ideas and turn it into the millions or billions or trillions of dollars. The BI triangle is a very important structure simply because it is the key to great wealth. My rich dad used to say the BI triangle was important because it gave structure to your ideas. And the reason so many people are not successful is very simply because we go to school to learn how to work, but we're never taught how to take our ideas and create millions or create an asset out of that idea. So the BI triangle is a very important structure. Please stay with me because it's very, very important, because if you want to become very wealthy, it's important you understand each and every section of the BI triangle. So for those of you who have an idea, if you take a look at the BI triangle right now, you notice that product is the smallest part, is the tip of the triangle. It is not the most important part. And yet, so many people come up to me, they say, I have a great idea for a new product. And I say to them, so what? You know, the world is filled with people with great ideas for a new product. As a young man in the 1970s, I showed my rich dad some of my products, and he said to me, he says, you have to travel to Asia, to Hong Kong and China. I said, why? He says, you will see millions of products. And what he was trying to tell me is that the world is filled with great products. The problem is most people do not know how to build the BI triangle to take that product and turn it into millions and billions of dollars. So listening to my rich dad, I remember I took a trip to Hong Kong and I went and I looked at all the trading houses and all this, and sure enough, the trading houses are filled with millions of great games, great books, great trinkets, great products, great clothes, wristwatches, jewelry, shoes, bags. It's millions of them. The trouble is, most people do not know how to build the BI triangle. So Diane will be going more into detail about taxes in a later section. But a question I'm often asked is, how do I find good advisors? And I think that's a very relevant question. I can only give you my process via which I went through. As I said, when I was working for the Xerox Corporation making a lot of money, I quickly found out I didn't need a tax advisor because the government took all my money anyway. There was nothing I could do. On top of that, any money I spent on that advice was a after-tax expense anyway, so there was no advantage in it. So that's when my rich dad said, go learn how to invest in real estate. So I went from the E to the I quadrant simultaneously at that point, and I started to buy real estate. At that point, I needed some advice. And I went out, and I went to one of these little meetings, these breakfast clubs, and I met this guy who was an accountant. And my rich dad didn't tell me too much. He says, go do it. Just do it. So I met this guy. He seemed like a nice guy, about my age. And so he's giving me advice. And one day I was wondering, why is my advice, I'm still paying too much in taxes. I'm not getting the advice I want. Plus, I wasn't making that much money. So I went to his office, and there I sat in front of a real nice guy. Sitting on one side of his desk was a pile of manila folders. Probably had 100 folders there. And I saw him shuffling through it, and he found my file. In other words, I was one out of maybe 100 to 200 clients. And I realized how unimportant I was to him. And he says, well, let me refresh myself. He's going through this. And I realized why I was paying so much in taxes was this guy was collecting my fees, but he wasn't really doing that much for me. And he was just too busy handling more important clients. I said, boy, I better look for somebody else. So the next thing I did, I went to a Big 8 firm. I think it was Price Waterhouse or one of these guys. And I met this young accountant, and I sat there, and I got sticker shock again. His tax bill was higher than all the money I made. I mean, I couldn't believe it. The reason his fee was so high was because he was charging like he would charge to a company that made billions of dollars, and here I am under $100,000. That's a classic example of going to somebody you don't need his advice because you're not even near that league of advice. Someday maybe I'll need a Big 8 accounting advisor. And so finally what happened was my real estate was going along. I met this other guy. He was doing okay. Then my business took off. I started the nylon wallet business. And suddenly I needed almost a forensic accountant because being young entrepreneurs, we started the company. We had no records. So we had to bring this accountant in to assemble the records for us. I learned more because I had made so many bad mistakes. His name was Earl. I remember sitting down with Earl, and he'd sit there. He didn't say, you dummy, you idiot, but he kindly said to me, he says, do you know why you need this now? Do you know why you need this now? So suddenly I had almost a bankruptcy type of, he wasn't a bankruptcy guy, but if I didn't have him close by to me, I would have gone bankrupt because I wasn't keeping good records. As Diane said, the IRS forces you to be a good businessman because it forces you to keep good records. Then I hired a bookkeeper to make sure the records were in place. And this is how I learned. So Earl did this good job, but Earl was not aggressive, so we got another one. And that's how I learned, through trial and error, by finding out what I needed at that moment to learn. And I met people who were willing to teach me. By the late 1980s, I met another accountant, and he was very good at small business, which I was. And he was just a great accountant. He taught me a lot about running a small business. But then after the 86 Tax Reform Act, when I started to buy tons of real estate, well, this accountant did not buy real estate. So suddenly he couldn't advise me anymore. And when Kim and I sold our business in 94, we no longer had a business. We had real estate. And when I had real estate and I was now entering the realm of the wealthy and the rich, I realized my old account, although he was very good as a small business account, he was no longer good for me in my new evolution or my new incarnation. And that's when I met Diane, because Diane only handled wealthy clients and people who had a lot of real estate. When I asked Diane about real estate, I found out she had more real estate than me, and she really loved it. So that's why Diane has become my accountant. She's become accountant to many of my friends, simply because as we changed, I had to change my advisors. And one's not good or bad. It's just where you are at that moment. So I think the most important thing is find out where you are right now. As I said, start with managing your own financial statement. Then go around and interview different accountants. Find one you like. Find one that will be willing to help you. It means more than just, do your taxes for you. Guide you, educate you, and advise you. That's a good place to start. But also remember that as you change, maybe you should change your advisors also. So another bit of advice or ideas on how you can meet the right advisor is, I've often found that if I go to a seminar, I meet people who are just like me, kind of interested in the same subjects. So I went to this investment seminar on real estate, and I met a bunch of other characters, and I started asking them, I said, who would you recommend? And people kept recommending this person called Diane Kennedy. And I said, well, if 2 or 3 people recommend her, she might be worth talking to. So that's how I began to hear about her, by hanging out with people who were going in the same direction I was going, attending the same seminars and classes I was attending. Anything you want to say about that, Diane?
We've been talking about the 2 pillars, the accounting and the tax piece. And I think more than anything, you need to find a good accountant, a good advisor, good tax attorney, whoever is on your team. You have to find someone who's good in those areas and someone you can be in complete confidence with, not only their abilities, but with sharing details of your life. A lot of people say that they tell their accountant more than they tell their spouse. And you know what? It's true.
Right, because when you're talking about money, if you're not willing to be intimate, then you have to lie to your accountant. You don't need an accountant after that. So there's a lot of times, Diane has seen my ups and she's seen my downs, she's seen my mistakes, she's seen my write-offs, she's seen the investments that didn't work, she's seen the ones that have worked and all this. So she is fully apprised of all my wins and my losses, my brilliance and my stupidity. And if you're not willing to do that with your accountant, or your accountant doesn't want to hear that, then you should find somebody who is interested in your deepest, darkest secrets as well as successes. So one of the ways the B quadrant gains control is via the corporate structures, whether it's an S, LLC, sole proprietor, partnership, C corporations. What my rich dad taught me, I was about 30 years old, is just the reason you want to be a B quadrant person is because it gave you the most control over your investment strategies. So today I use a C corporation primarily because it allows me the most control over how much I pay in taxes, when I pay my taxes, and how I buy my investments. So Diane, I've given a really fluffy, not the most accurate reporting, but that's why I have good advisors, because I go to Diane and she gives me the broad brush stroke, and then she fills in the details after I blunder around for a while. So would you mind telling the audience a little bit the difference?
Well, actually, in Robert's case, I can tell you that he has C corporations, he has S corporations, he has limited partnerships. So Robert is actually all over the board. And the difference is not so much that, a C corporation is always better than an S corporation. The point is, what is the strategy? What are we trying to accomplish? And what is the best business structure for now compared to what we might have in the future? And that will likely change.
Right. And the reason we say get good advice is because everybody's situation is different. And for me to say this is the way you do it would be bad advice simply because we're all different. My tax strategies, my tax goals, how I generate my money are so different. So having a well-educated advisor like Diane is, in my experience, very important. I've gone to other tax advisors, who are not really well-trained or they're just new at the business. No, that's illegal. Well, you can't do that. And their minds are too small. When I say that Diane is aggressive, not that she is aggressive, is that she is so well-versed in the tax code, in the tax law, and she deals with entrepreneurs like me. Her experience base is wide. So I can run any kind of harebrained idea past her, and she doesn't get excited or close her mind down. And that has been one of the best educational processes. And just the other day we were meeting when I was paying so much in taxes. I said, what if I go this way? What if I go that way? She can give me what will happen in either case without herself getting excited about it or getting, well, you can't do that. My rich dad said the most expensive advice you can get is free advice. And that's free advice you get from your friends, family, and neighbors who are themselves not very well off, paying more than their share of taxes, haven't gone to school for taxes. So please hear me. The most expensive advice you can get is free advice. And the reason I pay the big dollars to people like Diane, to my securities attorneys, my intellectual property attorneys, is because I want somebody who has the broad spectrum of advice to let me be aggressive and run all my harebrained ideas, and they can draw from the experience and give me some degree of reality. Then I make my own decisions. Diane doesn't tell me what to do. She gives me advice, and then I take her advice, and she'll give me the risk rewards and say, chances are good, chances are bad, you might get audited, you might not get audited. But that's why advisors, the more educated, the broader spectrum they are, the better they are for your own personal education. Anything you want to say about that, Diane?
I'm actually going to also add a point about how to approach advisors. One of the reasons I really enjoy working with Robert and Kim are because they give me those challenges and then listen to the alternatives. I've also met other people who want to have all of the control as far as the ideas and decision making, but they also want to completely challenge the ideas.
What really cracks me up is when I see someone like a doctor trying to tell Diane about how to do taxes, or an attorney trying to tell Diane about taxes. I sit there and go, what do you know? Other people come up to me and they ask me about investing. They say, well, I went to Harvard, I went to Stanford. I said, yeah, but I can look at your financial statement. You don't have any investments. But they're trying to tell me about being an investor, or they'll tell me what I'm doing is illegal. And I'm saying, did you go to tax school? Did you go to this? But no. So I'll say it again. The worst advice you can get is free advice from somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about. Can you basically give some of the differences between an accountant in the S quadrant versus somebody like me? What are some of the things that I can use that an accountant cannot use?
Well, one of the biggest ones is an accountant, an attorney, an engineer. There's a whole list of specific occupations.
Doctors.
Doctors, absolutely. If they form a C corporation, they are frequently what's called a personal service corporation or a qualified personal service corporation. What does that mean? That means they have a flat tax they pay of 35%.
If they use a C corporation.
Right.
Now, if me, being the C student, what if I use a C corporation as a B, but I'm not a professional?
That's the part that's so amazing. It's a totally different tax rate schedule.
I can pay zero taxes, right?
Well, you get more write-offs, and the first $50,000 of taxable income is at 15%. Now, remember this poor doctor over here, the guy who was really smart in school and did all that extra training.
He makes the $50,000
at 35%.
Whereas I make $50,000 as a class dummy and only taxed at 15%. I mean, when you started telling me that there was the 86 Tax Reform Act, I'm going, the only person that reformed were the high-paid professionals. So, Diane, that came out actually January 1st, 1987, right? The 87 Tax Reform Act. And so what happened then, that's when real estate crashed. Remember, the reason the real estate started to go down in 87 was because what the tax law did was take away some of the big real estate deductions away from doctors, lawyers, and accountants. Is that what happened?
Oh, absolutely. Prior to that time, a lot of highly compensated professionals, such as doctors, got involved in strip malls and other businesses, and they did it totally for the fast depreciation that they got. Well, suddenly, these highly paid professionals weren't able to take those write-offs anymore. So they pulled out, and because the whole thing was based on basically a tax scheme instead of sound business, the real estate values plummeted, which pulled others down, and that's what gave this wonderful buying opportunity in 1990 and 91, a few years after all of the changes that had come about because of the 1986 Tax Reform Act.
Right. So if you remember what happened, that led to the market crash of 87. That started crashing because the savings and loans started to go out also, and the confidence went out of the market. And the reason for that was up until that time, the doctors, lawyers, accountants, engineers were using real estate as kind of a tax hedge. The 86 Act took that away from them, and all of a sudden real estate was no longer the joy of investing as people thought it was. They started to dump their real estate. Prices plummeted. And so they could no longer use, in my experience, the best investment in the world, which is real estate. We'll be going into that into a later subject. Suddenly, all these doctors, lawyers, and highly paid people had to go into paper assets, such as 401ks, IRAs, SEPs, and KIOs. But the real estate went across the quadrant to the B's and I's, some people like me, and I started to buy real estate at such a high rate of speed because I wasn't a doctor, accountant, and attorney, and the tax law still worked for me. It didn't work for the doctors and attorney. And people say, how did I become rich? It was a change in the tax law that caused the doctors and lawyers and accountants to divest themselves of all this great real estate. We started buying it on pennies on the dollar, and then it came back up again. It was one of the best buying opportunities I have ever seen. But as my rich dad was warning me, watch this tax act, watch this, it's going to come, it's going to come, it's going to hit. And what it was the rich have made the rules, which goes into the last of the dates. We have 1943, the Current Tax Payment Act. We have the 86 Act. But the real rule started in 1215, which was the signing of the Magna Carta in England. And that's when the rich B stands for barons, or the rich. They went to King John at Runnymede and say, King, you no longer make the rules. From now on, the rich make the rules. So ever since then, in my opinion, in my rich dad's opinion, the tax law has been written by the rich, the B quadrant, in their favor. So we've all heard the golden rule, which is do unto others as you have them do unto you. My rich dad said that's not the rule. The other rule I've heard is he who has a goal makes the rules. That's not the rule. My rich dad said the real golden rule is he who makes the rules keeps the gold. I'm not saying the tax laws are fair, but I am saying they're different. And if you operate from the B and the I side, the right side of the quadrant, you can use the tax laws in your favor. If you're in the E and the S side, generally the tax laws are against you. The most important thing is not about tax avoidance or tax evasion. What the B quadrant gives you is more control over when you pay your taxes and how much you pay in taxes. So let's go into a little bit of the history of taxes. I oftentimes hear people tell me that paying taxes is patriotic. And I like to say this, I don't hold it as patriotic. I hold taxes as a necessary expense of living in a civilized society. In other words, we pay taxes for things we want done, i.e. build roads or, make sure the fire department's up to code. I mean, I just had one of my apartments catch fire, and I was so grateful that we have taxes that pays for this fireman to come and put out my fire. So I really hold taxes as a necessary expense. At the same time, I still don't like paying them. At the same time, I don't think they're fair, and they're not fair. And the reason they're not fair is very simply because, in fact, the poorest people in America pay the highest percentage in taxes. And that's why I have a hard time understanding when these intellectuals tell me, well, we're going to pay taxes so we can take care of the poor. If you look at the facts, the people that pay the highest amount in taxes are the poor, percentage-wise, and the people that pay the least are the rich. So every time they say, let's raise taxes to tax the rich, they're actually taxing the poor. And that's why I don't understand the logic sometimes between these people who say taxes help the poor. It actually damages the poor. It makes the rich richer because the tax laws are written for the rich. So going back to U.S. taxes, if you remember, we had a thing called the Boston Tea Party. And the Boston Tea Party was a revolt against paying taxes without representation to Mother England. So America was not founded on a patriotic note. It was patriotic to revolt against taxes. That's how America was founded. So for about 200 years, America was fundamentally a tax-free nation. It was a tax haven. That's why people came from all over the world. They kept coming over here because this was a chance to get rich without paying taxes. Then I believe it was in 1913 we passed the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, which for the very first time made taxes legal. And we really didn't use it, but the way it was passed as legislation through the Congress of America was to tax the rich. And so everybody says, yeah, it's the old Robin Hood theory, take from the rich and give to the poor. And that's how it was sold. It was a great marketing campaign. So it goes along and nothing much happens, and they tax the rich, who are generally the rich in the E and the S quadrant, not the B and the I. That's an interesting thing if you understand the quadrants. But taxes came into its full-blown effect in 1943, as I said earlier, with the Current Tax Payment Act. And the reason it did that was we needed more money to pay for the war effort, and so they said taxes are now the patriotic duty to fight this war. Now, everybody believed that, they liked it, and all this money started to pour in out of this patriotic duty. And that's when somebody says to me, taxes are patriotic. That's where it came from. So everybody's happy and all this, and they're paying their taxes. But it was primarily the E quadrant that was paying the taxes, not the S, the B, or the I, because they still had their loopholes to run through. So meanwhile, time goes on, and in 1986, taxes started hitting 70, 80, 90%, and there was only little loopholes, oil and gas tax shelters, 4-to-1 tax write-offs, and all this stuff. It was all going on trying to avoid these onerous taxes. So everybody's laughing, and one day they passed the 86 Tax Act, which basically went after the S quadrant, because the S were the high paid. Remember when you were a kid, if you're old enough, doctors, lawyers, accountants made all the money. So finally they had all these loopholes, and the B and the I did not like that. So they said, let's not let the S's, the doctors, the lawyers, the accountants, the engineers, the architects, use the same tax loopholes the B uses. So the 86 Tax Reform Act was passed. And if you can read the code, Diana showed me the book, it says if you're an architect, if you wanted the S stands for smart guy. If you were the smart guy in school, you could no longer use the tax loopholes of the B quadrant where the C students hung out. So the B quadrant is the last remaining bastion of where you can use tax laws in your favor. And that's one of the reasons I like the B quadrant, is because it gives me the option to either be an E. Sometimes I get paid as an E. Sometimes I get paid as an S. Sometimes I get paid as a B. And sometimes I get paid an I. If you're only in the E quadrant, you have no choice. If you're a doctor, a self-employed doctor, you have no choice. So the thing I'm saying here is the tax laws aren't fair, but you can look for different ways of utilizing the tax laws in your favor. So, Diane, you told me a story once about the 86 Tax Reform Act coming out, and you're receiving it over your fax machine, and you started to read it.
Well, actually, it's kind of funny. It was in the December of that year that the act actually, we finally knew what it was. And remembering that January through April is a very busy time for CPA.
Counts, yeah.
It's a very busy time. So we start getting this pages and pages. And it was the first time we really had looked at lots of concepts, such as the difference between earned and passive and portfolio. The concepts were there, but they'd never had such tax implications. There was a major shift in how taxes were calculated. In fact, we used to call it the Accountant's Full Employment Act, because it created the need for anyone in the S to suddenly have to move and change the way they did business. And it took someone who could sit down and study all the law to do that. Unfortunately, it's now become so common, and it's only been 14 years ago, that people now think that's how it always is. And so you hear a lot of times where people say, you can't do that. And there's somebody who's thinking in the S instead of the B, and they've forgotten that it didn't change for the people in the B.
And that was a major breakthrough. Listening to my rich dad, he says, don't you see, the government actually punishes those who are in the E quadrant in some ways, but it rewards those in the B and the I quadrant. He said, if you can understand that, you'll put the government on your side. The government will be your partner in helping you minimize taxes, because the government wants you to be on the B and the I side. If you're on the E and the S side, the government writes tax code against you. And that was a major breakthrough for me. So when I hear people complaining about paying too much in taxes, generally they're E's and S's, not B's and I's, because the tax code is written for the B and the I side. Is that correct, Diane?
Well, I love when you were saying that the IRS is really on your side. And the key is the IRS is on your side if you're on the right side. And that's on the right side of the quadrants, the B and the I. In fact, the IRS forces a business owner to keep good records, and in the case of any business entity or business structure other than a sole proprietor, you actually have to do a financial statement in order to do your tax return. They're going to force you to have financial literacy, which will help your business grow.
What Diane is saying is exactly what my rich dad said to me. He says, if you can understand the IRS wants you to be successful, wants you to make a lot of money, but it's also going to force you to be a compliant business person. It's going to help you become a better business person. Number one, because you have to keep better financial records. Number two is because they want you to hire an accountant and get straight advice. And number three is because they want you to make more money. Because if you make more money, you're going to hire more people. You're going to provide the jobs that they cannot provide, or you're going to build the apartment houses to provide housing. But once I got in the real world, I started to learn that the government has people who are employees of the government, i.e. like my poor dad who worked for the government, and he had partners of the government like my rich dad. My rich dad he saw himself as a partner of the government doing what the government wanted done, i.e. provide jobs and build houses. Once I saw that, I didn't complain about the tax law anymore, and I saw it as my way of putting the IRS on my side. I still don't like paying taxes. I still don't say it's fair, but I have a different point of view on government, the IRS, taxes, and getting rich. So I'll give you one big difference. For most of the employee quadrant, the E quadrant, they earn money, they're taxed, and then they're allowed to spend what is left over from taxation. That came from the 1943 Current Tax Payment Act. What it said then was the government got paid before the employee got paid. The B quadrant is different. The B quadrant, you're allowed to earn money. You can spend legally again on expenses that help you improve your business, which make you richer. And what is left over, you're taxed on. So let's say the employee gets $1,000. The government takes 50% of it, $500. The employee then lives on $500 net. A B quadrant person can get the $1,000 and spend on such things as advertising, use of a car, more education, trips, travel to go see different properties, taking people to lunches and dinners and all this stuff, as long as the purpose is to make more money. So let's say they spend $800 in improving their wealth, and what's left over is $200. So the business owner then pays taxes on that $200 while the employee pays taxes on the $1,000. Once I understood the difference between the E and the B specifically, the lights went on for me. I realized then the government wants me to become rich. And so that's when the world started to change between the middle class thinking and rich thinking, was you have to see that the government really wants you to get rich. If you can't see that, then you'll always see his taxes as bad. So Diane has many examples. Being a CPA, she gets to see the stories of many, many, many people. And the good thing about Diane, she works primarily with very well-to-do individuals, so her stories are a little bit more interesting because they seem to have more zeros. But most of them are entrepreneurs, and they seem to be a little bit more creative. So Diane told me this great story of a guy who wanted to buy a yacht and have it be a business expense. So when you tell that story.
Yeah, this is a great story. True story. Is actually somebody back in the East Coast, and he had a very successful manufacturing company, made a lot of money. He clearly could afford $1 million yacht. He wanted to buy it and write it off in his business. But the question is now, how could we make that a legitimate business expense for a manufacturing company? And so actually, I have to tell you, this wasn't my client. It was a friend of mine's client. And this is how he dealt with the client, because he had a similar way of handling questions like that. Instead of, you can't do this, it's how can you? And he finally told the guy who kept asking him, well, you'll just have to start a business selling yachts. And the guy thought about it and he says, okay, I will, just so I can write off this expense. Now, this is different than the story we heard just a little bit ago, where people would start a business just so they could write off personal expenses. No, this man was clearly going to start a yacht-selling business.
To make a lot of money.
To make a lot of money. He had a business plan. He already had his advisors. He had a team put in place to do that. So he decided to start his business. And by the way, he could then write off this yacht because it was promotional. Well, the funny story is that just a couple of years later, he sold his manufacturing company because he made so much more money selling yachts than he ever did in the first company. So the story is, you can find a way to write it off, and it may make you very, very rich.
So going down to one simple lesson here is finally when I realized that most of my paycheck was going to the government, I started thinking about ways to minimize taxes. The next fork in the road people come to is the difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance. Evasion is illegal and avoidance is legal. So Diane, would you mind explaining the difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance? And again, I want to say this is just a program. Please seek reputable and competent advice before taking this as gospel.
Absolutely, Robert. We always want people to go seek advice for their own particular circumstance. Now, when we talk about what is tax avoidance and what is tax evasion, there are some things that people might try to do that are clearly illegal. For example, you might have a business and you're just taking money right out of the cash register and putting it in your pocket and not ringing it up. That's illegal. That's blatantly so. Or some people just don't file their tax returns. I can tell you that the IRS has a specific team right now out looking for non-filers. That is against the law. But then we get to things that might be a little more gray, and that's where it completely depends on your own circumstances. One business might have expenses that are clearly deductions. Another business might not be able to deduct the same expenses. It has to do completely with the circumstances.
Right. Diane always points out to me a lot has to do with the intent. For instance, a while ago there was a bunch of people who were saying, form this company to avoid taxes. In other words, to form a company, because you're an employee from the E quadrant, and you're forming a business in the B quadrant for the purpose of avoiding taxes is evasion. Is that true?
Yes, Robert, that is clearly illegal. And the difference is that people were starting a business, well, I'm saying business with quotations around it, because it was a business just because they wanted to write off personal expenses. There was no business intent. Again, that point is, what is the intent of what you're doing?
And if you form a business because you want to make money and you happen to have expenses, then that becomes the avoidance category. Would you say that's true?
And that is clearly legal with sound advice.
Right, because the intent was to form a business to make money. If anybody comes up to you, say, form a business so you can take off business deductions, that's evasion or bordering on evasion. So I want to be clear that it can look the same, sound the same, but have two different complete meanings. Today, when I form a business, I take Diane's advice. I form a business solely for one purpose, that is to make money. It doesn't mean I always make money. I may lose money, but I'm still allowed to deduct my expenses. Is that true?
Yes. And again, it completely depends on your circumstances. In Robert's case, each of his businesses clearly have a purpose. Some of them work really well, some of them don't.
So after I got the sticker shock of looking at my paycheck and seeing how much money was going out to taxes, I finally learned the lesson. I went to see my rich dad, and he says, "Why are you doing it this way?" And I said, "Well, the government has all these rules to make me pay more in taxes." He says, "Don't listen to what your friends tell you." He had me go to his accountant's office, break out the tax book, and actually look through the tax book. When I read the IRS tax code, I didn't read the whole thing because there's millions of pages probably, I realized that the IRS is telling me how to minimize my taxes. It's not about laws. It's actually giving me guidelines how to minimize my taxes. That's when I started to get smarter. My rich dad then said, if you're in the E quadrant, there's nothing you can do. You'll be taxed. The government gets this money before you do. If you work in the S quadrant, there's some things you can do. The B has the most, and the I has some more other ones. That's when I started to get smarter. I started to learn the lessons that depending upon the quadrant, I could apply different parts of the Internal Revenue Code to the types of income and business activity I was doing. I realized at this time that the government was on my side. We're now going on to Pillar 3, the subject of taxes. Now, I know most people don't like taxes, and what I had to do in order to become wealthy or rich was to know how taxes are good and why there's an advantage to them. So before doing that, I'd like to tell you my story about learning about taxes. And it's a story that most of us have learned, but sometimes we haven't got the lesson yet. My rich dad often talked about taxes. He said it was your largest single expense in your lifetime. But as we all know, sometimes we listen to our adults or our parents, but we really don't get the lesson. It was only until after I started working at the Xerox Corporation, it was after I left the Marine Corps, and I really started to make some big money, per se, in those days. And the checks started coming in. I get my bonus checks and my sales incentive checks. Anytime I looked at it, I looked down there and there would be no money left. In other words, I was making a lot of money, but the government was taking even more than 50% in those days. And I didn't really get the lessons. I went to see my rich dad, and he says, I've been telling you this all along. There's 3 types of income: earned, passive, and portfolio. And right now you're doing what most of the middle class does, is work really hard for earned income. And no matter how much you make, the government's always going to get their money before you do. And that's why you don't need a CPA like Diane, because there's nothing a CPA can do for you because the government's already taken it. And so that's when the learning started to take place. I knew all the answers, but now the learning started to take place when you see it in your paycheck. And I'm going, holy moly. And he says, if you keep working harder, if you get a pay raise, guess what? The government gets a pay raise. If you become salesman of the year, salesman of the century, and you get this huge bonus, the government's still going to get its share of it before you do. Have you learned your lesson yet? So here I'm in my late 20s, and I'm finally beginning to understand or learn the lesson. As Rich Dad said, you got to start building assets. So that's when I went and took a real estate class. So my rich dad said, take that class because you'll learn how to work for passive income. So that's why I took that class, and I went out, and during my spare time while working for the Xerox Corporation, I'd go out and invest in real estate because I was going to work for passive income, not earned income. It was a less taxed type of income. Passive income can get down to tax deferred, sometimes zero tax basis if you know what you're doing. So before going into the subject of taxes, I'd like to say this much. It's a very hot, volatile subject. Most people don't like it. What I'm going to try and do is show you why taxes are good. But in doing that, I also want to let you know that nothing I recommend here should you take as gospel from me, because I am not a tax accountant, I'm not a tax attorney, and I'm not an expert at it. Taxes can be legal and illegal. You can do it one way, it'll be legal. do another way, it'll be illegal. So please hear me. I do not recommend doing anything without sound advice from a qualified and reputable tax accountant or tax attorney. I want to say that up front here, because what I could be saying could in one situation be legal, but another section be illegal. So please do not take my advice. Just learn the lessons that I'm about to put forth to you. So going back to the importance of accounting is fundamentally just to read the numbers and see what story the numbers are trying to tell you. And it has nothing to do with how much money you make. For instance, the cash flow pattern of a poor person is very simply somebody who spends as much as they make. So you could be making, let's say, $10,000 a year, and you spend $10,000 a year, you're a poor person. But just add another zero to that, the person could be making, let's say, $100,000 a year and spending $100,000 a year. You're still a poor person regardless of how much money you make. It's in the cash flow pattern. So I think my rich dad taught me to read was the pattern of the spending, income in, expense out. Which way is it going? A middle-class person is oftentimes somebody the bankers like because they're a good credit risk. In other words, they're a good, stable job and all this stuff. So a middle-class person, let's say, makes $10,000 a year, but because they have a stable job, the banker will let them buy a car or a house. They have now accrued a long-term liability. Now their net worth may go up, but the cash flow pattern is still income in, and expense going out is due to long-term liabilities. That is a middle-class person. So they're buying things the middle class believes are assets, but they're really liabilities because the cash is still flowing out the back door, the expense column. And a rich person will have income that comes from the asset column, which is asset to income, and that is the cash flow pattern of a rich person. And that goes back again to what kind of income do you have? Earned, passive, or portfolio. So when I read a financial statement, I'm not looking for how much they're making. I'm looking at from where is that money coming from, what type of income is it, and how are they spending their money? Is it good expenses, good liabilities, bad liabilities? And that's what my rich dad taught me about accounting. Accounting, or the numbers, tell me a story. Diane, you must see thousands of cases of people, they're making different amounts of money, but each has a different story to tell. Would you say that's true?
Absolutely. In fact, we have the example of Max in the program material on page 2-37. And you can see he makes $36,000 a year. Now, that's a good salary. A lot of people say, oh, he's doing okay. He's just 27 years old. He's doing great. He's not doing great. When you look at the financial statement, you can really see what's going on. In fact, if you look carefully, you'll see that he's underpaying his taxes every month just so he has enough cash flow to pay his bills. Well, that's beyond what Robert will call redlining. By the way, redlining is just like when you run a car and the RPMs are going too much. Well,
that's where if you have $1,000 of income, you have $1,000 of expense, you're at redline. In other words, you cannot afford any more expense because the engine blows up.
Right. Max is doing worse than redlining. He's borrowing from the government in his taxes against this future date of when he's going to have to pay the taxes. And this is, by the way, the person is fictitious, but I've seen this. I have seen people who will change withholding or borrow continually on their credit cards, trying to put off the day when it's the day of judgment, and somehow fool themselves because they have a great car, they've got a great apartment or a house, and everything's okay. It's not.
They look good. They have a nice big house. They have 2 or 3 cars, kids in private school. She has a high-paying job. He has a high-paying job. And everybody says, oh, they're so affluent. But really, they're worse off many times than a poor person who just, earns and spends. These people are earning and accruing tremendous liability, which makes them more and more unstable financially. You see a lot of that, don't you?
Yes, I do. And the whole secret to this, to reading this, is not to look at how many zeros are behind the numbers. It's to look at what is the pattern. As they get more money, as they get more income, do they increase debt or are they buying assets? You can read the future. Not only is your financial statement a report card, it's really a crystal ball.
That's correct. Diane tells me some funny stories without mentioning their names because that would be against her professional code. But she says something to me because we've all seen lottery winners who they win the lottery and then 3 years later they're broke because they went and just partied with all their friends. They bought huge, big houses on credit, big boats on credit, nice cars on credit, and they look good on their financial statement. The banker says your net worth is really strong, but in reality they're hemorrhaging financially because they've really bought liabilities, which is long-term debt, and then they don't have the source of income called the lottery winning to consistently feed that long-term liability. But you've also seen rich people suddenly get rich, right? And they go crazy themselves. You work with real estate developers, and you can tell just before they're going to go broke, they do three things. What are those three things?
Well, they usually will buy a plane, get flight lessons. They go on a safari, and they suddenly get a younger wife or girlfriend. And I've always said you see those same three red flags just before somebody's going under. Now, that's kind of funny, but the point is that people suddenly lose sight of what got them where they are.
Well, the reason I say this is because if you actually follow what this program is telling you to do, don't let it go to your head, because suddenly if you've had all this pent-up spending demand built up inside of you, and suddenly you get that $100,000 check and all reasonable consciousness goes out the window and you find yourself buying the new BMW or Ferrari or something, check yourself. That's what the accounting statement is there for. Check with your advisors. Do something before you start spending and accruing all these large debts. Because the reason I know that so well was I became very rich in my 20s. And it was really a good time. I enjoyed it a lot. But the first thing the three of us did when we made a lot of money, we were millionaires in our 20s, we all went and bought new Mercedes. And that was the end of the company. I've seen it so many times. So the one thing good about age and pain and misery and learning is that hopefully we get wiser along the way. So even though I'm presently in my 50s, I have the same urges everybody else has. The other day, I came into a windfall amount of money, and suddenly I found myself at the Ferrari dealer looking at a $250,000 Ferrari. So even though I'm 50 years old, I'm not any more emotionally more intelligent than I was when I was 20. The difference is I now have a financial statement I need to look at. So I was looking at that Ferrari and I said, I'd love to have it. I would look good. I could be flashing around the streets. But today I'm a little bit smarter. Instead of putting the $250,000 down on a Ferrari, instead I'll go look for an apartment building or an office building or another company to buy first. And then after I buy the true asset, I'll let that asset buy that Ferrari. And that's what age, wisdom, education, and learning. Learning is sometimes you get it pounded into my head several times before I get the lesson. I just want to let you know the urge to spend is still there. It's just that little education, a little learning has taught me to temper how I spend my money. Some people say, where do you start learning accounting? Start with your own financial statement. Included in this program is a sample financial statement. Take the time, sit down, fill it out. Even if it is embarrassing and you don't like it, that's where you start. After you've done that, find somebody who's fairly good, somebody who's very smart, hopefully much smarter than you, and actually show it to them. Sit down with them. Ask them what they think. What can you do? Keep asking advice. What my poor dad did, he never kept a financial statement, so he had nothing to look at. So my poor dad lived in this world that if he just worked harder and made more money, his financial problems would go away. And that's what he did. He worked harder, he made more money, but his financial problems got worse. So it starts with managing your own financial statement and getting educated. That's how you start learning about accounting. So completing the basics of accounting, as I said, there's good income, bad income, good expenses, bad expenses. There's good assets and bad assets. We'll be going into that in a later subject. But what I mean by a bad asset is an asset where you're not making enough money. In other words, the asset is tying up so much money, but it's not giving you a high enough return. The average person, the middle class person, is buying what I call bad assets or slow assets. They're still assets, but they're not making you rich quick enough. And we'll be going into that in the future. When it comes to liabilities, there's good liabilities and bad liabilities. In other words, there's good debt and bad debt. And I'll be going into that a lot in the real estate section. For example, I am deeply in debt, but it's debt that makes me rich. The average middle-class person is deeply in debt, but they're in debt that makes them poor. So going back to the basics of accounting, please know there's income, expense, assets, liabilities, and there's good and bad in each of it. So once you understand how to read a financial statement, the next thing you need to realize is that a banker will read your financial statement differently than my rich dad would read a financial statement. In other words, depending on your point of view, rich, poor, middle class, you'll read a financial statement differently. For example, When you show your banker your financial statement, they look at your net worth. While my rich dad would not look at net worth, he wants to look at cash flow. Yet your banker will allow you to count your speedboat. Let's say you paid $10,000 for your speedboat. You put $5,000 down, and you're carrying $5,000 in liability. Your banker will allow you to count the $5,000 you put down as part of your equity in that. My rich dad would not allow me to do that. He would measure strictly by how much money or cash was flowing into my pocket because of that boat. Now, technically, the boat is an asset. In other words, let's say you paid $10,000 for it. You could sell it for $5,000, so it still has some retained value to it. The trouble is, at that moment, it's not putting any money in your pocket. So if it's of value, i.e. like a boat or your golf clubs, there's some value to it. You could take it to a swap meet and you could sell your golf clubs there. It has some value to it. So if it has some value but is not putting any money in your pocket, the technical term for something like that is called a doodad. And what reason most people go broke is they spend all their lives buying doodads that their banker allows them to count as an asset. And that's why they're in the middle class.
And to reconcile those two conflicting opinions, that is between Rich Dad's definition and the banker's definition, you'll see in the financial statement that we actually show doodads. You can list the speedboat, you can list your personal house, you can put your car in there, and you'll see a total given there. And from that total, you can come up with the banker's version of your assets and your net worth. But take the time to also do Rich Dad's version, because that's the distinction. That difference can make you rich.
As my rich dad said, he loved his banker a lot, but he never met too many rich bankers. And my wife, Kim, always calls me Imelda Marcos because I love doodads. I mean, I love shopping. I have 2 gold Rolex watches, and I want a 3rd one. And my banker would allow me to count my gold Rolexes as assets. But the fact is, when I look at it from my rich dad's point of view, those are doodads. You look at the big diamond rings or your jewelry, you can count those as assets. And your banker would say, your net worth is very high. But my rich dad would still call them what? Doodads. So the average middle-class person thinks that a high-paying job is a ticket to success. And what I'm saying right now is that's 50% money. It's really hard to get rich on earned income, or what I call bad income. If you want to get rich, you need passive income and portfolio income, which is income from true assets. That's one thing. The other thing the middle class thinks is that expenses are bad. So what most people are trying to do is high income and cut down expenses. If you want to be rich, you have to know there's good expenses and bad expenses. And one of the best expenses you can expense to get rich on is what you're doing right now, which is some education. I consider that very, very good expense. The other expense I think is good expense is hiring good advisors. I mean, I love paying Diane. I love being around her because each time I'm around her, I learn more. And I'm happy to pay her the money because what she teaches me, I can leverage out and make more and more money with. I consider that very good expense. The reason I bring this up, the average middle-class person, the first thing they try and do when they want to get rich is they want to work harder for earned income and they want to cut down their expenses. You don't get rich that way. That is almost suicidal. That's not the way to do it. If you want to get rich, you have to know what kind of income you're earning and what you're spending your money on. So, Diane, another type of good expense is an expense if you're a B, S, or I that allows you to grow your business. For instance, from the I quadrant, a lot of times I'll travel to another city, which is an expense. The government lets me write off, but I'm actually going there to look at real estate, which will make me richer. That's a good expense. Would you say that's true?
Absolutely. You're expanding your horizons. By the way, with a business, the education is also a legitimate business deduction. I know in your case, Robert, you have business investments all over the world. So when you travel, you're looking at new business investments.
So my hotel room, my meals, my travel, those are all expenses that most people are not allowed to deduct. Is that correct?
Right. And in your case, it's clearly a legitimate business deduction because we have a proven track history of you getting involved in these kinds of investments.
That's correct. The other part about it is being a B quadrant or business owner, I can hold my board meetings in different parts of the world, And those are also our legitimate business expenses because I've got to bring my team of advisors. We need to get away from the humdrum of work, and we sit down in these beautiful exotic places and we relax and we discuss and we plan so we can make more money next year. The government allows the B quadrant to do that. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, we're going to cover more of that in the next pillar under tax. However, the point now is by having the right advisors, they can help you make those distinctions between good expenses and bad expenses.
And all those distinctions are part of your learning. So in 1979, when I lost everything and my rich dad was yelling at me about not knowing how to read a financial statement, and I had to sit down, he says, start with your own financial statement. Practice, learn it, manage it. Actually be accountable for it. Sit down and show somebody your financial statement so you're embarrassed to say, how can you be so smart but be so stupid financially? And I'd sit there and all this. But the reason you want to manage first your own financial statement is because once you can do that, you can manage multiple financial statements. For instance, today my wife Kim and I have about 7 different financial statements because we have different companies going all the time. If you cannot manage one, you cannot manage 7. So start with your own, and once you become very good at that, you can get richer because then you can manage 1 or 2, 3 of the businesses, different pieces of real estate, other investments. So one financial statement managed well can lead to many financial statements managed well. But if you cannot manage your own, don't try and manage somebody else's. The word accounting, my rich dad used to say to me, it holds you accountable. There's another part that I want to bring up. Difference between the middle class and the rich and the poor and the rich and all this. Many people think an audit is bad. In other words, I was in USA Today and they said, when the person says, well, if you do that, that'll spark an audit. In other words, so many people are in fear of an audit. And that's what I consider a very middle class or a pedestrian way of looking at audits. Audits are good. The reason my poor dad died poor was that, he was a straight A student. And, even in school, you look at your grades on a quarterly basis. But when he left school, he never looked at his financial statement on a quarterly basis. In other words, he never audited himself. He never held himself accountable. My wife, Kim, she has our books audited twice a month. That holds us accountable to what our money is doing so we can make, quicker, faster corrections rather than waiting 25 years to find out we went broke 40 years ago, whatever it is. So accounting means being accountable, and the way you become accountable is audited. Have a bookkeeper or an accountant go over your numbers and learn. That's how you learn. You say, well, you spent money foolishly here, you should move it here. Your bottom line's not this. Because most people, or many people who are not financially successful, they live in dreamland when it comes to the numbers. Well, my house is an asset. My investments are doing really well, but they're not really doing anything for the bottom line. And so they're not accountable, they're dreamers.
And just like you said, Robert, it's not how much money you make, it's how much you keep. I see lots of times where people want to just say, I don't have time to do my financial statements, I just need to make more money. More money would be the answer. And yet the sad truth is that we often hear on the news where people become lottery winners only a year or two later to be bankrupt. More money usually is not the answer.
Right. If you're having troubles on your financial statements because you mismanage your money, making more money will only make the problem worse. That's what my rich dad used to say, money doesn't make you rich. Money has the power to make you rich as well as poor. And if you want to get rich, you do need a basic financial statement, income, expense, assets, liability, and get audited. Find somebody like Diane, somebody who's competent with managing money, and on a monthly basis sit down and say, this is what we spent our money on. Be accountable and get audited. That's about what you really need to know about accounting.
Right. And because this is the Learn It section, if you go to a CPA and you say, I want to have my financial statements audited, that will actually mean a specific thing to a CPA that you may not actually be wanting.
Or need.
Exactly. So generally what you probably want is you want to have your financial statement analyzed. You want to have the different items explained so you can start to learn how the cash flow moves. In Robert's case, he has his business audited in the true financial statement audit term that a CPA would use, but for totally different purposes. Again, it's vocabulary. Learn the financial words and make sure you know what you want, where you are, and what the true definition is.
Right. If you're truly going to choose to be rich, hire a bookkeeper if you don't want to do it. Make it a discipline to sit down and keep track of how you spend money. Where is it going? And then have somebody like Diane sit down with you, somebody outside who's not emotionally attached to your money, because money is a very emotional subject. So sit down with somebody who doesn't care what you do with your money, who can be objective and say, well, if you keep doing this, you'll go broke. If you keep doing this, you'll get rich. Get out of dreamland. Sit down and look at it. It'll be the best learning experience you can have. If you do it on a regular basis after a year, trust me, your whole reality will change. You'll move your money differently. You'll start thinking differently, and you'll be held accountable to where you are today and where you want to be tomorrow. So I'd like to go into assets, and that's a subject of much confusion because in Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I said fundamentally an asset is something that puts money in your pocket regardless if you work or not. And a liability is something that takes money from your pocket. Going one step further, my rich dad said, an asset is something that feeds you if you have no money, and a liability is something that eats you if you have no money. So with that, there's three basic types of assets. One is a business that you build, and not an S business, a B business, so that I can walk away from the business if I'm a B quadrant person, and the money will keep coming in regardless if I'm there or not. That's an asset. The other type of asset is real estate, and that comes from buildings or land and things like that. And the third type of asset is paper, stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. Again, that equates back to the three types of income: earned income, which is income from your job or from the business, passive income, which is income from real estate, and portfolio income, which is income from stocks, bonds, and mutual fund. Each one is different, and each one has a different tax rate attached to it. The reason my rich dad said build businesses and buy real estate was very simply because I got the most money and paid the least amount in taxes, and my wealth kept going up. If you say to a child, go to school and get a job, that child will constantly work for 50% money. And the worst part about it is they're working but not building an asset. The reason you know it's not an asset is because you can't will that job onto your child. Whereas if I have a piece of real estate, I can pass that on to my children or my heirs. And that's the differences. So, Diane, one of the biggest pieces of controversy that I got into since Rich Dad, Poor Dad is many people still want to argue, yes, I know what you say about my house, but my house is an asset. You say it's not, but I know it's an asset because it goes up in value, my net worth goes up, and when I sell it, I make more money. What do you have to say about that?
Well, that's a great point. I hear the same thing. And the fact is that people have that on their balance sheet when they go to the bank to get a loan. And the banker will view that as an asset. Of course, we have some question on whose asset it really is when the banker gets a loan and puts money in his pocket. But the fact is that there is some value there. Now, that value could actually become an asset if you sell it and you take that money and buy something else that puts money in your pocket.
Or you rent it out.
Or you could rent it out, or you could do a bed and breakfast, or lots of different things you could do with a piece of real estate.
I think the big point that we're getting at here is that accounting is fundamentally the definition of the words, the vocabulary. And if you start slurring the definition, saying, well, sometimes this is an asset and sometimes it's not, then you get in trouble. So the big point, the reason my rich dad said what defines an asset is cash flow, then you're not making any questions. I'm not saying don't buy a big, nice house. I have a big, nice house. I love it. I just don't call it an asset. I mean, every month I got to get up and feed that big house. If I don't feed it, the government takes it away from me. And when people say to me, oh, well, I don't have a mortgage on my house, is it now an asset? It's still not your house because if you don't pay the real estate taxes on it or the upkeep or the fuel, you lose your house anyway. So the point I'm saying here is that be clear in the definition. Be sure when something's an asset or a liability. A house can be either an asset or a liability, same as a car. If I buy a car and I use it as a taxi and my income is greater than my total operating expenses, that car is an asset. But if I drive that car and it's costing me money, then that car is a liability. If I buy a boat and I use it for commercial purposes and I'm making money at it, then it's an asset. But if I buy a boat just for me to wheel around and look good on the weekends, that boat is a liability. So the point I'm making here is just be clear on the definitions. Would you agree with that?
Yes. And in fact, I wanted to add something too, Robert. One of the things I learned from you about accounting is that the key word in accounting is accountability.
That's
and
right.
I think people get disturbed when they hear, well, my house isn't an asset, my beautiful BMW isn't an asset. Well, that becomes difficult, and it's hard to be accountable to what truly is the definition.
I said earlier, The financial statement was the basic, this income, expense, assets, and liability. If you know that, you know a lot more than the average person. I had a hard time in school. I flunked twice because I couldn't write. I did eventually graduate. And I remember being 15 years old and flunking out of school, everybody saying to me, well, your life is ruined. You'll never be successful. You can't go to a good school because your grades are so bad. I remember being 15 years old, believing all that stuff. My rich dad said, good grades are important in school, but in real life, he says, my banker has never once asked me for my report card. The reason your financial statement is so important as an adult is because it is your report card. For instance, my poor dad kept saying to me, go to school and get a high-paying job. How much you make was so important. My rich dad said the reason accounting is so important is because it's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep, how much hits the bottom line in your asset column. That is the most important thing. So you can work for McDonald's and still become extremely wealthy if you manage your money very well. I said earlier about good income and bad income. The reason you want to know the difference between good income and bad income is because of tax differences. We'll be going into taxes later. But income from a job is generally considered 50% money, which means 50% of all you make is always taken by the government first. So it's hard to keep your money when the government is taking 50% of it. That's called earned income. There's three types of income: earned income, passive income, and portfolio income. This is what Diane has taught me over the years, reinforcing my rich dad's lessons to me. Passive income is income from real estate, generally. The reason passive income is so important is it is the least taxed income, which means you can keep most of it. That's good income. And portfolio income is income that comes from paper assets in general, which is stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. Portfolio income is generally called 20% money, which means that for every $1,000 you make, the government only keeps 20% of it. So let's go over those three incomes again. There's earned, portfolio, and passive.
And actually, the largest distinction is that the first type, earned, means you work for your money. If you don't show up for your job, you don't get paid. If you're working as a self-employed person, you have your own business, quote unquote, but what that business really is you showing up every day, then again, it's earned income. Passive and portfolio are other assets giving you money. For example, in passive income, it's the business or real estate paying you. Portfolio is the paper assets. Both of those types of income are the kind that we constantly are looking at ways to increase.
So my rich dad said build assets, don't look for a high-paying job. The reason he says build assets from the asset column is because he wanted me to earn passive income and portfolio income. Those are the three types of income. So not all incomes are equal. There's one more thing about earned income from the employee quadrant. The worst part about that for me is, as I said, you do not need an accountant. Isn't that true, Diane?
Absolutely. There's nothing an accountant or a tax planner can do to help someone who's an employee.
Why is that?
Well, they have no tax planning ability. They have no real need for that. And the danger of all of that is they never increase their financial literacy.
That's the biggest part I want to bring up. Because I operate primarily from the B and the I quadrant, I need people like Diane around me. So when I get into trouble, even though I didn't do well in accounting class, I still know the basic knowledge, income, expense, asset, liability. I can sit down with Diane, and as we go along, she's educating me as we go through the process, and it's more exciting because it's my money this time. It's not textbook money. The point here is this. If you're only an employee from the E quadrant and you wanted to hire Diane, you'd have to hire her with after-tax dollars. That means after the government took its 50%, you would have to then hire Diane with money that was left over, after-tax dollars. But because I'm in the B and the I quadrant, the government lets me deduct Diane's expenses, what I pay her, as a tax expense, right?
Exactly. And there's even one larger distinction on that. When Robert comes to me, he's coming from the B and the I quadrant. He's coming with real-life examples. He's got real financial statements that we sit down and talk about. Unfortunately, if an employee hires a CPA to try to get their financial literacy increased, they're still just dealing in what-if and theory. It's not real yet.
That's correct. When I talk to Diane, I sit down with it. She charges me X number of dollars per hour. And the good thing about it, it's pre-tax dollars. The second part about it is real life, and I pay her a few dollars, but she can save me literally hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. But the best part about it is, being this is the Learn It section, I learn more by sitting down and having to deal with my money that the government's trying to take from me, and I'm doing my best legally to minimize how much I pay the government. That's how I got smart. I didn't get smart sitting in accounting class. When people say, how did I learn things? It wasn't from school. I learned it from real life, having to learn something because I needed to learn it, and getting good advisors around me. So with that, I'd like to introduce Diane Kennedy, who is my current advisor. She's also one of my best friends. But in my experience, she's not only bright, very, very bright, but she's very aggressive on taxes. And I think one of the lessons you have to learn is you best have an accountant that matches your style and understands you well. Because my first few accountants were like mice. I said, I want to try this. And they would get so frightened. They said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. I went back to my rich dad and he says, don't hire an accountant who tells you why you can't do something. You want an accountant that will tell you how you can do it and give you the ramifications. Like if you do that, you'll go to jail. If you do that, you'll make a lot of money. At least you can make up your own mind, but don't have an accountant tell you what you can or cannot do. The accountant's supposed to advise you, and you have to make up your own mind. Isn't that true, Diane?
Absolutely, Robert. Thank you. Really, an accountant is an advisor. We are in business to educate and also empower our clients in making good financial decisions.
Right. You don't give me too many answers. You actually give me more choices. Well, try it this way, we try it this way, but these are the consequences for doing things. And that's how I learned so much from you.
Right. And we also don't want to sit and start talking about debits and credits. When you told that story at the beginning of going to an accounting class, I sometimes run into people like that who are excited. They want to learn about finances. And so then they go enroll in a class. But truly what it is you need to learn the vocabulary and learn how to read a financial statement. Not necessarily the how-to unless you want to go be an accountant.
That's correct. What Diane just said was really important. I was helping this young woman who's in accounting class right now, and she says, I did terribly in math. When I looked at what she was learning, she's not terrible in math. She didn't understand the vocabulary. Accountancy is basically addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It's not higher math. What really confuses a person is accounting and why you do debits and credits and all those other goofy things, which I could not learn in school. But when it was my financial statement, I really learned a lot. There's income, expense, asset, and liability. It is the basis of financial literacy. That's what you need to know. You need to know there's good income and bad income, good expenses and bad expenses, good assets, good liabilities, and bad liabilities. But you need to know the basic definitions of them, and it's not that hard once you understand that.
And it's also the vocabulary. We just talked about some of the concepts, the good income and the bad income, but there's more words that go along with that, and we're going to be going through those. The problem is that many people get their education from just mass media about what accounting is, and it gets distorted in that.
And accounting is a very in-depth subject. There's special types, there's forensic accounting, which goes in and finds out why the company went broke. I learned a lot from forensic accounting because it was my company that went broke. I had to go dig out and find out where we made our mistakes. It was a really good process to learn.
Great. In that same process, you also learned how to read the story of a financial statement. I know that's given you the ability to look at other people's financial statements and decide whether it's a good investment or not.
Right. Reading a financial statement is fundamental to investing. For instance, if I want to find out whether a business is a good investment, I'll look at the financials. I want to look at a stock market or a stock play, I'll ask for the company's financials. If I look at a piece of real estate, I'll look for the financials. So it's income, expense, assets, and liabilities. Keep it simple, but it's the basis.
And actually, this whole concept is very simple, but there's so many applications for this. For example, we're going to show you how to do a financial statement later in the Do It section, and it will be a financial statement for you. But also, as you learn these principles, it's going to help you read others' financial statements. You'll learn what are good investments. The same basic principles, the same vocabulary apply.
So now we're going into pillar number 2, called the basics of accounting. I'd like to give you a quick story about accounting. I remember talking to my rich dad, and he says, if you want to be a good business person, entrepreneur, you have to learn accounting as well as sales, which we'll also be going into. When I got out of the Marine Corps, I went to work for Xerox because I had to learn how to sell. And selling isn't talking. Selling is really overcoming fear of rejection, objections, all those things you go through in the selling process. So once I got to be pretty good at learning how to sell, he says, now you have to learn accounting. I went, oh my goodness, So I still remember signing up for night school at the University of Hawaii, going to take accounting classes. And I sat there, and I knew it was time to quit when I looked down at my accounting notes, and they were all blurred. And the reason my accounting notes were all blurred was because I had fallen asleep and I had drooled all over my notes, and they were just a complete blur. And it was the most boring class I had ever taken. I mean, it was horrible. I could not imagine a more horrible course. And so I went back to my rich dad, and he says, just stick it out. So I stuck it out, and I really didn't learn that much. He says, don't worry, because that's education, and your real learning will come when you get into the real world. So when I got into the real world with my nylon wallet business and all this, I came up into the real world of accounting. It's really surprising that when you need to learn something, how much you learn it rather than having to learn. I went broke in the nylon wallet business, even though I was making millions of dollars. I went broke, and I went to sit with my rich dad, and he looked at me and he says, I told you, I told you, I told you. You cannot read the numbers, can you? I said, no, I can't. He says, that's your most important lesson. It's not about getting educated. It's not about any of that stuff. All the numbers do is tell you a story. I've been telling you this all your life. But if you cannot read a financial statement, you cannot read the story. My rich dad looked at the numbers, and he saw that my business partner was stealing from us. And he saw it in a split second, whereas I couldn't see it because I was looking at debits and credits and income expense and all this stuff. Whereas my rich dad could see the story. He says, this money here, where did it go to? This money here, where did it go to? And I really didn't have the answer because I was stuck in the formal accounting rather than the story the numbers were trying to tell me. So again, if you don't understand the basics of accounting, please don't worry about it. When you need to know, you'll learn it. And it's not that tough, but it's really hard to learn if you're just trying to learn it from a textbook. Well, the most important lessons I learned, going back to the E, the S, the B, and the I, is that my rich dad said, if you're an employee, you don't need an accountant. And I didn't understand why. And the reason why is because we'll be going to tax this later, but an employee doesn't need an accountant, even no matter how much money you make, very simply because the tax laws don't let you use one anyway. The reason I mention that is because needing an accountant, because I'm in the S, the B, or the I, is the best education I can get. My best teachers are my advisors, be it my attorney, my accountants, my stockbrokers, my real estate brokers. That's how I learned so much. So the last thing about money as we know it being fiat currency is fundamentally the confidence you have in the government backing the currency. So people can see it from both sides. The reason you want to look at everything from both ways, up and down, is right now in Australia and New Zealand, their dollars are so weak. It really damaged. I feel sorry because I love Australia and New Zealand. It really hurts the Australians and New Zealanders because it takes more of their dollars to come to America to maintain the same standard of living. That's the bad side. If you remain neutral, you'll see the good side of it. Being that the U.S. dollar is strong, I go back into New Zealand and Australia, and that's when I begin to invest. Some people say it's not fair, but I consider it just part of being financially literate, understanding that for every up and every down, there's always a good and there's always a bad. The reason you want to be financially literate is to be good when it's good and be better when it's bad. The more you understand the economics of booms and busts, the better financially literate you are. The more you understand investing and things like that, the more neutral emotionally you will become. And the more emotionally neutral you are, not caring if things go up or down, the better investor you will become because you'll be able to look at opportunities with a neutral eye, knowing that all investments are good as well as bad. Every investment has a strength as well as a weakness. Every investment has an up as well as a down. When you can be neutral, your wealth can go up. Another thing that affects the economy is interest rates. As we all know, that when the interest rates go below 5 or 6%, people start buying houses again. When they start buying, everybody gets excited. And housing is a very big, what they call indicator, because housing requires lumber, TVs, refrigerators, stoves, labor. Housing is a very big engine, so lower interest rates, economy booms again. But what happens is when it booms, then inflation sets in. And as we know, the Fed will then do something to manage it. And if he raises interest rates, Stock markets generally go down, and housing again starts to stop. So they try and control it via interest rates. The thing I want to say about interest rates is this. There's more to the economy than just interest rates. For example, for those who are old enough to remember the 1970s, remember interest rates hit 20-something, 28% and all this. And what was happening at the same time was housing prices were going through the roof in spite of interest rates. In other words, as interest rates went up, everybody thought the price of housing should come down, but they didn't. They just kept going up. The reason the price of housing kept going up was because the baby boomers, 75 million of them, were now leaving college. And for the very first time, they were buying their starter homes. So suddenly there was a supply and demand issue, which is what the economy is made of. There was so much demand for new housing that even though interest rates were high, people were still buying them. Like my dad bought his home in 1967, I think, for $55,000, and this was Hawaii back then. He got an offer for $1.6 million for that same house, just because there was so much demand, plus the Japanese were coming into Hawaii at that time. And I asked my dad, why didn't he sell? $1.6 million, you can do, especially in the 60s, you could have done a lot with it. But he said, I'd have no place to move to. And that's how economy also affects you because, prices may go up for your house, but then if you move out, you still have to go spend as much money to move someplace else. And that was what was happening back in those days. So the price of housing went up in spite of high interest rates, and they kept raising the interest rates to try and slow it down, but it was supply and demand. Baby boomers wanted their houses. I made a lot of money just speculating in housing in those days. Back in the late 1990s, we know it was internet stocks. Everybody thought that was a new boom, and people got into it, and that went bust also, as it should. But the next thing that's happening, a lot of people are now saying, I buy real estate. The real estate market has now split. And the reason it's split is there's two kinds of people. The people that are making a lot of money are people who are buying $1 million to $5 million houses. The reason for that is that baby boomers, the affluent ones, have now made so much money they can afford to move to $1 million to $5 million house. In fact, that is where the growth is right now. That is the big boom market. All the houses that were like 300,000 down to 100,000, they're not doing that well, again, because of supply and demand. There's not as many babies from the baby boomers to buy those houses. So the prices of, let's say, the starter houses to medium houses are languishing. But the property that's going up in value are low-income rental properties. The reason low-income properties are going up so much is very simply because there's still a supply and demand issue. There's many people, because the price of housing has gone up over all these years, people who are making, let's say, less than $30,000 a year cannot afford to buy a house. They can't afford to rent, a nice apartment. So while there's huge demand for rental properties under, let's say, $600 a month rent. And if you have one of those properties, people just line up for them. And they're very, very good investments right now. So that's how economy affects you, is more than just interest rates. It's just more than money. It's supply and demand, ages, demographics of people moving around you. So that's the reason I manage my money as closely as I can, because I have to be able to do well in up markets and also do very well in down markets. The more you're able to understand the fundamentals of economy, riding up markets and down markets, you're neutral. You're not as afraid. You're not hoping the market stays up or not afraid of it coming down. You don't really care, because either way you'll do well. And that is the basics of how economics affects financial literacy. We're now going into the 5 pillars of financial literacy. Pillar number 1 is the basic understanding of a word called economics. And now I know some people fall asleep at that subject and all this, but if you're going out, going to work, buying a house, buying a car, shopping, you're part of the economy and understanding economics. The primary reason a person would like to understand economics is so that you're not as afraid of the ups and downs of the economy. Because economics is really a boom and bust cycle. Things go up and things come down. It's no big deal. The more you can understand about basic economics, the more calm you'll be, the more neutral. The word is neutral. So you're not afraid of booms and busts. In fact, the rich really get much richer during times of busts, and the middle class actually get wiped out during times of busts. So the more you understand, the more able you are to handle your own personal economy and fit into the global economy. So if I give you a little of my background, I didn't do that well in school, but I didn't find school very interesting. The 2 subjects I really did like, I loved history. and I loved economics. And the more I studied world history, I realized world history was really a study of economics. For instance, when you studied about Columbus, Columbus wasn't in search of America. Columbus was in search of a faster trade route to the Far East, to India. So Columbus was really, part of the economic cycle. At that point, they needed to expand the trade routes. So when I was in the 5th grade, the subject I really enjoyed was the subject of the great explorers, the great pirates, they call them. Columbus, Magellan, Vasco da Gama, Pizarro, Cortez, and those guys. And they were really, although people say they were out looking for new lands, they were actually out looking for new economies to prosper with. One of the reasons people become a little hesitant about money and its subject is that what we have today is not really money. What we have today is a thing called fiat money. If I could explain how money as we know it today got started and why it's called fiat money. In the early days of trade, you had a person coming from Egypt maybe to Paris, and he or she would carry gold on their camels or whatever and go across, and they're always afraid that somebody was going to rob them. So what they would do instead, they would leave the gold in a safe in, let's say, Italy or Egypt, where they were from, and they would carry a piece of paper. And they'd carry that piece of paper to, let's say, Paris, and they would exchange that piece of paper. That piece of paper represented gold in storage. So the person could then travel from, let's say, Paris back to Egypt and say, I'm here to collect my gold. And that's how money really got started. In the old days, money was backed by hard assets, i.e. gold or silver. That was traditionally it. But what came out of that was when governments realized that it was much easier not to have gold or silver back in their money, and they created a thing called fiat money. And what fiat money means is the government backs it. So the reason the U.S. dollar is so strong today, although sometimes I don't think it should be, it's so strong is because the U.S. government is so strong. So a government with strong military, good, legal structures inside of it and all this, the more confidence people have in the government to maintain the affairs or the business of government, the more valuable the dollar becomes. So today I travel the world and I watch foreign exchange constantly. For example, right now, the Australian dollar is 50 cents to the U.S. dollar, which means it takes 2 Australian dollars to buy 1 U.S. dollar. I find that interesting because back in the 1970s when I first went to Australia, the Australian dollar was stronger than the U.S. dollar. In other words, it took 1.3 U.S. dollars to buy 1 Australian dollar. And the thing has shifted so much because the world economy has said we have less confidence in the Australian government to manage the affairs of their business. And that's why when I watch the foreign exchange and currency and all this, it is part of a global economy. The thing I watch out for is a shift in economy. For instance, we all remember not too long ago, back in the 1980s, when Japan was the top of the world. The yen was king and all that. The yen is still fairly strong. I remember the yen, it was 360 yen to 1 U.S. dollar. Today it's almost at parity, where it's 100 yen equals 100 cents of the dollar. If the Japanese, the Chinese, or the Koreans come on really strong, we'll see our dollar get weaker. And that is one of the risks of understanding global economies. You have to watch the powers of government to be, because if our dollar gets weaker, then inflation goes through the roof. If inflation goes through the roof, it hurts the weakest. It doesn't hurt the rich. The rich actually get richer with inflation, whereas the poor get poorer with inflation. So that's starting at the macro level of global economy. When you come down to the micro level, each and every one of us has our own little economy. So what affects us on the micro level, most of us know, is gasoline prices. The reason for that is gasoline is such a necessary part of our everyday lives. So if oil goes from $10 a barrel to $30 a barrel, it affects all of us. The point here is this. If it affects all of us, some people win and some people lose. The reason you want to study economics is because you want to stay on the winning side. So years ago, when I saw the price of oil going down, that's when I started investing in oil companies. And everybody said, why are you investing in oil companies? Because their profits are bad, the price per barrel is going bad and all this. The reason I started investing in oil companies was I knew that prices go down and then they come up. And the reason they come up is when oil prices go down, entrepreneurs stop drilling for oil because it doesn't make business sense. You can't make enough money at it. So the moment the price of oil comes back up to, let's say, $30 a barrel, all the entrepreneurs run in again. So that's what I mean by cyclical. So when things get really bad in an economy, I think it's really good. And so part of the economy is really to have your mind thinking that if something is bad, it also could be good.
One other thing that I learned from you, Robert, is you've always had very talented and knowledgeable people around you. You've always had a team of advisors. And one thing I've learned is that I always thought I had to do it on my own. I was the Lone Ranger, and I always had to do it on my own. And you've taught me to bring a team of people around. As we became more and more successful, that team of advisors kept changing.
So when it comes to the learning section, many times people are hesitant to learn, or they get bogged down mentally or emotionally and physically because you think you have to do it on your own. I think one of the worst habits you learn in school is that you learn to take tests on your own. One of the things I do say is that business and investing are team sports. I think the worst habit that people pick up from school is they take tests as individuals. Taking tests as an individual may work in school, but in the real world, the people that win are people that come with the strongest team. In other words, it'd be like me going against the Oakland Raiders and trying to play football as an individual against a whole team. You lose. The average person loses financially simply because they're trying to do it on their own. So the thing I want to say to you right now, if you're having hesitancy about learning something, please just know the concepts of this and surround yourself with people who want to help your learning process, and those are my advisors. You don't have to do it on your own. For many people on the E and the S side, the employee and self-employed side, it is what you know that counts. But on the B and the I side, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And who you know can make the biggest difference in your financial life. The reason I say this is because I didn't do that well in school. I don't consider myself very smart, but I surround myself with very smart people. So for those of you who are hesitant about learning, I didn't like school. I didn't do well in school, but I've always learned from my rich dad to have a team of advisors around me. I noticed that when it came to advisors, my poor dad, when we had financial troubles at home, he would sit there and not talk about it. You know, he'd go into his cave, as they say, like many men do. He said, I'm the man of the house, I'll handle this problem. And he tried to handle his money problems on his own. The trouble is, my rich dad said, it's what you know that got you into this problem. What makes you think what you know will get you out of this problem? So most people get into financial problems because of what they know, and to get out of your financial trouble, you need to get new advice coming in. So my rich dad, on the other hand, he would sit down when he had financial troubles. He sat down with his team of advisors. I still remember sitting in one of his restaurants sipping a Coke. He'd have his banker, his accountants, his attorneys, his stockbroker, his real estate broker, his financial planners, and his team of people around him. And he would openly talk about his financial challenges, his financial problems. So I learned by having a rich dad and a poor dad that my poor dad tended to try and figure out his problems on his own, whereas my rich dad would put his problem on the table and have all these smart people try and help him solve it. So if I could say to somebody, what does it take to become rich? I would say the number one word is desire. I mean, we wanted it. I could have got a job. Kim could have got a job. We both have college degrees. We both had good skills. But why would I settle for something less? And it's really not about the money, because once we started to build what we wanted to build, we just kept going and kept building it. I was talking to my friend the other night, not Mike from the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, but my best friend after him. He and I started with nothing. Larry and I started with absolutely nothing. And we often used to wish our dads had given us the things. Why weren't we born to a rich family? Why wasn't we like Mike, whose dad gave him hundreds of millions of dollars in a business to grow? But that wasn't in our cards. For Larry and I, we weren't given everything. Larry and I helped start the nylon wallet business together. We're best friends today. We're still the best of friends. Larry became Inc. Magazine's Entrepreneur of the Year. And today when we talk it over, we say, back then when we had nothing, we really wish our dads had given it to us. But today, in retrospect, we're glad he didn't. Because who we became in the process, what we learned along the way, is priceless, because you can take the stuff away. You can take the fancy cars, the Porsches, the Jaguars. You can take all the houses away. You can take it all away. But what we learned is more priceless than the stuff, because we know we can make it back. I once read a story about Henry Ford. When he was a billionaire back in the 20s, somebody said, oh, big deal, you're a billionaire today. What happens if we take it all away from you? He says, no problem. I'd have it back in less than 5 years. And so that's when we talk about learning. That's what I'm talking about. It is knowing, not just education. It is a knowing that you are wealthy, that you have the skills via which to create anything you want, because it actually does come from outside of you. Too many people look for money to come from outside of them into them. That's why they play the lottery, or they hope for a high-paying job, or they want to get lucky somewhere. What I'm trying to say, once you learn it, everything we're teaching in this series, once you learn it, you will have it forever. And that's what true learning is. So the reason I was really happy to have a life's partner like Kim, the wealthier we get, the happier we get, because we're continuing to keep learning together. We keep growing together. It becomes a joint venture adventure. As a man, the thing that I really like personally is that Kim is smarter or more competent than I am today because of this process. She's not afraid of me leaving her with nothing, because if I left, in many ways she'd be better off. She's not this person waiting for me to bring home the paycheck, because she's learned it. She's a fully independent human being. But the thing that I'm really grateful about is there's none of this need obligate, that I make the money and so she doesn't have money. She's fully able to do it on her own. She has her own real estate investment company. She has her own businesses. She's a fully independent person.
One of the greatest gifts, Robert, that you gave me was the gift of education and of learning and of being excited about learning, not just what you taught me, but also just being excited about learning and being lifelong in learning. One of the hardest things in 1985 when we were homeless and we were struggling was the hit on my self-esteem. My self-esteem dropped tremendously, and it was through constant education, just deciding to go for it and taking small steps and learning and learning and learning and learning that I pulled myself out of that with you.
I'll give you an example is that, more specifically, when we were in Oregon, right after we got married and all this, I took her out, and I'd bought a lot of real estate before, but we went out and we bought a little 2-bedroom house together. I think it was $46,000. We looked at probably 50 to 100 deals, and we found this one little house. It was perfect. And I said, now, Kim, you're going to learn how to invest in real estate. The negotiation, we went through the market research, went through the buying and toing and froing and making offers and all this when we bought that project. So that was real learning, because she now had a little 2-bedroom house down the street from our house. And she was learning property management. She was learning how to deal with banks and all this. And once she had that little 2-bedroom house, what do you think you learned the most from that first little investment you made?
Oh, that's easy. The most important thing I learned was taking that first step, putting a little money down and taking that first step, because once we did that first deal, then the other deals became easier. I learned about negotiating on a property. I learned about property management. I learned about in Portland, Oregon, they use oil for heating versus electricity. And every property we bought since then, I learned a little bit more, and I learned a little bit more, and I learned a little bit more.
And now we have millions of dollars worth of real estate. But we started with one little piece of property, and that's how we learned. It was not just textbook at this time. It became real life. And I still remember Kim came back one day and she says, let's raise the rent. Let's raise the rent. I said, okay. And instead of trying to tell her what she would learn, I said, let's practice. So she raised the rent.
And the tenant moved out.
She raised the rent from $495 to $525. Now, it was only a $30 difference. But the guy moved out. And what happened then, it took us 6 months to rent the place. So we didn't gain the $30. What we lost was 6 months times $500 is what it would cost us $3,000. Now, that lesson has been priceless, because we now know how to price rents to make sure that we don't have too many vacancies. So that's how, when we talk about education and learning, there's a part where you actually have to cross the line and go live. You really have to take some action and make some mistakes along the way. What she learned also was property management. I let Kim manage the property for about a year so she would understand what it took. At that point, only when she understood the full process of managing this little 2-bedroom house, at that point we hired a property management company, because with that experience she could then talk to the managers, a professional management company with some degree of experience.
That's correct, because originally we'd had a property management company come in, and if I had known then what I know now, we would have made thousands more, because now I know the questions to ask the property management. I just want to go back to another point about our relationship, and when you talked about the need obligate, when I really understood investing and I really understood business and I realized that I didn't need you. I didn't need to be with you for financial reasons, but I chose to be with you, and I wanted to be with you.
Thank you very much. So the point now is that, I hate to say this, but I must admit I know a lot less than Kim does when it comes to managing huge pieces of property because she's taken the time to learn it. We went into the bank the other day. An ex-banker was trying to buy one of our apartment houses from us, and he sat down there and he said to her, "These numbers are bogus. You really can't be managing a property this well." And Kim sat down with him and says, "Let me show you how." And she went right through the numbers with this guy, and I sat down and I realized how little I knew at this time and how much she knew. And I think if there's one lesson I can pass on about learning is that once you know it, nobody can ever take it away from you.
Thank you, Robert. It's really a pleasure to be doing this taping with you today and talking about our life together in terms of business and investing and in learning together. I graduated from college with a degree in business and marketing and immediately went out and got a job in the, quote, real world. And what I discovered was what I learned in college, all the theory, all the textbook, was not what I needed in the real world of business. So when you and I first got together, I remember the first question you ever asked me, and that was, what is it that you want to do with your life? And I said, I want to learn how to build a business. And you said, well, I've been doing that for the past so many years, and I'll teach you what I know. And within 3 months, you and I had started our first business, which was embroidered shirts. And we only had one purpose for that business, and that was to fund for 1 year our education. We wanted to travel throughout the U.S. and go to seminars and conferences and get some education as well as hands-on experience. And that's what we did, and that's what that business funded, all of our travel, all of our tuition.
And that's what I was really excited about personally, was that it was the very first time I had met a woman I was attracted to, but also, physically she's gorgeous, but also mentally it was we were on the same wavelength, that we wanted to learn the same things. And that was very important to me because, as I said earlier, I saw couples growing apart rather than growing together. In other words, my business partners being entrepreneurs and their spouses being employees or self-employed or specialists, they'd spend more time apart than they did together. And as the stress came in due to lack of money and building a business, I saw the marriages break apart. And I said, that's not what I want for me. So when I met Kim, it was very exciting because she and I took a year off, and we just traveled the U.S. and parts of the world, going to different seminars from different parts of the world. And the way we funded it was via this little business. And that's when our relationship really became stronger and stronger and stronger. I fell more madly in love with her because instead of growing apart, education brought us together. We were learning together, and learning means actually doing, trial and error. There were many mistakes we made. There were sometimes it was really frightening because sales didn't go the way we wanted to go. But as a couple, we grew stronger because the trials and the tribulations bound us, made us stronger. So we have tremendous amount of reality in common because we chose to learn together as a couple. And it wasn't just textbook, it was real life. I mean, there were some really tough times, weren't there?
There were some very tough times. I have to say that when I met Robert initially, I wanted a partner, a personal partner who was also my business partner, because I thought that would be the ultimate for me. I always thought that my education ended the day I graduated from college, and I now realize it had only just begun. I didn't understand how exciting it was to continue to learn, and now I know that it will be a lifelong process. And as Robert said, yes, we had some tough times. When we decided to start building our business together, I left my job. I was running a magazine in Honolulu, and Robert left his factory that he had built, and we took off from Honolulu with $900 in our pocket and 4 suitcases between us, and we headed off to California to start building our business. And within 2 weeks, that $900 was gone, and basically we were knocking on people's doors looking for a place to sleep. We slept on floors. We slept in a borrowed beat-up brown Toyota.
I called it a camping trip. But
Yeah.
But the fact we were really quite homeless at that time.
We were homeless.
Money was running out so quickly. It was frightening.
I used to think that money created greedy people and created problems, but I'll tell you, not having the money created so much stress and so much pressure. I say to people that we met in 1984, and 1985 was the worst year of our life. Now, in retrospect, all that we learned and all that we had to go through to get through that time and to persevere, in retrospect, was probably the best year of our life because it made us who we are today. But when I had phone calls from my parents and they'd say, how come you don't get a job? What's Robert doing? What are you doing? You should be working. You should be making money. Our friends would say, why don't you go get a job in real estate? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? There were so many people telling us what we should do. And basically what they were saying is, why don't you do what we do? But Robert and I were very, very determined to build our business, and we persevered.
We're often asked, what did we learn during that period? And I think what we found out, one of the most important lessons I learned was who your friends are. And people do love you, and they do have their different points of view. But we also quickly found out who were our real business partners. For we didn't move just to California on a lark. We actually moved to take over a business, and we found out that the people that we were going into business with didn't necessarily keep their agreements with us. And so suddenly we were out on the streets living in this little brown Toyota. And I think the hardest point was to keep going forward or to go back and get a job like everybody was saying. And everybody kept saying, why not go backwards? And I knew that I had come too far to go back. It's like, no man's land between the trenches and World War I. You're halfway between it. Just keep going forward. So what happened was that I found out who our friends were. I found out what a great, strong person Kim was. We fell more in love. The toughness actually bound us together. I found that I could trust her to keep going with me. And I think the high point or the low point was at the motel, the Sixpence Motel, when we were absolutely flat broke. We had no place to go. This was in Del Mar, California, and we had nothing. So, Kim, why don't you tell the listeners about how we spent our last dollars? We're out of money, and we're clinging on to these last $50. That's all we had. And we knew if we spent that, there was nothing left. And at that time when you have nothing, it's really interesting what you value, like a meal.
A shower.
Clean shower, clean sheets. And we said, let's spend the money on that. And that's when our friend dropped us off at the Sixpence Motel. With our last $50, we checked in.
Yeah, he dropped us off and he said, you sure you want to do this? And we said, absolutely, we're going to do this. So I went in and I put down the $50 and the guy handed the keys to me across the counter and I was ecstatic. And then we actually spent $40 and then we took the other $10 and Robert and I walked down the street to the Kentucky Fried Chicken and we got a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken and a 6-pack of beer and we went back to this room.
Clean sheets, a television set, and a bucket of fried chicken. We thought we had gone to heaven.
We died and went to heaven. It was definitely the high point.
And that's when it turned around for us, when we were willing to the point to go to nothing and keep going. And I think that's when everything started turning for us. It was really a magical night.
It did. I think that's one of the greatest things I've learned out of this whole experience of that time was that if we were ever to get back into that position, which I don't ever envision we would, but I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of failing, where before I would be afraid that I might lose everything. If we did lose it, we would make it back.
I think that was probably the biggest lesson, that we could get down to nothing. Because when I say that, I know so many people, when I talk to them, the reason they cling to their job security, even if it's not as much money as they want, or they cling to whatever they cling to. Oh, I got to pay the mortgage. I want to keep my car. Whatever they cling to, the stuff, it's not that bad. I mean, the moment you get there, it's like the epiphany, the moment of truth that you can still go forward with nothing. It's kind of freeing. And I'm not recommending it. Please hear me. I am not recommending it. But when people say, what did you learn? You learn that your spirit is stronger than the physical reality around you. I can still remember clean white sheets, a television set, and a bucket of chicken. And I thought that was just heaven. I mean, it was everything. It was more than all the money in the world at that moment. We can keep going. And that's all it meant. And right after that, things started to change. And I think the universe, God wants to test your spirit. Will you get to the point of nothing and keep going? I think that was the lesson. Can you get to nothing and keep going? And it was a test. And I really felt we went through that test at that moment. And from there on, our education, what we've learned is that we can survive. We all have fears. We all have doubts. I don't want to ever go back to that position again. But I know I can handle it. If I could pass on that lesson is that who you are is far stronger than sometimes you give yourself credit for. We're now going into a very important section called Learn It. Prior to going into this section, I'd like to explain something. When we talk about education, there's a lot of people who go to school and get a great education, but that's not what I mean by learning it. While education is important, learning it means education plus real-world experience. I know many people who did really well in school, but for some reason they don't do well in the real world. So learning it means good education, which we've covered in the first part of this program. The second part now is really learning it, which means putting it into practice. In real life, it's called trial and error, making some mistakes. Going into the Learn It section, I thought it'd be important that I bring my wife Kim into this process. As an entrepreneur, I've had several business partners who were B quadrant individuals. They were in the B, but their spouse, their husband or their wife, was in the E quadrant, and that caused many, many, many problems. For example, my business partner had a wife, and she did not understand the idea that he couldn't come home with a steady paycheck. In other words, there were several months when we had no money as a company. We were building our nylon wallet company. And so he'd come home and say, guess what, dear, this month we have no paycheck. And he'd come back to work Monday morning, and all they did was fight all weekend because of money. So my reality on the subject of money and learning things is that different quadrants have different ideas or realities on the subject of money. And this is not a gender thing, because I had one of our partners was a woman, and she was in the B quadrant, and her husband was in the S quadrant. He was an attorney. And she would come back to work with the same challenges because he didn't understand the idea that we'd be working for months without taking a paycheck. So I thought it'd be very good at this point to introduce my wife, Kim, because prior to getting married to Kim, I wanted to make sure she understood the difference between an employee, a self-employed, or a specialist like an attorney, a business owner, an investor. Because as I fell more and more in love with her, I really wanted her to understand that I did not think in the traditional 9-to-5 or steady paycheck world, that I was in the world of the B and the I, and that if we got married, we would not have a normal type of life. So prior to getting married to Kim, I made sure she understood my reality from the B quadrant. And if we were to get married, I wanted to make sure that she was willing to go along on this journey or this adventure together as a couple. So when I met her in Honolulu, and she was more or less fresh out of college, and she was learning the real world of business. And as more we fell in love, I wanted to make sure that she understood how psychotic sometimes the world of entrepreneurship, the B quadrant, and the world of investing can be. So rather than me hogging the mic, going into the Learn It section, I'd like to have Kim give her experience of what we did together as a couple and learning how to be rich, learning how to build businesses, learning how to be investors. So Kim, you want to tell us your side of the story? So segueing off of the word intuition, intuition doesn't mean you go out there and fly by the seat of your pants. Intuition requires formal training, a love of what you're doing, years of experience, tremendous respect of the power of nature, and the reality that there's forces in nature that are much more powerful than you. And your job is to be in harmony with that. And it's your job to get the education, experience, as well as the intuitive sense to be in harmony with it. So this completes the section on Think It. Thinking is far more than just going to school, memorizing right answers, and saying, I got 98 on a test. There's more to life than just that. If you want to be successful on the right side of the equation, one of the things you might need to do is change some of your ideas, some of your realities, and start thinking like a rich person instead of the poor or middle-class person. Because in the real world, there are no right answers. There's just multiple guesses, making correction, multiple guesses, making corrections. As Bucky once said, he says, God didn't give you a right foot and a wrong foot. God gave you a right foot and a left foot. You take a step to the right and you correct to the left. Take a step to the left and correct to the right. He says life is about making progress by going left and right and making corrections. That's why he said in nature there's no such thing as a straight line. The only place straight lines exist is in school. So the final word on taxes is the Internal Revenue Service calls it a valid business purpose. In other words, your intent is to start a business for the purpose of making money. If you start a business for the purpose of minimizing taxes, that's evasion. So the point I want to make here in closing is this, is that one of my best teachers of all was a man named Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller. He was considered one of the world's greatest geniuses. They labeled him the friendly genius because he uses genius for the advantage of all people, not just a few, as well as the environment. He is also recognized as America's single most accomplished American. When you look in the who's who of America, no individual has more patents after their name than Dr. R. Buckminster Fuller. Harvard claims him as one of their greatest graduates, but the irony of it, Bucky never graduated from Harvard. He was thrown out twice. And yet he went on, and then when you look at the AIA, American Institute of Architecture, when you go in there, it's his bust that's in the front door. I mean, they rate him as one of their top architects, but he was never an architect either. And I've had the honor and pleasure of studying with him 3 times, and each time I studied with him, it was life-changing, to say the least. My mind went to different realities on things. But the one thing that Bucky and I shared was the love of sailing. And because I sailed as a kid. The only A subject I got in intermediate school was when I was 13, was in wood shop, and I actually built a boat to go sailing in El Toro. And I went out and sailed and sailed and sailed. And so when it got time to go to college, I chose the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in Kings Point, New York, simply because they were the only school in the world that campaigned a 12-meter racer, 12-meter ship, and it was called a Weatherly, that in 1962 raced against Gretel, I believe, from Australia. So I had these dreams of grandeur of someday being a 12-meter skipper and sailing in the America's Cup. So I went to school to be a sailor. I was listening to Bucky back in 1980, Bucky Fuller. He said that men of the sea are different than men of the land. And explaining further, he said that men of the land think that they're straight lines and things are solid and things are firm because they're on ground. He said men of the sea must tune into the powers of God or nature. He said when a man is on the sea or women are on the sea, they can't be thinking of right and wrong. They need to be tuned in intuitively. The currents, the winds, the tides, the forecasting weather, past weather, and all this. He says the difference is that on land, when we drive along the road, there's a white line. Out at sea, there's no white lines. So if you look at being on land is about being on the E and the S side. To be a sailor is to be on the B and the I side. When you're a sailor, there is no white line. There's no stop signs. There's no traffic lights. There's no left turn. Remember, there's no direction. When you're out at sea with your sailboat, it's up to you to say it's time to tack. We need to take a different direction. I think the wind is moving this way. I think the currents are moving this way. So he said that sailors have learned to live with their intuition, and men of the land learn to live with right answers. And he says in the real world, there's no such thing as right answers. There's just your intuition. The other part about taxes is that there's a big difference between evasion and avoidance. And I'll say the difference. There's a lot of people right now who are saying, okay, well, tell me I'm going to form a corporation so I can avoid taxes. That's evasion. In other words, if you do something to avoid taxes, that's evasion, as strange as it may seem, even though you think it's avoidance. The intent is you're going to form a corporation, for number one, for protection from lawsuit, but number two, because it allows you to make more money. So if your intent is to make more money, then it's legal to use tax avoidance procedures or tax law. But if you do something purely to minimize taxes, that's evasion. So it goes back to the intent and all this. You don't even have to make money. If I formed a company and it was losing money like crazy, I would still get the tax benefits because my intent, even though I've lost money, was to make money. But if I do something, I form a business just to avoid taxes, that's evasion. So the thing I really want to say here is this. I really believe in paying taxes. I'll say this because I've come to realize that taxes are an expense of living in a civilized society. In other words, our roads, police. If you've ever needed a policeman, you're really glad you paid your taxes. And if you ever need a fireman, you're glad you pay your taxes. And you're glad the schools are being built or somebody's keeping the traffic lights running and keeping the government running and the sewage running, all that other stuff. That's the expense. So taxes are simply an expense. I think what people get upset about is that they have no control. And as I said, the E side has no control. They've lost all control because of security, 1943. And the S side has also lost control because they're not allowed to use the same type of corporate structures that the B side uses, so they're losing control. The reason I like the B side is not that I can avoid taxes, but I have more control over how much I pay, also when I pay it. And that's a very big difference in taxes. It's not about avoidance, it's about control over my taxes. The last thing I want to say is about people doing offshore evasion. I know there's Isle of Man, the Caymans, Bahamas, Nevis, and all this stuff. I know about hiding your money in tax-free havens. I just don't do it. I know there's tax-free havens. I'll say it again. I just don't do it. And partly because, my visibility has gone up over the few years. But the other part about it is if you're smart, America is one of the best tax havens there is if you have a good tax attorney and a good tax accountant, and you do your planning 1 to 2 years in the future rather than on April 12th when you got to pay your taxes. If you do your tax planning out far enough and you understand the tax law, America is one of the best tax havens of all. So it's not a matter of trying to do something illegal, it's trying to do something smart, and that's what I recommend. As my rich dad said, it's a lot easier to make money out of jail than in jail. And what I say, I don't want to go to jail. It's a lot more fun outside of jail, and paying taxes is part of the cost of living in a civilized society. I just want some control over it. The other part is taxes. What most people may not realize is that tax laws are not equal. When somebody says the tax laws are unfair, that's not true. Tax laws are fair and unfair. So when they write a law, it's generally in favor of somebody and out of favor of somebody else. So the E quadrant, they had most of their tax advantages taken away in 1943. It was the Current Tax Payment Act, which said that the government gets paid before the employee gets paid. Up until that time, tax was voluntary. In other words, they said, okay, we'll pay you, but later on, please pay us. Well, when the employees didn't pay them, naturally, they passed a law. And since it was during wartime, at that point, they said, well, it's the patriotic thing to do. Well, what they didn't tell the employees was they were the only ones. The E's were the only ones that had the Current Tax Payment Act passed against them. The B's, the S's, and the I's still operated according to different tax law. So the other part about it is when people say paying taxes is patriotic, I like to remind people that in 1773, the United States had a thing called the Boston Tea Party, and it was a revolt against taxes. And one of the reasons America grew so quickly was very simply because it was a tax-free nation. People moved from all over the world just to come here and make a lot of money tax-free. I believe it was one of the amendments, the 16th Amendment or something like this, that first made the possibility of taxes possible, and then 40 years later, it became a reality. They had to wait for the public to sort of get used to it. So now today, when I talk to people, they say, well, paying taxes is patriotic. It's the right thing to do. Well, somebody's done a good marketing job on them because the reality is tax laws are not fair or not equal. The S quadrant, the doctors, lawyers, and accountants, in 1986, there was a thing called the Tax Reform Act of 86. What that said was that from then on, the S's, the professional people, doctors, lawyers, accountants, architects, engineers, could no longer use the same tax laws as the B's. So suddenly, not only were the HMOs or the health maintenance organizations hitting the doctors pretty hard, but so are the taxes. As I said, the B quadrant, though tax laws are different because ever since 1215, which was the signing of the Magna Carta, which was when the rich barons, which B stands for, went to King John at a place called Runnymede and said, King, you no longer make the rules. The rich will make the rules. So as my rich dad used to say to me, the golden rule is not do unto others. He says the golden rule is he who makes the rules keeps the gold. That's why he explained to me, he said, if you want to be rich and you want to be a very rich investor, start in the B quadrant, simply because the tax laws are written in your favor. And the reason they're written in your favor is because the government needs entrepreneurs to create jobs, build businesses, get the employees to pay taxes, and all those other things. So you become a partner of the government in the B quadrant. They need you. The same thing as in the I quadrant, they will give you tax incentives because if building housing was up to the government, we would have Russian-type housing, just these big blocks, and they'd be ugly and nobody would want to live in them. Those are all the things that add to financial literacy. And the more you understand it, it gets easier and easier to make more and more money. At first, it didn't make much sense to me. But the more I stayed in it, the more it made sense to me. And that's financial literacy that gets you ahead. Another part about the E and the S side is that that's what schools prepare you for. So in other words, if you want to be a good employee, you go to school and they'll train you. If you want to be a secretary, there's schools for that. You want to be a doctor, they'll train you for that. You want an MBA, they'll train you for that. The problem with the B and the I side, it's basically street learning. In other words, most people, even with their MBA, still need to go into a business to get some street sense. And the B and the I side is predominantly, there's no answers to it. It's basically education, experience, and good judgment, good leadership skills. And those are not always taught in school, so they somehow need to be learned via practice. And that's why I always recommend to people, keep your daytime job or your daytime profession, but start a part-time business so you get that practice in. It's like riding a bicycle. It takes a little while. Sometimes you fall off and things like this. You don't want to quit your job and then start your business or get fired like my poor dad did and then start a business. The transition, in my experience, is too severe. So a lot of times is what causes a person to go the E and the S side versus the B side is if your primary desire is security and comfort, you generally gravitate towards the E and the S side. And that's important. That's really a choice. I'm not saying one is right or the wrong. I'm saying to thine self be true. You need to go where you think you have the best chance of success. It's not that you can't be rich on the E and the S side too, because some of the highest paid people on the E and the S side. For instance, you look at some of the movie stars, they get $20 million per movie. Well, if I thought I could make $20 million per movie, I'd be a movie star. If I thought I could quarterback a football team and make $6 million a year, I'd probably be an S. Or if I thought I could be like Jack Welch and run General Electric, I might work my way up the corporate ladder to run General Electric on the E side. But when I assessed my capabilities, like I said, my rich dad said, you're not very smart, you're not very bright, not very talented, and you're pretty lazy. So I had to come over to the B side. It was almost like a requirement because no other place would accept me. So I'm not saying one is better than the other. You just go to where you think you have the best chance of success. And as we said earlier, keep your daytime job, but maybe invest part-time or invest half-time. I have a friend of mine who's a travel agent who, because of the new laws or the new commission schedules of the airline, she's not making as much as she used to. So what she's doing now is instead of being a full-time travel agent, she's now becoming a full-time investor and a part-time travel agent. So she's reversed her roles there. So she's using her skill that she's learned to go and acquire stocks and real estate. So we all do the best we can with what we know and how our temperaments fit that. So please do thine self be true. So I'll be going more in depth into the cash flow quadrant, a few more distinctions on it. In 1973 and 1974, when I came back from Vietnam, it was at that point I really needed to make a distinction or make a decision as to which way I was going to go. Obviously, my poor dad, the school teacher, like I said, he kept barracking for job security, job security, job security. Even though he had no job, he was still saying job security. And I guess what else happened to him was when he lost his job, he took his retirement money and he bought one of these cannot lose franchises, and he lost everything. And that put him in even worse shape because all of the money he had saved and set aside, he put it into one business venture. And it wasn't that the franchise was bad, it was just that he and his other partners really had no business sense. And they bought a location that was cheap because they wanted to save money. And this location, it was an ice cream stand. And the reason it was cheap was because nobody went there. So they thought they were being smart by being cheap. They put this franchise up there, and I went by it, and I almost had a heart attack going, what the heck are you guys doing? What are you thinking? I said, well, it's a good product. It's a good brand. People will come and look for it. I said, I don't think so. Ice cream is basically an impulse item. When you walk by, you might buy it. I don't know if you drive out of your way to get one. So that's why he lost everything. And I think that probably did affect a lot of his influence on staying on the left side, which is job security or professional security. Whereas on the right side, it's about financial freedom. And I think that was some of the distinctions or the thought patterns that were going through my head. And what I had to do is form my reality is, which should I want? Do I want job security or professional security, or do I want financial freedom? If you look at the left side of the quadrant, the E and the S side versus the B and the I side, one of the problems with the E and the S side for most people, it's you working for money. And that's why I say is that it's kind of finite, because you only have so many hours in the day. There's only so much you can do. You do your job today, it's over with. You come back and you got to do it again tomorrow. Then you do it again tomorrow. And if you want to get ahead, some people work 2 jobs, 3 jobs, but there's no leverage in that because it's still a ratio of 1 to 1. In other words, it's you working for X amount of dollars. That's the ratio in that thing. The beauty about the right side of the quadrant, the B and the I side, it's other people working for you if you have the skills. We talked about leadership skills or management skills. So that's called other people's time. Also, it's other people's money. Because you're building a system, i.e., instead of building a small hamburger stand, you go out and you say, I'm going to build a McDonald's. It's very easy, not easy, but it's much easier to raise investor money for that. If an idea is big, investors like it. If you're small or you promise that you'll work hard, investors don't like it. And that's one of the bad parts about the E and the S side. It's hard to find investors. So it's other people's time, other people's money, or your money that's working on the B and the I side. And that's leverage. That's you being able to do more and more with less and less. So my rich dad said to me, once you learn how to build a business, I went up and down several times in the process. He said that once you learn that, then what you'll be able to do is build more and more businesses. So today I own about 7 different businesses run by different people. But that leverages me out to go build another business. It gives me the most valuable resource of all, which is time. So in my experience, when that gentleman said to me, well, businesses fail 9 out of 10 times, that one time was worth it. Because that one time, learning to be successful that one time, gave me ultimate freedom. Where the other side of it, his point of view, was security was more important. And that's what keeps him on the E and the S side. The other big difference, the tax laws are written for B's and I's. In other words, when I hear somebody complaining about, the tax laws are unfair, it's most often either an employee, a small business owner, or self-employed. The tax laws are written in favor of people who build businesses because they provide jobs. And so the government wants people who start companies that provide a lot of jobs, so they give them tax incentives. The same with investing. The government wants to incentivize you to put your money into projects that the government doesn't want to do themselves, i.e. housing. So one of the reasons real estate is such a good investment is the government needs people with money to either build or provide the financing for housing. So they give you some of the best tax breaks. In fact, real estate as an investment has far better tax breaks than stocks or mutual funds. It's staggering how much you can leverage just on tax breaks due to real estate. So not only does a bank lend you money on real estate, the government will give you tax breaks to invest in real estate that you don't get with stocks and bonds. One example is this. I talked about my rich dad teaching me about investing, playing Monopoly, 4 Green Houses, Red Hotel. It's not that he thought that real estate was a better investment, but he knew that the government gave you better tax breaks for it, gave you better incentives, plus the bank loaned you money. It had nothing to do with, do I like stocks or do I like real estate? It's which is the better deal. That's like if you went to buy a car, it's who's going to give you the better deal? Well, the government gives you a better deal, just as the bank gives you a better deal on real estate. Going back to Monopoly, the 4 Green Houses to the Red Hotel, if those green houses were stock certificates and you sold them, you would be charged capital gains tax on it. And so the government takes some of its money. But because it's real estate, what the government allows you to do is sell your green houses tax deferred, almost tax free if you know the law, and roll all of those capital gains into the Red Hotel. And so when somebody says to me, you can't make much money on real estate, it's because they simply do not understand banking law, accounting law, and tax law. So wrapping up for now, the quadrant, what an E has is a job. They have a job. An S owns a job. And a B quadrant person owns a system. And I quadrant people or investors invest in systems. In other words, a piece of real estate is a system of systems, a house, roof, things like this. Or they invest in a B quadrant's business of systems. One of the reasons it's hard for the E and the S to become rich is because investors generally don't invest in them. In other words, a doctor may have a practice, but to sell that practice, they often have to sell it to another doctor. Whereas a B quadrant person has a stock market or the real estate market via which to sell product into, which is a bigger market. The bigger the market, the more money there is in it. The other part about it on the E and the S side is that the E and the S side is physical, P-H-Y-S-I-C-A-L. It's physical labor. They have to work hard. On the right side, the B and the I side is fiscal, F-I-S-C-A-L, or financial leverage. So the reason the E and the S side has a hard time getting rich also is that it's finite because it's physical, but on the right side it's infinite. It can keep expanding, keep expanding, keep expanding. That's one of the reasons my rich dad said to start on the B and then eventually become an I. And that was his career path for me. So what I say to people again is take baby steps. Don't try and do this all at one time. I said the basic starts with 3 piggy banks. Can you get up every morning and manage your money that well? You get up every morning and say, I'm going to be a rich person. I'm going to put $1 a day per bank or 10 cents a day per bank and do that for 90 days, but actually do it for the rest of your life. If you do that, you're going to the fiscal side, F-I-S-C-A-L. You're training your brain to say that it's important for me to be rich. I'm going to be a good money manager because that's what it takes to be a B or an I. The other part about it is keep it simple. Keep your daytime job, but start investing part-time or start building a business part-time. Don't do something silly. Another part is underachieve. Don't try and overachieve. That's like if I went to the gym today and tried to, work out for 6 hours, I wouldn't work out for the next 6 years because the pain would be so intense. So many people think that I'm going to get up and I'm going to work really hard and get into it. What I say is take baby steps. One little step at a time, take your time, underachieve. If you underachieve, you'll eventually expand into it and keep overachieving as you expand your reality. Another thing that holds many people back from making that start is they think they have to be smart. And I want to say this to all of you right now. I am very serious when I laugh and say my rich dad said I belonged in the B quadrant simply because I was poor in school, I wasn't very smart, I'm not very competent, and I'm basically lazy. He said, if you're going to be in the B quadrant or the I quadrant, you really are not going to work that hard anyway. If you're not that smart, it's really an advantage. Because if you're not that smart, then you'll hang out with people who are smarter than you, E's and S's who are much smarter than you. And if you're willing to be a little humble and listen, you'll do very well. But if you have the idea that you have to be, King Kong or Albert Einstein or Donald Trump or, you have to be the wizard, then you're not going to learn anything because you have to be the smartest. So for those of you out there who are saying, well, I can never do that because I'm not that smart, then that's an advantage. When the school teacher said to me, you're not that smart, my rich dad said, make that an advantage. And I've never been that smart. I just hang out with very smart people. I collect the data from my accountants, my attorneys, my stockbrokers, my real estate brokers, my financial planners, my insurance agents, and I compile that data, then I make my decision. People who are smart generally operate on their own, so they actually have less data. They make more off-the-wall decisions. So one of the biggest things I learned was you don't have to be smart. You don't have to be that brilliant. You just have to be willing to listen to smart people. And that's probably one of my greatest successes is I hang out with smart people, and that's how I learn so much. If I do all the talking, I don't learn that much. But by hanging out with my accountant and my attorney, who will be part of this series anyway, what I'll be bringing to you are the people that help me get smart. I don't have to be that smart, and neither do you. A very big distinction upon what makes the rich ultra-rich is being an entrepreneur. The key to being an entrepreneur is being able to understand or perform in all 4 quadrants. Like sometimes when we start a business, we're the chief cook and bottle washer. We're the employee as well as a specialist bringing the company up. But as it matures and it becomes a B, the reason you want to build a business is for one reason. That's either to sell parts of it, like sell shares to the stock market, or your business buys your investments. That's what an entrepreneur is. Let me say that first. Entrepreneur understands all 4 quadrants. That he or she may not be good in all 4 quadrants, but they understand the relationship between all 4 quadrants. The primary reason I build a business is not for the income the business generates for me. I build a business for one reason, and that is to invest. In other words, I'll build a company so I can take it public. So I go from the B to the I, selling shares into the market of my company. Or I'll build a business to buy real estate. As I said in Rich Dad, Poor Dad, when they asked Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, what business are you in? Everybody said hamburgers. He said, no, my business is real estate. What Ray Kroc did for McDonald's, his business invested in the biggest and the best real estate throughout the world. He's a B and an I, as well as an E and an S, and that's what really makes him a very ultra-rich entrepreneur. On top of that, after buying the real estate, he sold shares in McDonald's. So that's really what an entrepreneur does. They understand all the quadrants, all the investing side. I have a very good friend who's very good at the B side. He's absolutely terrified of I. So he should not be an investor because he cannot control his emotions there. So the richest game in the world is really the B and the I side. You build a business to either buy real estate or sell shares in your company. That's what the rich really do. My rich dad said to me one day as we were walking along the beach, there was this big piece of white sand beach and all this, and he looked at it and he says, guess what? I just bought that. He's talking to his son and I. I said, how in the world can you afford the most expensive piece of real estate in Hawaii? And he looked at it and he said, I said, my dad can't afford it. My dad's the boss. He's head of education. He's a government employee, makes a lot of money. He can't afford this piece of property. And my rich dad said, because employees and self-employed people cannot afford such an expensive piece of property, but my business can. In other words, he built a business to buy the real estate. So he was a B and an I. So what the really rich do is they learn how to build businesses to do their investing for them. If you look at the tax laws, you'll understand why they do that. An employee, when they get their paycheck, on the expense column, the first line item expense is taxes. So income comes in, let's say it's $1,000, government rips 30% right off the top. So you're left with $700. A business, a B quadrant person, the income comes in, let's say it's $1,000, the last line item expense is taxes. So what happens is the money comes in and the person who owns the company, the owner of the B quadrant, is able to have more control over how they spend that money and when they spend that money before they're taxed. So that's the reason my rich dad was a B quadrant person. That's why he advised me to become a B quadrant person. Not so much that I could build a business to make money, was that I could build a business to do my investing for me with as many tax advantages as possible. As we all know, taxes are our single largest expense. An employee has no control over when they pay their taxes. A business owner has more controls and more options simply because the rules are written for the rich to make people richer. So a true entrepreneur, a B quadrant entrepreneur, knows when to leave the company and bring in somebody more competent than they are to run the business. Many times for myself, I'm good at starting them. I'm terrible at running them. And so a big part of being successful is knowing when you're not competent again and it's time to get out. I've seen many entrepreneurs who start something, but they're not willing to let go of control. And so they stay there too long, and eventually their incompetence catches up with them and the company crashes. A true entrepreneur wants to start it, know when to get out, so he and she can go and start something else. See, building a business is an asset. The more businesses you build, they're more assets. But the reason you want to get out is to bring in other people. As my rich dad said, the way to get rich is either other people's time, which is hiring E's and S's to run your company for you, or other people's money, which is the bank's money to do your investing for you. So that's the way the rich get rich, other people's time and other people's money. So a true entrepreneur will start it and know when to get out. So by getting out, they're able to go on and use more other people's time and other people's money, and that's leverage. That's why the rich get richer. They understand cash flow, and they understand how to leverage things, how to do more with less. The emotion in the B quadrant is patience. It takes time to build a business. Like many times when I start a business, if I commit to it, once I feel it's viable, I expect to not get paid for at least 3 to 5 years. And E and S will say, well, where's my paycheck? Or my commission is this much. They need to get paid right away. No delayed gratification on it. So it's patience. The emotion under a true investor, like I said, the E will say, I'm looking for a safe, secure investment. Or an S will say, I'm going to be hands-on. I'm going to do day trading. I'll fix the business, fix the toilets by myself, whatever they do. They want to be in control of it. The real emotion in the investor quadrant is neutrality. In other words, you need to be neutral to winning or losing. So if the market's going up, you should be neutral. You don't want to get too excited. If the market goes down, you also want to be neutral. The reason you want to be neutral emotionally is so that you can think clearly. As I said, the problem with most middle class and poor people is they buy high and sell low instead of buy low and sell high. So they sit there when the market goes up, they get all excited. Oh, it's going up. I'll be left behind. Oh my goodness, all my friends are getting rich. I better buy. So they buy at the peak. It drops. They feel terrible because they've just lost everything, and then they sell because they're not emotionally neutral. When they lost everything, they feel terrible, and they don't know what to do after that point. If you really want to be a professional investor in the I quadrant, you should be neutral to winning and losing. One of the things we teach in Cash Flow 101 and Cash Flow 202 is how to make money going up. But the reality is most professional investors make more money when the market crashes. And that's a very big difference because you can be emotionally neutral. As I said, my wife and I, Kim, we made all of our money after the 87 crash when everybody was selling. And we went in to buy. And that's one of the biggest requirements emotionally to be successful in the I quadrant. Well, I'm glad you're still here and still listening. This next section will be on the cash flow quadrant, which was book number 2 of the Rich Dad series. The quadrant represents the 4 different people that make up the world of business. You may notice that 4 is kind of a magical number. Like there's 4 seasons, there's 4 astrological, earth, air, fire, and water, right? 4 is a very magical number. So in the world of business, there's 4 different types of people that make up that world. The E quadrant stands for employee. That's probably the biggest quadrant. The next quadrant is the S quadrant. S stands for self-employed or small business owners. That's the next largest quadrant. The B stands for big business, people like IBM, General Motors, and all this. And I stands for investor. The reality is there's 4 different kinds of people found in each quadrant. For instance, a person like, let's say, Richard Branson, who formed Virgin Airways and all that, he would be in the B quadrant. Or somebody like Ray Kroc, who founded McDonald's, he would be in the B quadrant. Now, the same guy who starts a little hamburger stand on the corner would be in the S quadrant or the self-employed quadrant. Many times people ask, what's the difference between the S or self-employed quadrant or small business quadrant and the B quadrant? We've already touched on it lightly. A lot of it's the size of the idea. But the other part about it is that an S quadrant person, generally, or self-employed, they cannot afford to leave the business. In other words, they are the business. Some people say the S quadrant does not have a job. They own the job. They bought it. Found in the S quadrant are oftentimes such people as doctors, attorneys, lawyers. S might also stand for smart. When you look at the smartest people, generally from school, a lot of them wind up in the S quadrant, doctors, accountants, engineers, and things like that. So when I was a kid, my poor dad always said to me, son, go to school and get a good job. He was giving me the reality of going to the E quadrant or the employee quadrant. My mother, knowing that I wanted to be rich, said, son, I know you really want to be rich, and I know your dad means well, but if you want to be rich, you should become a doctor. And the reason she said that is because she was a registered nurse. In other words, she was telling me to go to the S quadrant or the self-employed quadrant. So at that point, I went to listen to my rich dad, and my rich dad said, Robert, since you don't really have that good skills, you don't like following orders, you should really belong in the B quadrant as a business owner. That's the reason why when I came back from the Marine Corps, I decided to start learning how to build B quadrant businesses. And a B quadrant business is a business that builds systems. In other words, it can grow ad infinitum. So I started the nylon wallet business rather than, let's say, a restaurant, simply because my nylon wallets could go worldwide very quickly, whereas starting a restaurant would keep me, regionally and geographically located, high capital intensity into things like this. So I went into the B quadrant with wallets. When people say, did I really like nylon wallets? The answer was no, I really didn't like it, but it was the product that would give me the most leverage through systems throughout the world. And so we started in that. And like I said before, we didn't expect to be successful. We expected to fail really early. Unfortunately, we were extremely successful right from the start, and we got very big, and our systems did not keep up with the growth. In other words, the structure underneath the growth wasn't there to keep up with it, and that's why we collapsed inwards. Yet, nonetheless, it took me a year to recover. It was still a great experience because it taught me how to become a B in the B quadrant. The I quadrant is where In my opinion, everybody needs to go today. In the old days, in the industrial age, the idea was go to school, get a job, and work there until you retired. And the thinking was that the company and the government would take care of you or handle the responsibilities of the I quadrant for you. In the information age, we went into these things called 401ks and IRAs and SEP plans. Basically, what it was saying that in the information age, you got a job, but it was your responsibility to be the investor. The main reason I write my books and say what I say and talk to people about education is the idea that there's no such thing as a safe investment. All investments have risk in them. Everything has risk in it. So I really think it's important that whether we're an E, an S, or a B, we all need to learn how to be an I regardless today. We all need to invest for our financial security as well as our financial future. So the point here is this. Logically, it makes sense then in the information age, we should be on at least in two quadrants called the two-legged approach to it. If we're an E, we also need to be an I. If we're a self-employed person, we still need to be an I. If we're a B, we still need to also be an I. It's two legs on two sides. The problem is this. My rich dad said you can always tell an employee by the words they use because the words are driven by emotions. An employee, he said, will always say the same words, which are, I'm looking for a safe, secure job. The key word in there is secure because the emotion is fear. And until a person addresses that fear or that emotion, then sometimes that fear is like being in the goldfish bowl looking out at the world that everything is risky, everything is dangerous. If an employee invests in the I quadrant, they invest with that same emotion. They look for safe, secure investments. They generally go for mutual funds. They say invest for the long term, diversify, play it safe. So the carryover from the E to the I fits. Now, the self-employed person, they have a different emotion, probably the same emotion called fear, but it manifests in different ways. Self-employed people are the rugged individuals. When somebody says, I want to quit my job and do my own thing, they generally move from the E quadrant to the S quadrant rather than from the E quadrant to the B quadrant. They go into the S, which I call psycho land. The reason it's psycho is because it's one of the hardest quadrants to be successful in, simply because you have to do everything. You're often chief cook and bottle washer. The failure rate is very high because you have employees working on you, you have customers working on you, as well as the government working on you. They say that the S, the self-employed, spends at least one full day talking to the government just to comply with the government's regulations. So it's hard to make money if you're working for the government directly. So the S can also stand for Superman or Superwoman. I'm going to do it on my own. S can also stand for satisfied. When people say, I really love what I do because I'm doing my own thing, they're often in the S quadrant, being autonomous, being free to do their own thing. The problem is, I think when you look at the average income in the S quadrant, it's less than $24,000 as an average. So you do your own thing, but you don't necessarily earn that much. Some people earn a lot, but a lot of them earn very, very little, but they're very satisfied. So that's what S can stand for. Another way you can tell an S is by the words they're saying, such as, I'm going to charge you $100 per hour. For them, time is money. Or they'll say, my commission is 6%. Again, time is money for them. So that's what their makeup is. The hard part for them to move into the B quadrant, from small business to B quadrant, is trust, because they don't trust anybody to do it as good as them. That's why the song, I Did It My Way or Nobody Does It Better, really fits the S quadrant. The S also stands for the smartest. In other words, Rich Dad said if you want to be in the B quadrant, you don't have to be the smartest, but you surround yourself with smart E's, S's, and I's. But in the S, generally, they're the ones who are the smartest. The problem with an S investing is they also want to invest as an individual. So a lot of times if I say, because I generally am a B quadrant person, when I talk to somebody in the S quadrant and say, why don't you buy real estate? They go, oh, I don't want to invest in real estate because I have to fix toilets. See, it's that do-it-yourself mentality. Or if they sell real estate, they call, they'll cut out the broker, they'll sell it on their own. Or if they do stocks, they'll day traders. They want to do it on their own. They're very rugged individual types. And that's how they invest. They have to do it on their own. It keeps them small. One of the things about the E and the S is actually physical, P-H-Y-S-I-C-A-L, physical labor. For many of them, they have a cap on their earnings between $100,000 and $500,000 if they're at the upper end. The reason there's a cap on it, they can only do so much physically. For instance, a doctor can only do so many surgeries. A dentist can only do so many teeth drilling. You don't want to go to a dentist and say, guess what, I'm going to leverage a little bit here. I'm going to drill 2 teeth at one time. You go, well, I think I'll go to somebody else. So that's why on the E and the S side, the amount of money you can earn is finite. It's capped. Whereas on the B and the I side, the right side of the quadrant, that's infinite simply because if you're very good, you can keep expanding your system. Well, the reason I talk to people about network marketing is a system. Every time you get somebody on your downline from you, that's another asset to you, and you can keep expanding it. The more people you get, the system keeps expanding. If you really understand investing, the reason I like real estate from a B side is once I buy it, I can forget it. And it keeps paying me cash. Then I wander around, look at another 100 units, buy another one. And it pays me forever. I'm not going to fix the toilets. You have managers to do that. You have managers to collect the rent and all those types of things. So the point here is this: the E, the S, the B, and the I are determined primarily by your emotions. And strategy number 6 is generosity. I know there's a lot of people out there who are greedy and have a lot of money. I have many friends who are extremely wealthy, and I would say they're greedy people. They're still my friends. But also I know people who are very poor who are also greedy. So as I said earlier in this series, that greed and being good or bad or whatever has nothing to do with how much money you have. Rich or poor, there's always good and bad people. It doesn't make any difference. But the reason I have personally found that being generous is more important, it goes back to the law of reciprocity. Give and you shall receive. It's not receive and then you shall give. And that's what most people are thinking about. My rich dad was a very, very generous man. He said, if you want to get rich, don't try and cut back. Just try to figure out how you can give more. So like I talked about earlier, my poor dad had a big house and my rich dad had apartment houses. He says, I'm a rich person because I provide housing for more people. Your dad provides housing only for himself. And that's why a lot of times when people say the rich are greedy, I kind of take that, with a grain of salt, because I don't think they know what they're talking about. As I said, I've made more money when I stopped teaching what I was teaching, and I started writing about what I was teaching in this book. And the book has gone all over the world in 20-something different languages. I've made more money by trying to be generous. So if you want to be rich, do your best to be generous. The reason there's 3 piggy banks, savings, tithing, and investing, is giving is very important. I have a friend who's a Mormon. He showed me this passage that they teach. He says, God does not need to receive, but humans need to give. And I've always found that when I was tight for money, if I wanted to get money to come in, I would write a check and give it to the Salvation Army or to some charity or to a church. And if I gave, money came back in again. What happens to a lot of people is when they're short of money, they tighten up. And when you're really short, give, it shall come back in. It's the same thing. If you want to smile, smile, and people will smile at you. If you want to punch, throw a punch. It'll come back to you also. So the whole issue is this: give and you shall receive. So finishing up on the idea of being generous is that in my organization, in our company, we make sure we practice what we preach. So if we tell you that we give, we give. If you look at our board game, Cash Flow 101, on the fast track out there, you'll actually see that we have charity and tithing and giving away with socially responsible capitalism is very much a part of our whole philosophy and teaching. But we do more than just teach it. We actually live it. The proof in the pudding is the dollar that is spent. So what we have formed with Sharon, Kim, and I, we formed the Foundation for Financial Literacy, whereas some of the profits coming into our company are directed into our nonprofit organization. The purpose of this organization is to provide educational materials to schools to teach young children, the difference between assets and liabilities, income statements and balance sheets. The reason we do that is because, as most of us know, that if we give people money, it only keeps them poorer longer. By teaching people how to manage their money, we have a better chance of bringing the poor out of poverty and into being prosperous. So we practice what we preach. Our Foundation for Financial Literacy is our way of giving back from all the bounty that has come to us. We have found that the more we give, again, the more we get. So if I could conclude these 6 strategies, I could go on and on. We could split hairs and go into much more minutia, more detail on how to. But ultimately it comes down to why do you want to do it? Like I said, the why I wanted to do it, one reason is I don't like being poor. I've been rich and I've been poor. And I tell you what, I'm not necessarily a happier person, but having more money does help me be a little bit more happy. It allows me more choices in life. I have a bigger house instead of a small house. I can buy cars or this. I don't have to buy cars on sale or clothes on sale. I don't have to shop the sale. I don't have to try and save money because I'm only focused on making more money, managing it well, investing it well, and giving it back. That's all I do. I'm not worried about trying to save money. And my wealth increases and increases. My problem right now is having too much money. It's coming in because I've done the right things to have this money come in. So the point of the matter here is the reason this program is on audio tape is so that you can listen to it. The one thing I have never stopped doing is learning. Although I personally did not like school, I've always loved learning. I just didn't like what I was being taught at school. So today I continually read. Just because I'm out of school doesn't mean I stop. Just because I've made enough money doesn't mean I stop learning. I constantly learn. Today when I go to the gym, I put my headphones on, I listen to tapes. I'm constantly learning to tapes. I'm constantly reading because the world is changing too quickly for anybody to say, I've learned enough. So again, I thank you for listening this far in this program. But if I may encourage you, to listen to this tape not just once, but twice, and maybe 6 months from now, listen to it a third time. I think that as you change, you'll hear more and more from this audio series. So I thank you very much for your commitment to education, and let's go on. We have much more to learn. So before I get off the strategy of creating money through financial intelligence, I want to be clear that I'm not talking about borrowing money recklessly and with abandon. For example, a young man called me and he says, I'm following and doing exactly what you said. I've quit my job, I have lots of credit cards, I'm maxing them out, and I'm buying real estate. I said, I never said that. He says, yes, but you said buy real estate. And I said, well, don't be an idiot when you're buying real estate. The point I'm making here is that when you borrow money, you need to know that there's good debt and bad debt. And the more your financial intelligence goes up, the more able you are to handle debt. As I always say to people, which requires more intelligence, savings or being in debt? And being in debt requires far more intelligence. I mean, you have to be a lot smarter to handle it. So the smarter you are, the better able you are to handle debt. So going back to that, knowing that there's good debt and bad debt, and the average person is loaded up with bad debt because they don't know the difference. And real quick, the definition of bad debt is debt that makes you poor, and good debt that makes you rich. So the smarter you become, the more good debt you can use to become richer and richer. And it gets easier and easier the more your intelligence goes up. There's a lot of people right now looking for nothing down real estate. That is extremely risky. Because they think they're getting, real estate at a bargain, let's say a $100,000 house for no money down. Well, that's extremely risky if you're acquiring $100,000 worth of debt without much income. That is extremely risky. So if you're going to look for nothing down property, the first thing you've got to check is to make sure you have enough in savings or reserve to cover that property in case it goes bad. The reason most people are looking for nothing down property is very simply because they have nothing to put down. And that's extremely risky. That shows poor money management. So while I talk about debt, there's good debt and bad debt, good income and bad income, good expenses and bad expenses, good liabilities and bad liabilities. And that's all part of being financially intelligent. The more you know the differences, the richer you can become. Strategy 5, create money through financial intelligence. This strategy becomes easier and easier the more you pour a foundation or you get some basic financial intelligence. But you got to be basic. And it starts with, number 1, 3 piggy banks, paying yourself first, managing your account, having a good auditor like a bookkeeper or somebody keep your records. You've got to have good records. You've got to keep track of things. It's really basic. But if you will do that, then you'll learn to invest a little bit more, learn how to save and all this, and your banker begins to trust you a little more. Trust in business or in money is called fiduciary. It means they trust you. That's why I say your fiduciary responsibility is you're entrusted. The reason people like banks is very easily because they're trustworthy. You do business generally with people you trust. Even in the world of crooks, they may be outside the law, but if they don't trust you, their justice is a little swifter than our system, So there's trust even amongst crooks, and that's called fiduciary trust. If you don't pay your bills back, you go to court inside the law and they break your kneecaps outside the law. So it's the same thing. Crooks sometimes have more fiduciary responsibility because the consequences are a little bit more severe. So this idea that crooks aren't trustworthy is completely erroneous. Anyway, going back to creating money through financial intelligence, I've already talked about how you print money sometimes. I do it constantly. I don't work for money, I print it. You can do it with stock shares, printing baseball cards, or I can take a $100,000 house, mark it up to $120,000, sell it, carry back a note at $20,000. I just printed money. You make it up. And, if you do it illegally, it's called counterfeiting. If you do it legally, it's called smart. And that's the big difference. But you've got to build up to this point. I'm not saying go and do it right now. The other part about financial intelligence is, let's say you had $10,000. If you're smart with that money, you go to the bank and you say, Mr. Banker, I want to borrow $100,000 with this $10,000 to buy a piece of real estate. They'll loan you money all day long because bankers generally like real estate. They love it. Now, if you go to the banker and you say, Mr. Banker, I would like to borrow $100,000 to buy XYZ shares of even your bank, they won't lend it to you. So that's part of the intelligence there. That's why the people who are trying to retire using stocks or equities, it's going to take them a long, long time. The way I retired so much quicker was I used debt financing. In other words, I borrowed my you-know-what off, borrowing to buy piles of real estate because bankers love real estate. I go to them all day long and say, can I borrow another $1 million? Oh, sure. You buy another building. The question I always ask people is, how long would it take you to save $1 million? And for most people, it would take a lifetime. The question is, if you have good fiduciary or good records and you're fiduciarily responsible, it takes you 20 minutes to borrow $1 million. And if you know how to leverage that money, in other words, for $1 million, I'm going to buy a building and that $1 million is going to return me 30% or $300,000 a year, bankers will lend you money all day long. If you're a bad manager of money, you don't know assets from what in the grounds, the banker's not going to lend you anything. And that's where it starts. So that's why it starts with basic fundamental principles. Pay yourself first, 3 piggy banks, get a good bookkeeper to keep your records straight, save money, tithe, and begin investing small, build up your account, and they love you. It's very easy, and it gets easier and easier. Another thing that happens is your intelligence increases. For instance, I bought a ranch with 80-something acres in it. Price was $115,000. I always use this example. So I went to the seller of it. I say, I'll give you $115,000 in 1 year. And he said, well, it hadn't sold in 15 years, so why not, right? It wasn't going to cost him anything. So I took the property, and they always say things come, expensive things come in small packages. So the way you get rich is chop it up. So I took that 80-something acres, I chopped it up, because by law you can divide it by 4 different times. I learned that from my team talking to me about real estate. I could chop it up 4 or 5 different ways, so I chopped off approximately 30 acres. I sold the 30 acres for $215,000, got the money, paid off the guy I owed the money to, and I kept the 50 acres, put $100,000 in my pocket. That's called creating money. But after enough practice, you get used to doing it. I have enough money in my bank to cover me in case I made a mistake, in case it didn't work. At least I could still pay it off because I had so much in savings. So those are the things that happen if you get your fundamentals down, work really hard, and be diligent. It gets easier and easier to make more money. If you don't do those things, it gets harder and harder. Strategy number 4 is build a business. I'd like to go back to an opening comment I made about smart versus risky. If you remember, my poor dad always said that job security was smart and building a business was risky. And my rich dad said building a business was smart and hanging on to job security was risky. So it's a completely different point of view. So before I go into building a business, I want you to check what you think is real. See, if your thoughts are building a business is risky, too much hard work, etc., then what I'm just going to say will not fit into your reality out there. So with that, I'd like to move on. The reality is building a business is risky very simply because there's no real answer out there. There's so many moving parts. And I don't recommend it necessarily. But the payoff is excessive. I mean, the payoff, if you're successful in this, you're entering the richest game in the world. If you look at some of the richest people in the world, they are people who built businesses, i.e. Henry Ford, Michael Dell, Bill Gates, Richard Branson. That's the richest game in the world. So if you say, well, it's too risky, well, then you're taking yourself out of the potential of becoming millionaires and billionaires. That's the price of having that thought, that reality. So if I give you a couple of tips, because it is such a vast subject, and like I said, 9 out of 10 small businesses fail, that's true. But when I looked at it as if that means 9 out of 10 fail, then I'm going to try it 10 times. That's all I look at, add the numbers to it. Start small, take small risks, baby steps, keep your daytime job, all that stuff. Don't do too excessively. But I'll give you some things that are important. Number one, the reason I went in the Marine Corps and military school is for leadership skills. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you don't have to have any skills except to be a leader. My best friend Larry Clark, who I talked about early on, he built the fastest growing home building company in America. That's how he got to be Inc. magazine's Entrepreneur of the Year. Larry cannot lift a hammer. He doesn't know how to saw. He doesn't know how to fit plumbing, but he does know how to lead. And so even though he has no construction skills, he has excellent leadership skills. Secondly, you need management skills. Now, there's two kinds of people in business, leaders and managers, and you have to know the difference between the two. I believe it was William Bennis who said leaders do the right things and managers do things right. And oftentimes the reason a small business person cannot get out of that trap is because they're good managers, but they're not good leaders. And somewhere along the line, you've really got to make up your mind which one you're going to be. The reality is you actually need both skills to be an entrepreneur. There's a young woman in New Zealand who was a single mom on welfare. And the moment she shifted her reality, she said, maybe I can do this. Most people say, well, it's too risky, don't do it. Getting free advice from your cheap friends. And her friend came up to her and said, why don't we buy a business? Now, if you're a single mom, 26 years old, basic high school education, you're going, well, how can I do this? Not that I can't do this, how can I? And she and her friend got together. Her friend was a medical doctor. And she says, I work for this medical clinic, and the guy that owns it wants to sell it, but he can't find a buyer. None of the doctors want to buy it. Or something like that. It was some strange thing because they saw themselves as specialists, and they thought running a business was risky. So they negotiated with the doctor who was retiring to buy the business out of cash flow. They put no money down, and they bought the business. In one transaction, this young woman went from being a single mom on welfare to being a business owner and retired. In other words, she runs so much cash flow because these doctors are still there doing their job instead of running a business. And that was one single shift of a person's reality. I have a lot of stories like that. It's not how old you are. Colonel Sanders started when he was old. It's not how educated you are, because women had no education. She's not a doctor. My best friend was not a builder. It has nothing to do with technical skills that the education system thinks so important. So when people say, how do I get those leadership skills? I recommend volunteering. Go and volunteer. Go to work for your church or work for a charity and learn to work, learn to lead, learn to manage. Those are the crucial skills. They're called people skills. The hardest thing about starting a business is not technical, it's people. How well do you work with people? If you're very bad at people, working with them, you need to learn. Many S's, like self-employed people, they're autonomous because they don't work well with people. They're not people. And that's a very limiting factor. I'll go into that later, but the reason it's limiting is because that means if you're not good with people, you got to do the work. That's the very big problem. So the good news also is this, is that the world of business doesn't have a glass ceiling. It doesn't ask you, what's your college degree? Or are you a specialist in doctor? Or are you a special attorney? They don't. They want leadership skills, management skills, good team skills. Because the most important thing in a business is not the product, not the systems, but the human capital. And if you're a good leader, you can manage people, treat people fairly, inspire them, ask them to go beyond their self-limiting doubts. You can build a business. And that's what it takes. So when people say, well, I can't get promoted because there's a glass ceiling. Well, there's a glass ceiling on the E and the S side, but not the B and the I side. People say I'm too old. There is a factor against old guys in business. So there's discrimination, but not on the B and the I side. And that is a very big difference. But there's a shift in reality out there. It's a shift in perception. So the other good news is that most people shouldn't really be entrepreneurs because, if you're not trained to do it. At least I was trained. I was mentally prepared to lose all my money if I had to and all that stuff. The good news is you don't have to be an entrepreneur starting from scratch. You can buy a franchise today. Franchises are all over the place. Go to franchising expos. Don't buy the first one. Shop 2 or 3 of them. Spend the next year of your life researching it, having a good time, finding out which franchise has the best training program for you. The trouble with some franchises is that they're very expensive. But at least a bank will lend you money for a franchise, but often won't lend you money to start up your own company, because the success rate of a franchise is better than the guy like me starting from scratch. And the third form, other than starting a business, franchising, is network marketing. The reason I like network marketing is because they have good educational programs. They train you. They take their time. See, in the real world of business, if you don't perform right away, they fire you. You're out. In network marketing, they'll work with you. They'll spend the time with you. They give you the time to change your mindset from E or S to B to I. They don't care how long it takes. They're patient. Their job is to build you up so you can build a business. Not all network marketing companies are good. There's a lot of people out there who are in them because they're basically open to everybody. But there's really good ones. If you want to find one with the best training program, not the one with the best products or compensation program. Because what you're really looking for is education and training. I have met many people who were not successful in network marketing, but they spent 5 or 6 years there. In that 5 or 6 years listening to tapes, reading books, that gave them the leadership skills, the motivation, as well as the management skills to go out and start their own business as entrepreneurs. I forgot to say one more thing about network marketing. One of the best things it teaches you is to handle rejection. And when I look at why people aren't rich, there's 2 main reasons. One of them is they're afraid of failing and fear of being rejected. And if you can get over those 2 things, life is really easy. You see, once I learned that 1/3 of the people love you, 1/3 of the people hate you, and 1/3 of the people don't care. Doesn't stop them. Oh, he doesn't like me, so I'm going to stop. Well, so what? Or, he didn't like me because he didn't buy my product. Well, so what? So if you can get over rejection and fear of failing, life is easy. And that's the best thing I think that network marketing teaches you is the emotional intelligence to just get off of it and get on with it. Always remember, 1/3 love you, 1/3 hate you, and 1/3 don't care. So your market as a marketing person is to get the 1/3 who don't care to care. So I encourage you to find a way for you to do it, because the one thing great about this age right now with the internet, there's more and more people will be forming their own businesses on the net. And the good thing about the net, the startup cost is low and you can reach a worldwide market. But it first starts with you being willing to change your reality, which begins with changing what thoughts you think are real. Business isn't risky. Being untrained is risky. Strategy number 3 is a very important one. It's called build a team. This goes back again to the difference between my rich dad and my poor dad. My poor dad, being a school teacher, as I've alluded to earlier, is in school we learn to take tests on our own. In other words, you become John Wayne or you become the island. And in my family, I remember my mother crying a lot of times because we were financially in struggle. And my dad would just simply cross his arms and sit there and says, I'm the man of the house. I'll manage the money. You don't have to worry about it. So just like he learns in school, he takes his financial test on his own. The reality is, in the real world, that investing and financial management is really a team sport. And the reason for that is there's multiple skills that are required to be good at financial management. Number one is you definitely need an accountant or a bookkeeper at some level to keep records. And people say, well, why do I need to keep records? I'm only an employee. Well, the records you want to keep is your financial statement. Because your financial statement, as I said, is your report card. It tells you, keeps track of how well you're doing, how intelligent you are, or how not so bright you are. And just like I said the story about Arnold Schwarzenegger walking around with his stomach exposed just so he could do more sit-ups, is that you want to look at your financial statement, especially if you're in big trouble, because it's kind of a wake-up call. It gives you some reality. It's better than doing what I tend to do, sometimes pull my shirt over my stomach and pretend it's not there, So the reason you want at least a bookkeeper or an accountant is somebody to keep accurate records. And a lot of people say, well, I do it myself. Again, that's that do-it-yourself mentality. And everyone has what's called scotoma. Scotoma is a mental blind spot, something you can't see. So the reason you want somebody else is just so you have a second point of view. We all know that 2 minds are better than 1, except in school. So the big challenge for my poor dad was that he never wanted to admit he didn't know anything. Because, being highly educated, you have to know all the answers. He knew all the answers. He didn't need to ask anybody. He didn't trust anybody else. That was his whole thing. Whereas my rich dad, at his office or at his restaurants, He'd have his banker, his accountant, his attorney, his real estate broker, his stock broker, insurance agent, financial planners, or anybody else sitting around the table, and he would gather data or information from people that came from different skills, because he always said to me, investing is a team sport. And the team that wins is the better team. And most people are trying to play the stock market like these day traders as individuals. Even the professional day traders have teams. They have somebody sitting right behind their shoulder making sure they don't make a stupid day trading move. But the average day trader thinks they can do it on their own. They think they're Rambo or something. So the thing I say to people is, if you want to get wealthy, start with a team. It may be as simple as a bookkeeper saying, put my finances in shape. Let me see my income, expenses, assets, liabilities. Give me my ratios. What's my income to expense ratio? What's my debt to equity ratio? Then you start improving your intelligence. Don't try and do it on your own. Talk it over with them. What can I do? 2 minds are better than 1. After a while, you can build up to having a friendly banker or an accountant to help you. When people say, how do you find a good accountant? The way you find a good accountant is you have to get a little bit more intelligent. In other words, you can't ask intelligent questions. The accountant really can't help you. The other thing is, if you're an employee, the facts are an accountant really can't help you because there's nothing the accountant can do except maybe help you put your financial statement in better order, but they're still nice to talk to. When I first started out, I thought I had lousy accountants. And what I found out was that I was a lousy businessman. I really didn't know what questions to ask. And so many times the accountant said, well, you can't do that. He wasn't saying that everybody in the world can't do that. He was saying that I can't do that. The reason was because my education level and my experience was not yet up to par. So over the somewhat years I've been doing this, as my education increased, and my education does come from my accountant and my attorney and my financial planner and my insurance agent and my banker and my real estate guy, gave me the real estate laws and stock laws and the stock attorneys. I learned so much from them. It's staggering. And people say, how did I learn what I've learned? I've learned it from building teams around me. You can't know everything. Very few people can go to school to learn banking, finance, accountancy, law, financial planning, real estate law, stock law. I mean, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The subject is too big. So start small, start maybe a bookkeeper, but start adding to your team. Another good thing about the B and the I side of the quadrant is that the B and the I, and sometimes the S, your advisors, your team, are a tax deduction. It's wonderful. In other words, the government allows me to write off their high, sometimes inflated expenses. But nonetheless, the information they give me is priceless regardless of what I pay them. So I can collect all this data, I pay them, and the government lets me write it off from my expenses. The employee cannot do that. That's another reason my rich dad said you don't want to be an employee, very simply because if you paid for this advice, you have to pay with after-tax dollars. I'll say it again, you pay for it with after-tax dollars. As a B quadrant or a professional investor, I pay it with pre-tax dollars. I love paying them, because that's how I get smarter. So if you're operating as an individual, just putting money in your retirement plan and closing the door on that, the facts are your intelligence is not increasing. You may be saving a few dollars, you may be saving some time, you're not dedicated to it. But your team is the team that educates you. And in my opinion, they're priceless. Over the years, I think about all my accountants and my attorneys and my bankers and my real estate agents. I love them dearly because they help make me who I am today. And later on in this series, I'll be bringing on some of those advisors. Because if you ask me for tax advice, I don't know anything. You ask me for corporation advice, I don't know much. You ask me about real estate, I don't know that much. Stocks, I don't know that much. But I know where to find the answer. That's the difference. So, as I said to you earlier, and I took it to heart, being a B and an I meant being lazy and incompetent. And I've taken that to heart. But to be lazy and incompetent, you really do need a very good team around you. And now, for those of you who have the reality of, I can't afford it, I'm so broke, I can't afford an attorney, I can't afford a bookkeeper, I want to reiterate with you what the price of that is. My rich dad used to say, the most expensive advice in the world is free advice. I'll say it again. The most expensive advice in the world is free advice. And that's the advice you get from your untrained, unsophisticated friends, relatives, and neighbors and people you work with. They go, oh, no, you shouldn't do that. My attorney's... And they live in this little world of make-believe rather than look at the facts. So for those of you who are saying you can't afford it, I think that's one of the most expensive things you can say, because there's nothing worse than free advice that's inaccurate. And strategy number 2 is mind your own business. Mind your own business comes from, again, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, on the issue of financial literacy. You've got to be able to read an income statement and a balance sheet, or what I call your report card. And again, the confusion happens in the financial statement because people don't know the difference between assets and liabilities. Very simply said, regardless if you're an E, an S, a B, or an I, your asset column is your business. In other words, many times you need to look at your life as being your own portfolio manager. And if you're your own portfolio manager, like Peter Lynch was a manager for the Magellan Fund and Soros was for the Quantum Fund, is that you need to think and act the same way. So your asset column is what you are managing. That's your portfolio. So it begins with knowing, again, the difference between assets and liabilities. One of the reasons the middle class struggles financially, as well as the poor, is very simply because they've been trained to mind other people's businesses. When you go to school and get a job, you're generally working for somebody else. And what you do then is when you work for somebody else, you get paid. If you're an employee, your first line of expense is taxes. At that point, you're minding the government's business. You're paying the government first because you can't get paid until the government gets paid. And if you are affected with affluenza, which is the dreadful disease of keeping up with the Joneses, and as I said, the problem with keeping up with the Joneses are going broke. They look good, but they're going broke, is that you're constantly buying more and more liabilities the more your income goes up. And so at that point, you're working for the bank in the liability column with all your debt. And that's why people are saying, cut up your credit cards and all that other stuff and, roll your credit card into your home equity loan. If you think that's smart, I don't think that's very smart personally. There's other ways of doing it. So minding your own business means, managing your expenses. And there's good expenses and bad expenses. If you manage expenses really well, the first thing you'll do is pay yourself first. And those are those 3 piggy banks. You see, savings is an expense. That's the way you look at it. It has to enter into the expense column. Savings isn't an asset feature. It's really an expense item. It's in the expense column. So right under taxes, you should definitely put down there 3 piggy banks. And that's paying yourself first. And after you pay yourself first, then knock yourself out. Go affluenza. Have a good time. Live on what's left. But you must pay yourself first, because paying yourself first is the first step in minding your own business. So I'm not saying quit your job or, do something drastic like cut up your credit cards and go bankrupt or something. I'm not saying that. I'm saying keep your daytime job. But always remember this, that your daytime job gives you your paycheck. It's what you do with your paycheck is where you start minding your own business. In other words, when you start getting into the habit of the 3 piggy banks, you're saving, you're tithing and investing. The moment you have enough in the investment account, then go out and buy yourself a little piece of property in your spare time. So you keep your daytime job, you wander a neighborhood, let's say you pick out a 15-block square area, so I'm going to look for real estate in this area, or I'm going to look for stocks in this sector, let's say healthcare or high-tech or .coms, whatever you want to do, or oil, and you're going to start looking into this area. That's what you do in your spare time. The key for being rich is not so much what you do at your daytime job, but more what you do in your spare time. That's the difference. Most people, they come home from work and they turn on the TV and the mind goes dead. And that's why they don't get ahead. It's what you do in your spare time that ultimately makes you rich. So now it's time to get into the 6 strategies. But I want to reinforce one more thing. These are how-tos. And I can give you how-tos till the cows come in. And all the how-tos in the world will not make any sense, or you won't do it unless you have a reason as to why you want to do these things. So before I begin, you may want to take a moment and ask yourself why. Why would you want to become rich? Why would you want to become financially free? Without that reason, I don't think the how-tos have much validity. So strategy number 1 is work to learn. That was one of the most important lessons I learned as a child. For those of you who read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, you may remember that my rich dad started by paying me 10 cents an hour, to stack canned goods in his little convenience store. And then I cried and complained, I said, 10 cents an hour is not enough, I want a pay raise and blah, blah, blah. I want to call my dad. And he said, congratulations. And I said, what do you mean congratulations? He said, you're 9 years old and you're acting like most of the people that work for me. They said, they're working here for money. I'm going to give you the most valuable lesson of all. I said, well, it's about time you promised you would teach me how to be rich. I said, I am. I put you in that store for 3 weeks, working for 10 cents an hour, to find out how long it would take you to realize that you're not going to get rich working for any kind of money. So what do you mean? He says, no matter how hard you work, no matter how much money you work for, you won't get rich that way. Because, working physically, there's a finite amount of time and a finite amount of energy in your body. You're not going to get there that way. And that was the moment he said, I'm going to take your money away from you. And if you want to be rich, you'll work for me for free. And that is really hard for many people, especially on the E and the S side. Work for free, I got to charge you for this. I got bills to pay, and all that chatter comes roaring up in their head. So again, it was the why that came up. And the why was I really wanted to learn how to be rich and all this. So I was willing to work 3 hours a Saturday for free. I learned more working for free simply because I was there to learn this time and not get paid. And to this day, I continue to work for free. I make more money working for free because I'm building assets, not working for money. There's a very slight difference in there. I work on the B and the I side, not the E and the S side. And the difference in mindset is different. So one of the big differences is that the rich learn to have money work hard for them. And the poor and middle class learn at home and at school to work for money. The problem with working for money is, especially if you have poor money management habits, you get in the trap. You make more money, expenses go up. You make more money, expenses go up. Bigger house, nicer car, private schools, it never ends. And that trap of working for money is called, the scientific term for it is the rat race. And you get trapped in that. Make more money, spend more money. Make more money, spend more money. Looking good, going nowhere. It's like the treadmill at the gym. Boom, 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 boom. You're running hard, but you're standing in the same spot. So that's one of the main lessons I learned from my rich dad, was to learn to work to learn. That's why I went to work for Xerox, not because of my career path, and they tried that on me, because it's a great career path. But I went there to learn how to sell. I went to the Marine Corps to learn not to fly a plane, but how to lead people. As I said to people, one of the greatest skills you can have in business, especially entrepreneurship, is leadership. And if you can ask a young man to put down his life so the rest of you can live, you'll learn leadership. And leadership comes from your heart. It comes from doing the right things. It's thinking of the best for most people. So that's why I went to the Marine Corps for. So most of the jobs I have taken have been taken because I had an opportunity to learn something. Rich Dad was a real man. But in reality, I've had many rich dads. Many people I've gone to mentor to. And every time I mentored with them, I worked for free. My latest mentor is teaching me how to build public companies, how the stock market works, how the attorneys work in public markets and all that. And I've worked with him for 4 years from now for free, just because the education I get is far more priceless than the money. I remember this gentleman I'm working with right now. When I first went to see him and I said, I'm willing to learn from you, he said something very important. He says, are you certain? I said, yeah, I'm here to learn from you. I'm willing to work for you. I'm willing to work for free. And he couldn't believe me. So I had to go back like 2 or 3 times, to talk to him. And he said, you're really serious, aren't you? I said, yes. He's considered one of the masters of Wall Street. He says, you're willing to work for free? Yes, I'd like to learn from you. He says, there's only 2 reasons people have ever come to see me on their own. Reason number 1 is they want a job. And reason number 2 is they want to borrow money. And I've never worked with any of them. And I'm the first person that's ever gone and sat with him. And he, trust takes time to build. And over the years, he and I become, I feel like he's my new rich dad in many ways. And he's taken me under his wing. And I've learned more from that man just sitting around, same as my other rich dad, drinking coffee, having a sandwich, talking about things, because you find out so much about a person when they tell you their stories, how they did things. It's not the data. Again, it's the why behind why they did things. And that's why working to learn versus working for money is, in my experience, a very important aspect of becoming wealthy. If you know somebody in your neighborhood is very successful, like a great real estate investor or somebody's good in business and all this, say, I'd like to help you out. Don't say, I want to sit at your feet and have you talk to me. There's no exchange for that. You have to give them something too, if they're going to give you their time and their knowledge. So go there and find out what they need done and say, look, I'm willing to, clean your house or mow your lawn or carry the groceries out or whatever you want to do. I just want some time to learn from you. You have to give something in exchange for the priceless information they give to you. I covered earlier the cash flow quadrant, the E, which stands for employee, S for self-employed or small business, B for big business owner, and I for investor. I'm going to ask you a question now. You may or may not want to answer it, but I think it's a telling question. This is my question to you. What were your mom and dad? Were they E's, S's, B's, or I? What are your brothers and sisters? Are they E's, S's, B's, or I? What is your best friend? You see E, an S, a B, or an I. Who are the 6 people that you spend the most time with on a daily basis? And if you have 4 children, your 4 children count as one person. So when you think about it, the 6 people you spend the most time with are the E's, S's, B's, or I. So when people say, what do you have to do to change your reality? One of them is to change your thoughts. The other part of it is you may have to change your friends. In other words, in 1985, when I decided to make the run, I was going to go 10 years for my freedom, I had to stop hanging out with some of my friends. It didn't mean I didn't love them. It didn't mean we're still not friends. I just couldn't spend time with them because every time I wanted to leave or do something different, I felt them holding me back. They'd say such things as, why do you want to do that? Why are you working so hard? It doesn't make any sense. Let's have some fun. And it was a very trying experience. The same thing, I hate to say, went for my family. They really didn't understand why. Why did I want to work so hard to build a business, improve my management skills, and invest? They didn't understand why. See, because in their plan on life, they planned to work all their lives. My plan had changed. So the thing I want to say to people is that one of the next changes, other than changing your thoughts, is you may need to alter who you hang out with, who you spend your time with. The reason I bring this up is because my best friend, Larry Clark, he and I made that decision, and we roared off. I retired in 1994, financially free. In 1996, Larry Clark became Inc. magazine's Entrepreneur of the Year, the fastest-growing home builder in America. And because he was my friend, very dear friend, as Mike was my dear friend in the book, both Larry and I are B's and I's. Even though we had no money, we had very little experience, we helped each other. Kim, Larry, and I pulled each other along, encouraging each other every time we fell down. Every time we had a setback, we pulled each other along. There were setbacks along the way. Larry lost a lot of money soon thereafter, as I did. But because of my friendship with him, because of that love of friendship, the love of my wife, I would never have made it. And that is probably one of the most important next steps for people. I can tell you the how-to, but if your friends don't have the same how-to or the same reason why, it's a very difficult process. So the thing people say is that if you want to see your future, look at the 6 people you're spending time with right now. When you see that, you will see your future. You will see the future as to which quadrant you will soon be in, or you already are in. So up to now, I've shared with you how easy it really is. All you have to do is get 3 piggy banks. Every day, get up and put, let's say, $1 in each bank. Most of us can do that. If $1 is too much, drop down to 10 cents or 5 cents. But that's all you have to do. That's the how-to. When finding good real estate properties or good stocks, the same how-to is pretty easy. All you have to do is look at 100 stocks or 100 real estate deals, make offers on 10, buy 1. It's 100 to 1. In starting a business, the same thing is true. It's basically you got to be willing to fail 9 out of 10 times to find that one time to make it. So the how-to is really rather easy. It is the why that is lacking for most people. If I can say this, the how-to is always the same. It's pretty easy. It's the same as losing weight, diet, and exercise. That's the how-to. The why is what's unique. Your why is different than my why. The same as a diet is the how-to. Everybody can do it, but everybody goes, instead of finding the why, they go and look for an easier diet. Instead of asking, why do I want to lose weight? I once read a story about Arnold Schwarzenegger. And the story was that when he was young, he used to walk around with a T-shirt, one of those crop-top T-shirts that exposed his stomach. And the reason he did that was because it showed off his flabby gut. And why he did that was to give him the why to lose his gut. He kept exposing it, being embarrassed, and he kept showing it to everybody, and it inspired him to go to the gym and work out. Most of us would rather cover our stomach. Most of us would rather not look at our financial statements. Because if you look at your financial statements, you might find the why. So if I could explain to you, back in January of 1985, My why was this. I was approximately 35, 36, 37 years old, whatever I was at that time. The reason why I wanted to be financially free was because, personally, I was simply tired of being average. For most of my life, I was one of those kids that said, well, he's average to above average, but I was never great. I was an above average football player. I was an average student. I was an above average pilot, but I was not a great pilot. When I fought martial arts, I had a black belt. I was an above average martial artist, but not a great martial artist. And I was just tired of being that way. Kim and I were struggling financially. It was okay as long as I struggled financially. But when I saw my beautiful wife struggling also, that gave me a why. So whatever the why is for you, that you want to be financially free, it's very personal. As I said, the how-to is the same, but the whys are different. And until you find that, whether it be for your own personal self-dignity, whether it's for your family, whether it's for your parents, or whatever, until you find that why, you'll always look for an easier how-to, no matter how easy the how-to is. Before getting into the 6 strategies for financial freedom, I thought it best I read to you from a rough draft of a book I'm working on, because I think by reading this section, I think it'll make the 6 strategies a little bit more real for you. So, from the book, Due Out in the Future, it goes, A 10-Year Plan to Change Our Reality. In December of 1984, Kim, my best friend Larry Clark, and myself were skiing in Vancouver, British Columbia on Whistler Mountain. The snow was very deep, the runs were long, and the skiing was excellent, although very cold. At nights, the 3 of us sat in a little cabin that was snuggled between tall pines and barely visible because the snow was up to the roof. Sitting around the fire every night, the 3 of us would discuss our plans for the future. The 3 of us had very high hopes and very little resources. Kim and I were in the last few dollars, and Larry was in the process of building another business. The discussions ran late into the night, every night. We discussed books we had recently read. We also listened to educational audio tapes we had brought along with us, and then discussed them in depth. On New Year's Day, we did what we always do. We set our goals for the coming year. It was Larry who raised the bar that day. Instead of discussing just our goals for the year, he wanted us to set goals that change our realities. He said, why don't we write a plan on how we can all become financially free? I listened to his words. I heard what he said, but I could not fit what he said into my reality. Financially free, I said. You mean write it down? Make a commitment to it? Yes, said Larry, of course. We've talked about financial freedom many times, but I think it's time to stop talking, stop dreaming, and let's start committing. Being almost out of money, Kim and I looked at each other. The glow from the fire illuminated the doubt and uncertainty on our faces. It's a good idea, but I think I would rather focus on surviving for the next year, I said. I had just left the nylon and Velcro wallet business. After it had crashed in 1979, I spent the next 5 years rebuilding it, and then I walked away from it. I walked away because the business had changed radically. We were no longer manufacturing in the U.S. In order to compete with increasing competition, we had moved our factories to China, Taiwan, and Korea. I left the business because I could no longer stand the idea of using sweatshop child labor to make me rich. The business was putting money in my pocket, but it was also taking life out of my soul. That's why I walked away with very little equity. I could not continue to work in a business that violated my spirit. Besides, I had been there for about 8 years. I had learned a lot. I had learned how to build a business, how to destroy a business, and then I learned how to rebuild it again. Although I walked away with very little money, I did walk away with priceless education and experience. Come on, said Larry, you're being a wimp. Instead of setting simple one-year goals, let's go for it. Let's set a big goal. Let's go for freedom. But we don't have much money, I said, looking over at Kim, whose face reflected my concerns. We're starting all over again. All we want to do is survive for the next 6 months to a year. That's when our money runs out. How can we think about financial freedom when we don't have any money? Even better, said Larry. Think of this as a fresh start. Larry was on it. He had been my friend for years. I knew better than to try and stop him. He would not stop. As I sat there listening to Larry sell me on the benefits of setting such a goal, I could hear the little voice inside of me telling me why setting a goal to be financially free was unrealistic and impossible. As Larry talked, I suddenly began to hear my rich dad saying, the biggest challenge you have is to challenge your own self-doubts. It is your self-doubt that denies you the life you want. Rich Dad also said, there is no one in your way except you and your doubts about you. If you will take on your self-doubt, you will find the door to freedom. I tuned back into Larry talking about freedom, and I realized that he was not really talking about freedom. He was asking me to challenge my self-doubt. And at that moment, I knew that challenging my self-doubt was more important than freedom. Okay, let's do it, I said. Let's set the goal to be financially free. That was New Year's Day, 1985. In June of 1994, we were free. Whenever I tell this story, the next question is, how? How did you do it? I then say, it's not about how, it's about why Kim and I did it. And why we did it was to challenge our personal self-doubts. One important lesson that Rich Dad taught me was that life is found beyond our doubts. That evening, sitting around the fire in British Columbia, listening to Larry, I realized that Larry had put me up against my doubts. That was why I was having trouble making the commitment. The reason I was having trouble with setting the goal was because the goal was outside of my reality, and my reality was defined by my own doubts. So I can tell you how Kim and I did it. All I can say is that between 1985 and 1994, Kim and I focused on three things, which are increasing professional skills, increasing money management skills, and 3, increasing investment skills. There are many books written on these subjects, and if I did the same, this would be another how-to book. But more important than how we did it is the why we did it. And the why I did it was because I wanted to challenge my own self-doubts. It is the why that gave us the power to do the how-to. Richard often said, many people ask me how to do something. I used to tell them how to do it until I realized that even after I told them how to do it, they didn't do it. I then realized it was not the how, but the why I do something that is more important. It is the why that gives you the power to do the how-to. He also said, the reason most people do not do what they need to do is because they do not have a strong enough why. When Larry talked about financial freedom, freedom was not possible until I found out my own why. And my why was to challenge my doubts about myself. When people ask me how I became financially free in less than 10 years, I simply say, I first found my reason why I wanted to be free. Once you find your why, the how-to is easy. If you don't find your why, you will constantly be looking for an easier how-to. I then repeat what my rich dad said to me, which is, the reason so many people want the easy road to wealth is because most people do not have a strong enough why. The why to take the freeway, the fast road to wealth. The problem with the easy road to wealth is that the easy road always ends up in a dead end. As promised at the start of this book, I said I would share with you how easy it is for almost everyone to retire rich and retire young, and I will keep that promise. The problem is, even if I make it easy and prove that almost everyone could do what Kim and I did to retire early and retire young, most people will not do it. As Rich Dad said, if the why is not strong, the person will look for an easier how-to, even though the how-to in front of them is already easy. So much of this section has been on the idea that money doesn't make you rich. You may realize by now that money has the power to make you both rich as well as poor if you mismanage it. So many people use the excuse that it takes money to make money. That's not my experience. What it takes to make money is some technical knowledge, a willingness to make mistakes, to learn from your mistakes, and to keep going. As I said, the biggest decision I made was when I realized my poor dad was still saying the same thing to me. Even though he didn't have a job, he was recommending that I look for job security. At that point, I decided to follow in my rich dad's footsteps. And so even though I started with nothing, what eventually made me rich was, number one, the decision. Next was the desire. And then was a determination that no matter how many times I failed, I would stand up, learn from it, not make excuses, and continue on and continue my education. That's what ultimately made me rich. I had nobody that gave me money. I didn't have any inheritance. I didn't have necessarily any intelligence onto the matter, but it started with a decision, a desire, and determination to keep going. I know it's been covered earlier, but the main reason people do not become rich is because of the emotion fear. And The acronym FEAR stands for False Evidence Appearing Real. And what that means is if your reality, your real, is that investing is risky, then what fear will do will provide you with the evidence or the facts that it's risky. For example, I've covered this before. When the gentleman said to me, isn't it true that 9 out of 10 small businesses fail? His emotion of fear presented him the facts that 9 out of 10 fail. But also his fear prevented him from seeing that 1 out of 10 makes it. So what fear stands for is false evidence appearing real. You'll find the evidence that makes it real. For instance, if you say to somebody, why don't you invest in real estate? What that person, if fear is driving, they'll say, well, my brother-in-law the other day bought a house and then the toilets broke and the tenant trashed it, and that's why I'm not going to buy real estate. It's a bad investment. That's what fear does. It brings you the facts that you want to see to justify your fear. The thing I say to most people, the way you overcome fear is have another acronym for it, which means fail early and responsibly. In other words, don't put all your money on one investment. If you're going to buy real estate, buy a small one, and then expect to fail. You want to fail early so you can make some mistakes and you don't lose a lot of money, but you gain a lot of experience. If you say, I only have $50,000, but I'm going to buy a nothing down on a $2 million apartment house, if you fail, that's called failing early, but it's going to be failing big also, and that's really painful. So fail early and responsibly. That means expect to fail. Don't avoid failure. Expect to. When you start small, you expect to make a little mistake. Expect to maybe lose that $40,000. Losing $40,000 is not as bad as losing $400,000. And responsibly means when you lose it, don't justify, don't blame, and don't make excuses. At that, say, well, what did I learn? Because I've now failed, I made a mistake, I'm going to learn something very important. So you have a choice of 2 acronyms. FEAR can stand for false evidence appearing real, which means you'll collect the data to validate your position. Or you can say fail early and responsibly means I'm going to make a little mistake. So I was willing, when they said 9 out of 10 businesses fail, I was willing to fail 10 times. But I wasn't going to fail big. I was going to fail small. And while we're on the subject of who do you have to be to do what you need to do to have what you want to have, again, I want to stress it's just how you think. It's a mindset. My classic story that most of us know is the story of Colonel Sanders who formed, Kentucky Fried Chicken. The story goes that at age 66, they built a freeway over his little chicken shop. So here was a small businessman with a little chicken shop. He was retired at age 66, and suddenly his income was gone because the freeway went over his chicken shop. Now, he could have said, oh, woe is me, and I need to collect welfare, and it's more unfair, they pick on me, and all this other stuff. But what he did, again, was just change the way he think. Instead of frying chickens, he sold people the idea or his recipe on how to fry chickens. And he went around the world selling his recipe. And that's what made him rich. He did less and made more. As long as he was the guy standing there frying those old chickens, he was never going to get rich. And when they put the freeway over his piece of real estate, he was finished. He was the guy that was fried at that moment. But by just simply changing the way he thinks, who he had to be, he went from a small businessman to a big businessman. He went into the world of franchising, and he sold his recipe, allowing other people to stand in front of the broiler and broil his chicken for him. So that's how fast it can be. And he wound up much wealthier because of something that was so-called bad that happened to him. And that was one of the biggest lessons my rich dad taught me. He says that, we all see the saying, if life gives you lemon, make lemonade out of it. And that really is the truth. If you can hold that no matter what happens to you, it's good, you'll be fine. That's a very strong being to have. If you have a handicap, you should turn that into an advantage. That's the power of your mind, of changing your reality, how you look at something. Those are the things. Those are the important beingnesses that are very important. If something bad happens to you, like I hate making mistakes, like I hate failing. I still do, no matter what. People say, well, someday I'll laugh at this. Well, why wait till someday? Laugh now, Find something funny about it. And just laugh and say, well, there I am again. What have I learned from this? If you lose your temper, lose control of your emotions, and you blame, call your attorney and go into lawsuits and, do all those silly things, you've learned nothing. You've wasted a very precious experience, but it also shows who you are, what your beingness is. You have the beingness of somebody who's a loser, not somebody who has the beingness of a winner. We all make mistakes. We all take risks. I mean, every day crossing the street, we take a risk. You know, we take a risk when we learn to ride a bicycle. We take a risk when we fall in love. But it doesn't stop us. The people it stops are the people who stop growing. And that's a beingness. So the whole point of this whole series up to this point, Choose to be Rich, it begins in who you are, in the way you think. As I said, it's not so much what Tom Sawyer did. It was who he had to be to get other people to paint his fence for him and love it. That's a very special beingness. So by changing the way you think, change what you think is real, it forces you into another way of thinking. So going back to the way I said it, my rich dad said, never borrow money when you need it and only borrow money when you don't need it. To think that way, you have to think differently. And when you think differently, you change, you go into another reality. When he said to me, don't work and you'll get much richer, if I had argued with him from my poor dad's point of view or his reality, I would never have learned anything. And when he said to me so many different things, you know, this good debt and bad debt and all these other things, it forced me to think. And thinking, as Henry Ford said, is the hardest work there is. That's why so few people engage in it. And most people learn to go to school and memorize answers instead of think. One more big reality difference between the rich and the middle class is my rich dad always said the rich buy assets first, and their assets then buy their liabilities or their luxuries. What the middle class does, because they want to look good, is they buy liabilities, so they buy the big house, and they don't have any money to buy apartment houses with. So when the be, the do, and the have, the question is, who do you have to be to delay gratification? That's another emotion. Can you delay gratification long enough to acquire assets, or do you have to have instantaneous gratification? I got to have it now. I must have that new BMW now. Then you'll never get there. So when my wife and I want something new, let's say we want a new house, our agreement is we have to first buy assets, and our assets then buy our nice house, which is the liability. So no matter what happens, we have the asset paying for our liability, whereas what the middle class does, because they think differently or their reality is different, they buy the liability first and then hope and pray that someday in the future they can buy the big apartment house. And that is another difference between the be, the do, and the have. It's called delayed gratification, which is another form of emotional intelligence. So while we're on the subject of be, do, have, the one thing I want to say is that in my opinion, and it's only my opinion because it's not a fact, that each and every one of us has the potential to be very, very rich and to have all the things that rich people have. We have that potential, but we have to change the way we think, and that's as simple as it comes down to. So let me give you an example. In Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I talked about pay yourself first. Everybody goes, oh, yeah, what a good idea. But the reality is we work hard, and we actually make our boss rich. We work hard, and the first line item expense for an employee is taxes. Taxes is your number one expense. So the more income you make, the more you pay in taxes, so you're making the government rich. And if you go out and buy a bigger house to cover the taxes, to get a tax break, or you buy a nice BMW, then you're making the bank rich because you're buying all these liabilities. And that's what, most people tend to do, so they can't pay themselves first. Now, I want to say what you can do so that you can be rich. And I was taught this as a little kid. Everybody can do this. What you have to do is get 3 piggy banks. 1 piggy bank is for saving, 1 piggy bank is for investing, and the 3rd piggy bank is for tithing. It has nothing to do with how much money you put in the bank. But what does count is that you do it every single day. See, who do you have to be to put money in that bank every single day? The reality is everybody can do it, but few people will do it. And that's the difference. This is called paying yourself first. So let's say you're an adult making $50,000 a year. You get the 3 piggy banks up and you say, every single day, I'm going to put $1 per bank in each bank. So it costs you $3. So you get up in the morning, you put $1 in the savings bank, $1 in the investing bank, and $1 in the tithing bank. And you go off to work, come home and all that. Next morning you wake up, you start the day. Like I said, every day you start the day choosing between being rich, poor, or middle class. Every single day. It's a choice. I mean, every day you can choose that. I can go and spend all my money and running around to Mexico and having a good time, or I can go and invest my money. So you get up, you put the $1 in the bank every single day. 90 days you do that. It's nothing to do with the dollar amount. It has to do with changing your mind to focus on what's important at the start of every day. In other words, every day you're focusing not on paying bills, you're focusing on saving, tithing, and investing. For those who may not know what tithing means, tithing comes from the word 10. It means 10%. I'm not concerned about 10%. Really, it becomes known to give. So savings you put in your savings account, investing is your investing account, and tithing is your giving away account. So every morning you're getting up and you're thinking about saving, you're thinking about investing, and you're thinking about being generous, giving it away. Who am I going to give it to? Every morning. I don't care about the dollar amount. Some people say, well, that's a little bit too easy. Well, if $1 is too easy for you, then step it to $10 per day per bank. So it costs you $30. See, it has nothing to do with the dollar amount, really. It has to do with the habit. So you get up, you say, okay, for 90 days, I'm going to put $10 in the savings bank, $10 in the investing bank, and $10 in the tithing bank. At the end of the 90 days, you take that money out, you put one in savings. The investing, you can put it into the stock market, mutual fund market, a piece of real estate. And tithing, you can give to your church or the charity you want to give it to. But you're thinking like a rich person, the beingness of a rich person. Now, if $10 is not enough for you to stretch your imagination, then try $100 per bank per day or $300 per process. So you get up every morning, you're now thinking of $300 savings, tithing, investing. And you're changing who you are, your thought process. Everybody can do that. Even if it's 5 cents, 10 cents, you can do that. The question is, who do you have to be to do that? When people say, well, what does Bill Gates do? He does the same thing. The difference is, I estimate Bill Gates saves $1 million a day, invests much more than $1 million a day, and he tithes more than $1 million a day. Last year, he gave away $350 million minimum. That comes up to $1 million a day. And that's what makes him rich. Now, we can all do that. The question is, who do we have to be to do that? It's the same as, we can all go to the gym, or most of them go to the gym and work out. But who do we have to be to get up when it's cold outside and go to the gym? That's the difference. And that's really what I'm talking about. Everybody can do that. Pretty soon, what you have is investment money, and things are growing, you're investing, you have money to invest. If you lose it, it doesn't make much difference simply because you have money in savings. You got a cushion. Now, when you go to the bank to borrow money, they look at it and say, my goodness, you have all this money in savings. We'd like to lend you more money, right? I mean, that's the way it works. And also, the reason tithing is so important is the more you give, it's the law of reciprocity, the more you get back. When people say, how do I get lucky? One of the ways I get lucky is I give a lot. In our company, we have a policy that every Christmas, every person who works for us must give money away. The company gives the person the money to give. We want the individual, the employees, to feel what it feels like to give. So what we do in our company is that our employees, we want to instill in them the feeling of giving. So just before Christmas or Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving is a very important time of year also, they come in and they designate. They say, I would like to have you give from the company to my church or from our company to my charity money, not so much in my name, but in my honor. In other words, the donation comes from the company directly to the charity or church. That way it's not a taxable event to the employee. They don't get taxed on it, and it's a tax write-off for us. But we're not doing it for the tax write-off. We want to instill in our workers the sense of tithing, of giving, of generosity, how that feels, because that's part of the beingness. As my poor dad always said, he thought the rich were greedy. I think it's exactly the opposite. I really think the rich are more generous, and that's why they have so much more money. It's part of their being. So that's why the 3 piggy banks is one way that everybody could do it. The question is, who do you have to be to do it? And if you keep increasing the dollar amounts, let's say after 90 days you go from $1 per bank, you go to $2 per bank. You're now increasing your beingness. It's not what you do. You're doing the same thing. You're just increasing the dollar amount. The next 90 days, you step it up. You go really wild. $5 per bank. That means $15 per day. Pretty soon you find out you're surviving. I'm still surviving, and I'm giving away $15 a day. I'm still living. Well, $15 a day is probably, 3 Big Macs or something at the McDonald's. That's all it is. But you find out, my God, there's plenty. In other words, I can afford to give this away and still survive. My bank account's increasing, my mutual funds are increasing, and I'm feeling good because my church or my charity loves me. That's the beingness of a rich person. The question is, it's easy to do. Who do you have to be to do it? If you do that regularly for the rest of your life and you get it up to you donating $1,000 per piggy bank per day, who would you be at that point? You're doing the same thing, but what you would have would be staggering. Could you imagine if you were investing $30,000 a month or something? Who would you be? What would you have? What would you be doing? It would change everything. The point is everybody can do it. When I talk about investing, people say, well, it's so risky. I gave you the formula again. It's a numerical equation. If you're going to be investing, let's say in real estate, for example, you have to look at least 100 properties before you buy one. And people say, well, I don't have enough time. Well, that's who you are. Well, what if I don't have any money? That's who you are. That's your beingness. There's many times when I was broke, it doesn't cost you any money to go looking, to go shopping. Just because you're broke doesn't mean you can't go into, Nordstrom's or Sears or Walmart and shop. It doesn't cost you any money to shop. And it doesn't cost you any money to look. It doesn't cost you any money to do any of that stuff. So many times when my wife and I were flat broke, we still had the agreement that we had to go and look at 10 or more deals per week. We looked. Sometimes it only took a minute. We look at one deal and say, no, we read the numbers really quickly. It doesn't make sense. Look at it doesn't make sense. But we would go through at least 10 deals a month. That's how we got smart. That's how we got intelligence. That's how we found out market trends. That's how we found out who was selling, who was not selling. We found out rents were going up, rents are going down. Who was moving into town. We learned more by going out on a regular basis and shopping, looking, even though we had no money. That's how we gained our information. The reality is, whether you have money or not, each and every one of you can do that. You can go and open up the Wall Street Journal and you can look at 10 companies. Every day, look at 10 companies, study them each day. You can do that. You don't have to buy anything. But if you would do that, you would eventually become smarter. The being would get smarter, and pretty soon your spirit would come up and you say, maybe I can do this. But if you say, I can't do that, then who are you? What is your being saying when you say, I can't do that? Well, I don't have enough money. Well, it's too risky, Well, my friend lost some money, and, besides, I'd just rather go fishing instead of rather go bowling. Then that's who your being is, and that's what you'll do, and that's what you'll have. So that's why be, do, have is so important. Everybody can do it. The question is, who do you have to be to do it? Every one of us can get 3 piggy banks. Every one of us can go look at 100 pieces of real estate over the next few months. Every one of us can read this newspaper and look at different companies. You can go down to your stockbroker. They'll give you all the financial analyst reports you want. They'll let you give them for free. You don't have to buy anything. But as I said earlier, the thinking is exactly opposite. The middle class thinks about saving, and the rich thinks about investing. That's the difference. They do the same things, but they have a different reality on it. And that's the difference. Another story about be, do, and have. I have some friends in Southern California. They're what you would call Ken and Barbie. They're the classic good-looking couple. She's blonde, he's well-built, he works out all day, she's gorgeous, they have gorgeous kids and all this. And they focus on having the good lifestyle, be, do, have. They have the big house, massive number of cars, Mercedes and BMWs. They have a lot. But what they do is they have to work hard for it, and they borrow like crazy to look like they have a lot. So what their beingness is actually the beingness of poor people. And it's really quite tragic because he and I are about the same age. He has a lot on the surface. As my rich dad said, just because you have a nice house and a nice car doesn't mean you're rich. If you look at the financial statements, you might find out that these people have actually nothing underneath it. So when he comes to talk to me now, he says, now what do I have to do to have what I have? I said, well, you have to change who you are. You have to change how you think. And he says, well, I can't do that. He says, I've been selling real estate for so many years. That's all I know. I can't change. I can't give up my lifestyle. If I don't have a nice car, what will my clients think of me? What will my wife think of me? I can't afford not to send my kids to a nice school. I got to have the big house. And all of a sudden, his beingness comes out, which is the beingness of somebody who wants to look good but is not rich. As I said on the Oprah show, it's called looking good and going nowhere, or keeping up with the Joneses and going broke. They look good because they have the things that look good, but their beingness is just absolutely a poor person's point of view. I'll give you an example. One of the rules I have is, the Nike slogan is just do it. My slogan is just do it once. In other words, what most people do is they get up, go to work, pay bills, get up, go to work, pay bills, get up, go to work, and pay bills. That is the being and the doing of somebody who's going to have hard work and a mediocre income in their life. Get up, be, do, and have. instead of saying, how can I do all that without having to do it? How can I do it just once and have it do it forever? For instance, one of the reasons I love real estate is because I can work really hard to buy one piece of property. But once I buy it, if I manage it well and I've bought it well, it'll put money in my pocket for as long as I want it to. I've done it once. So the saying I have is just do it once. That's the key to success, because it's being lazy, but it's in the beingness or the thought pattern of doing something once, acquiring an asset, and having it pay for you for as long as you want it to pay for it. Once that asset is paying me something, I can go off and buy another piece of property. I do it once, but now I get paid for a long period of time. If you're an attorney or an accountant, you have to do it, then you do it, then you do it, and you do it, because your beingness is a person who believes in doing it. Hard work, doing it over and over and over and over again. That's why I say to people, if you do what you love, all you do is get tired. If you do what you love and you're competent, more people will ask you to do more of it. And it's hard to get ahead with the idea of hard work as a way of getting ahead. A friend of mine in Alaska runs one of these healing stores, should I say. He has, crystals and incense and aromatherapy and these new organic cleansers and all the stuff that makes you healthy. So his reality is that health and healing is better than sickness and surgery. Beautiful store. But when I went to see him in Anchorage, I said, what's wrong? He says, I'm not making that much money. The reason is he's working hard. He's there, from morning to night running the store. Now, his name was Jack. I said, hey, Jack, tell me about this incense you got here. It was a little coil of Japanese incense. This guy had studied incense all his life. Suddenly, he's telling me how this incense is from wood 300 years old, how it was found in a bog in Japan, that when you burn it, it actually goes to a certain part of your brain and it sets off the healing hormone. And I don't even know if this stuff is true. But this guy had a wealth of information about this special, rare incense that only cost $15. When he told me about the value of this incense, it was only natural for me to break out my wallet and pay for it. And then I made the mistake. I said, what is this aroma here? What does this aroma do for you? Here's this guy with a wealth of years of knowledge. He begins telling me about how this helps heal this and do that because it clears up this and your eyeballs clear up, or whatever he was saying. It was just a wealth of knowledge. The problem is he has to do it and do it and do it. Every time somebody comes in the store, he's got to stand there because he's got to be John Wayne and do it. So I said, why don't you change how you do it and become somebody different? And he says, how would I do that? So I took him into a recording studio like I am now. I put the incense in front of him, and I said, now tell me about the healing properties of this incense. And he spoke for an hour. We shut the thing off. It cost him $100. He ordered 100 tapes, which cost him about $4 a tape, so $400. He then went back to his store, and he hands out those tapes. Instead of doing it, doing it and doing it and doing it, he did it just once. And he calls it his lesson of the month. Now he hands out these tapes for free. People come in, and guess what? Suddenly, all of his incense is being sold. He went out the next month and did the thing on the aromatherapy thing he was pitching me. And again, suddenly, all those aromatherapy things sold out the door. He was making money hand over fist. Then I said, there's something else called the internet. He was, holy moly. So now he had a website. He starts downloading all of his data just once onto his website. Now he has orders coming in from all over the world. That's an example of doing it just once. The key to success is laziness. He doesn't have to do it anymore. He does it once. He's put his competence down, and he's broadcast it to the world. And that's why I say to people, it's never been easier, especially with the internet, to start your own business, put your ideas down, and tap into the abundance of the world. But you can't do that if your reality is that business is risky, making mistakes is bad, and what if I fail? And so those are complete different beingness. And if you have the beingness that what if I fail, then you'll have to keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And it's really hard to get rich by doing it. So many people come up to me and say, well, tell me what I have to do to have a lot of money. Tell me what I have to do to have a lot of money. That, again, goes to the idea that you have to do something. If you can do nothing and still do what you want to do, you'll be much richer. So the issue is not what you do, it's who do you have to be. Going back to Mark Twain's story about Tom Sawyer. Who do you have to be a Tom Sawyer, to stand there and to have all these other neighborhood kids fighting to do your work for you? Who do you have to be? In other words, here's Bill Gates. He didn't invent MS-DOS, but who does he have to be to buy somebody else's idea and become the richest man in the world? He couldn't have done it on his own. And that's why I go back to the riddle or the opposite reality when my rich dad said the key to success is being lazy and being incompetent. It forces you into another reality. So when you start thinking, it's not so much what you do to be rich, to have what the rich have. It's more or less who do you have to be. Now, if you're the kind of person that gets disappointed really easily, so, I can't do that, or, what if I fail, or what if they reject me, or what if they laugh at me, then that's the being or the thought pattern of somebody who's not going to do what it takes to achieve that great wealth. If you constantly say, I can't do it, or I can't afford it, that's your being speaking. That's your spirit speaking. That's your mind and your emotions speaking. That is the beingness of somebody who can't do what it's going to take to have a lot of money. That kind of person will say, well, I'll just do it by myself, and nobody will help me, and I'll just go and work hard. That's the beingness of a person who believes in hard work, doing it on their own, and not opening themselves up to a great abundance. See, if you want to open yourself up to the world or the ocean of plenty or great abundance, what you have to be able to do is do very little, yet accomplish a lot. And that's a different kind of being. And to do that, that's why you have to push your brain into another way of thinking, another reality, another paradigm, another way of solving problems. So continuing on between the differences between my rich dad and my poor dad, it was just a matter of their realities. And restating what reality is, it's whatever idea you think is real becomes your reality. Restating it again, if you think investing is risky, that becomes your reality. If you think investing is smart, that also is your reality. And people with conflicting realities oftentimes argue or don't see eye to eye. What I'm going to say to you right now is that the way my rich dad taught me, he almost spoke in riddles. It was a way of making me think rather than just give me an answer. For example, he said to me, only borrow money when you don't need it, and never borrow money when you need it. What he was forcing me to do was go ping-ponging back, one side to the other, testing my reality as how his reality was a sane reality. So he would give me these little riddles to test my reality, as I said. One day when I was living in Hawaii, I was on the Marine Corps at the time, and I bought this nice one-bedroom apartment or condominium right on the beach at Waikiki. And I was up there, and I was really proud of my first real estate investment. I was about 24 years old at the time, and the garbage disposal broke. So I decided, my God, that's expensive. I've got to go do it myself and fix it. So I went down to the local hardware store. I found the brand number of the disposal. I bought it, went back to my house, broke out my tool set, and sat there and disassembled my garbage disposal, mounted the new garbage disposal, and 3 weeks later, it still wasn't hooked up. That meant, can you imagine not having a sink for 3 weeks? And I sat there and I complained and I fiddled and I tried to do it myself, the handyman. Finally, I gave up. I called the handyman from the hotel where I lived. He came up. In 2 minutes, he had it fixed. And he says, how much did you pay for that disposal? I said, I paid $65 for it. And he says, if you had bought it through me, I could have got it to you for $30. I would have charged you $10 to install it, and you would have been finished. When I told my rich dad that, he says, I'm going to give you another lesson. He says, if you want to be rich, you need to be incompetent. And if you want to be really rich, you need to be lazy. And then he let me go with that. And for the next week or two, I'm bouncing around in my head, what the heck does he mean? But I know he was testing my reality, trying to change my right answers and wrong answers and all this, because what my poor dad always said was, you want to be competent. You want to have something to do. Like people say, you go to school and become an attorney or a plumber just so that you have a profession you can fall back on. And that's what a lot of people say. You want to be competent. Here my rich dad is saying to me, be incompetent. And my reality is now going bing, bong, not understand what the heck it means. And my poor dad always says, hard work, be a hard-working man. And my rich dad is saying, be lazy. The way to success is do nothing. Be very, very lazy. So I want you to think about it, because if that strikes a chord that violates some of your core ideas and your core realities, That's really what I'm intending to do right now, because sometimes, like, every coin has two sides. And most people, when they say this is the right answer, they only see one side of the coin. They don't see the other side. And what my rich dad always did was try and get me to see the other side. Like he said, the realities were exactly opposite. So what he meant by do nothing or be lazy was that if you were lazy, you still had to do more. In other words, the reason so many people don't accomplish much is because they do it. That old saying, do what you love and the money will follow. The trouble is you have to do it. And he says there's only a limited amount you can do physically. There's only like so many hours in a day and all this. So if you're lazy, you would actually have to push your brain into another reality. It doesn't mean don't do anything. What he meant was, how do you leverage? How do you do more by doing less? The reality is, if you can do a lot with a very little, you'll get very, very rich. If it takes you a lot to do a little, you don't get rich. So it was pushing my brain by tasking me with these silly riddles, it seemed like. He was really pushing my brain into another reality. Just in that book written by Mark Twain about Tom Sawyer, where he was whitewashing the fence, and Tom Sawyer got all the other boys on the street to whitewash the fence for them. The ability to get other people to do your work for you is another reality. It's another way of thinking. It's another way of being. The reason he said don't be competent is because if you're competent, people will ask you to do things. He says if you can't do anything, then what you're forced to do is surround yourself with very competent people. And you can get more done because you have better skills, better talents to do more while you do less. And so I'm not saying be lazy in the common vernacular of being lazy. I don't mean be lazy to do nothing and accomplish nothing. I'm saying be lazy so you can accomplish a lot. The reason you want to be incompetent is so that you don't do anything. It forces you at that moment to ask other people to give you a hand. Too many people have the John Wayne or the rugged individual syndrome. I'm going to do it on my own. Many people say if you want it done right, do it by yourself. That is a one way of thinking, but it is not a rich person's way of thinking. So the one reason you want to have greater financial intelligence is because if you take risks, you can get further and further ahead. And then you get further ahead simply because you made more mistakes and you get smarter. The people who are being left behind in this information age are people who are still hanging on to old realities, old justifications, and watching the rest of the world pass them by. With this great internet right now, there are more and more people who are becoming richer and richer simply because they're willing to take risks. I hear people laughing at these .coms that went down, but nonetheless, some of those guys made $1 billion before it crashed on them. At least they took a risk. They're going to be much farther ahead than somebody who didn't take a risk. I also read this other article with this woman who went to work for a .com company and it failed. She says, that's it. I'm never, ever, ever going to work for a startup again. She went back to her old bricks and mortar retailing company, and she said, I'm going to stay here for the rest of my life. That's a person who took a risk but didn't learn anything from it, just got more frightened and went backwards. So the thing I want to say here is this: the most important thing you can do today, it's never been easier to achieve great wealth simply because there's more ways to achieve it. There's radio, telephone, television, internet, whatever. There's more vehicles to get rich in. All you have to do is change your reality, change some of your ideas, and be willing to take small mistakes and move forward and learn from them. That's the way you get ahead. Those that are afraid will be left further and further behind. I have a friend whose son just sold his company to Microsoft for almost $240 million or $260 million. It doesn't make any difference. The young boy has never had a job. And that's what I'm trying to say to people today. When somebody says go to school and get a job, that's an industrial age idea. Today, if you're financially intelligent, you don't need a job to become financially free. So going on to emotional intelligence, one of the problems I had with school was that actually having you believe that there's only one right answer. Well, only one right answer is what goes on in school. In the real world is a multiple guess test. And when you guess wrong, you're going to make a mistake. Now, the good thing about making a mistake is if you're honest about it, after your upset subsides and you calm down and you say, okay, what's the lesson from this thing? You can learn more. But the people who think there's only one answer or making mistakes are bad, that's why they fall behind terribly. So in reality, there's multiple right answers, and the one reason I do things as a team, as I said, in school I tried to take tests as a team, but that's called cheating. But in the real world, what I want is as many people on my team as possible so we can listen to the multiple right answers. Then we can make a better educated guess, because ultimately when you're going forward, it's all a guess anyway. And the good thing about it is as long as you have the emotional fortitude to be willing to take risks, to make mistakes, small risks, to make mistakes, to learn from every one of them, be honest, don't be dishonest, don't lie, don't say it wasn't my fault or it was due to circumstances beyond my control. You will get richer and richer because you're getting stronger mentally and emotionally. The other part that my rich dad used to say to me, he says that the trouble with school is they think data is important. He says it's not the data, it's what you do with the data that makes things good. So I'll say it again, the reason I got ahead is not because I was smarter, but because I was willing to make more mistakes, take more risk, correct, tell the truth, don't lie about it, and move forward again. So another definition I'd like to go into is a definition of wealth. As I said before, rule number 2 of my rich dad was money doesn't make you rich, but wealth does. And what that means here is this, is the reason I acquired assets was so that every month I had cash flow coming in from my property. Let's say I bought a house and I put $500 in my pocket. Well, that was my wealth. See, I had an asset and my wealth was now working for me. The average person tries to make a lot of money, but they buy doodads or liabilities that make them poorer. So the definition of wealth is not how rich you are necessarily. The definition of wealth I got is the number of days forward you can survive without working. So what that means here is this. If you stop working, how many days can you survive and still maintain your standard of living? So let me give you an example. Let's say your expenses on a regular basis today are $1,000 and you have $10,000 in the bank. If you stop working, that means you have a wealth of 10 months. That's what it means. In other words, wealth is measured more in time, not in money. So the thing that I'm always trying to compute is I'm trying to base my cash flow from my assets against my expenses. So if I have expenses of $1,000 a month and I have income from assets of, let's say, $2,000 a month, technically then my wealth is infinite. Because as long as that wealth comes in, whether I work or not, I am financially free. One of the reasons I'm not concerned, like a lot of people have a lot of life insurance in case they die or whatever it is, get disabled, and they got to take care of the wife and kids and all this. The reason I'm not worried about it is very simply because if I work or not, my income still comes in. Barring any catastrophic disaster, my money comes in whether my wife and I work or not. And that means we're wealthy. It doesn't necessarily mean we're rich. It just means we can survive so many number of days forward. So the next definition I want to go into is a definition of rich. I think it's an interesting one. My accountant showed me an article in Forbes magazine, and it said they define rich as $1 million US a year or more. I thought, that's kind of interesting. So I wanted to make it one more stretch beyond that. I said, you're rich when you have $1 million or more income without working. That would make you rich. So when I retired in 1994, I was wealthy, but not rich. So now I'm rich because I set a goal to become rich. It was just a matter of doing the same process. See, once you have so-called right ideas or the ideas, a formula that works for you, you can just add more zeros to the number of dollars you want to come in because the process is the same. But if you have the idea that you can work harder and buy more liabilities, all you do is do the same thing, where you work harder and get poorer instead of working harder and getting richer. So let's go on to one of the most feared subjects on planet Earth. And that subject is, I made a mistake. People spend their entire lives trying not to make mistakes. How ridiculous. If we look at how we've really learned anything, we've learned by making mistakes. We learn to ride a bicycle by falling down. We learn to walk by falling down. We learn to run by falling down and things like this. Yet, we're still conditioned in the reality of some people that mistakes are bad. Yet, mistakes are how we are taught. Mistakes are how we learn. All learning is physical. Even reading is a physical process, if you look at it that way. It is a physical process. But what we tend to do is punish people for making mistakes. And that's why most people don't get ahead. So making mistakes is how we learn. And those who are afraid of making mistakes learn the least. So if I can give you a tip here, there are school smarts and there are street smarts. In the real world, both are important. So you take what you learn in school and you go out and you make mistakes about it. That's how you get ahead. That's called street smarts. I will give you a tip on the secret of making mistakes. Every time I make a mistake, I do mean every single time, I feel terrible. I have never yet made a mistake and felt good about it. I've never said something I wish I hadn't said and felt good about it. I've never, done something what I thought was really stupid and felt good about it. Never, ever, ever. How many of you out there have gone home and beat yourself up? I'm very good at beating myself up. And that's a natural human trait. But my mindset knows that when I get tired of beating myself up, there's a priceless lesson in that mistake. Inside that mistake is a kernel or a gem of wisdom that is absolutely priceless. And it's that wisdom that is street smarts. And for people who are those live in their academic ivory towers of not making mistakes, they don't have the street smarts. So after I lost my company, my nylon and Velcro wallet company, it came crashing down. I was nearly $1 million in debt. I felt terrible. In fact, I felt terrible for about a year. But the only thing that kept me going was I kept going back to talk to my rich dad, and he says, son, don't worry about it. He says, most millionaires have lost 3 companies. You've lost 1. You got 2 more to go. And, that makes me feel a lot better. I felt terrible. But he also kept saying to me, he says, mistakes are how we learn. Go back in and find out what mistakes you made. And in that process of going through the rubble, the wreckage of my company, I learned more. I became a better businessman, not because I was successful. Like I said, the nylon Velcro wallet business took off. I was successful from the start, but somehow I had a bad feeling knowing because I wasn't smart enough to sustain the growth. I knew it was going to come down. And when it came crashing down, at that point, my rich dad said to me, he says, admit you made a mistake. Just say, I blew it. Go back to every single one of your creditors, guys you borrowed money for, say, I apologize, I blew it. This is what I did. Don't do what so many people do and deny it. Oh, I didn't make a mistake. No, not me. It's your fault. It wasn't my fault. No. Or make an excuse. Well, I couldn't help it, because it was the economy that was bad. Or my distributors did that. If you make excuses or you justify or you lie, you've wasted a very valuable learning experience. If you sit there long enough, you will get this gem of wisdom. When I finally recovered about a year later after that first horrific mistake and going through all the wreckage of my company, I sat down and I wrote down everything I did, what caused the mistake, and in there I found the answer. The answer for making the mistake was not my technical intelligence. The reason I lost my first company, the first big company, was I didn't have the guts to tell people no. I couldn't say no to people. In other words, one of my partners was my accountant. And he said to me, yeah, don't worry, the company's doing fine. And I didn't have the courage to say, stop, I want to see the books. I didn't have the courage to upset him because I was afraid of upsetting him. And it was something as life-changing as that. So today, when I'm in doubt, I don't have the problem of looking like an idiot and say, stop, I don't understand something. Tell me what is happening. Explain it to me. Don't pretend I know everything. And I was trying to pretend I knew everything, trying to be liked, all that stuff that really caused that company to come falling down. Today, it was a priceless lesson in my life. If I don't understand something, I'll say, stop, explain it to me. If I don't like what they're doing, I'll call an audit. I will not go further if something is not going well. And that was a priceless lesson. Another misconception that the poor middle class have is that the rich are lucky, or they have better luck than you. If I could give you the definition of luck, or the acronym of luck, luck stands for laboring under correct knowledge. And the reason I bring that up is several times in my life people have said, oh, you just got rich because you were lucky. I remember years ago I was doing a talk in Honolulu, and I was talking about the success I had with my nylon and Velcro wallets. I brought those out in 1976. And I was the wonder boy in town talking about my wallets. And this one person in the audience, I was just 29 years old, was a millionaire, and I thought I was pretty hot stuff, and I acted like it. But nonetheless, this guy raised his hand, and he says, oh, you just got lucky. You just got lucky. And the thing I want to say, again, is luck is laboring under correct knowledge. I'm going to start summarizing some of the things I said before. I knew I was going to fail 9 out of 10 times. I knew I was going to fail. I also knew that if I was going to fail 9 out of 10 times, I should start 10 times. That was my rationale on the whole thing. The other part I knew was that the chances of me losing that business were pretty good. So even though I sounded cocky, I knew my chances of success were slim because I just had short-term success at that time. But what I said to that guy was this. I said, the reason I was lucky is what you have not seen are probably the 30 or 40 other businesses that did not make it. In other words, the 30 or 40 businesses that I have buried in my backyard. The 30 or 40 businesses where I've had to go back to my investors and apologize because I lost their money. The 30 or 40 businesses that were a good idea at the time but failed to make it. And so the thing about luck being laboring under correct knowledge is part of going into becoming an entrepreneur or starting a business or buying stocks, buying real estate, is you know that the odds are naturally against you. And so luck means being able to be a good money manager, being smart enough, being willing to make the mistakes, correct and learn from them, so that when your time comes, you seem to get lucky. The same thing as after the 87 crash, people says, oh, you just got lucky buying all that real estate. That really wasn't true. I had been buying real estate since 1974, waiting for the next crash. And I waited and I waited and waited. So when it really settled in around 1989, I was in position. I was in the right place at the right time with the experience and with the education to take advantage of it. So some people call that lucky. I call it being prepared or laboring under correct knowledge. So I know when I just said about 30 or 40 businesses might frighten some of you. And again, the reason it may frighten some of you because, again, we're going into emotional intelligence. The thing about it is, if something frightens you, you have only two choices: back down or get stronger. That's really it. And so when somebody gives me a piece of bad news or something that frightens me, at that point, I've got to find it deep inside my soul that I'm going to overcome it, that I'm going to make it a good thing to happen to me. But going back, I didn't lose a lot of money in those 30 or 40 businesses. Some of them only lasted a day. In other words, I have this good idea, we do some market research on it, and we bury it. It just didn't work. It wasn't a bad idea. Or sometimes we're trying to get the business to put together and the team doesn't come together. As I say, business and investing are team sports. I don't just do it by myself. And that's why the business may fail. There was no money lost. It was just an idea we attempted to develop, but it never came to fruition. When I say that the nylon and Velcro wallet business was my first really successful business, that's true in some ways, but it was also a long line of little businesses, little ideas I just practiced on. I had this one business. In Hawaii, we have these sugar packets. You know, when you go to drink coffee, you pick up a little sugar packet. I think it's an ounce of sugar, whatever it is. It had pictures of Hawaii on it with hula girls or, you know, the Nepali coast or white sand beaches and all this. So one of the businesses we went to C&A Sugar, and we said, we would like to buy these sugar packets from you, and we're going to put them in these little sleeves, and we're going to pack it as cargo, you know, like, and so you go home, so we'll a little burl up cardboard box, it looked like, a sleeve with maybe 100 of the sugar packets inside of it. And it was called Sweet Cargo. And then we would sell them into all the little tourist shops, which there's thousands of them in Hawaii. So we went to C&A Sugar and all this, and they shot us down. But nonetheless, that was an idea. Well, that was an idea that didn't work. I had another idea for laser cut puzzles, and we see them all over now, but I was a little bit too early. The laser cutting process wasn't good, and I lost about $25,000 cutting pieces of wood with lasers that didn't work to make these puzzles. So those are the ideas on failures. I just constantly coming up with new ideas and trying something. Sometimes they work, but most times they don't. And that's what I'm trying to say to people. Just because you fail once doesn't mean you're a failure. Failure is a verb, not a noun. A lot of people think they're a failure. You know, I am a failure. You're not. You failed, which means at least you tried something. And successful people try and keep going again. The other part about that is that Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge. And many people think that their education or what they know is so important. The reason Einstein said imagination is more important than knowledge is because knowledge is limited. There's only so much you know. But your imagination is unlimited. So for people who want to take their ideas and turn it into a business, keep going. See, the thing I believe is that every single one of us has at least one idea in our head of a product or service that could make us richer beyond our entire dreams. We've all seen a product, oh, I thought of that before, or why didn't I do that, or I knew that. And most of us have had these ideas that could have made us extremely wealthy. But the problem is we don't have the correct, called reality, because you think making mistakes bad, if that's your idea, then your reality is if you make a mistake, you're a failure. That's not good thinking. Or you don't have the business experience, or you don't have the education to take that idea and turn it into millions, maybe billions of dollars. Look at Bill Gates of Microsoft. He didn't invent his system. He bought it. He bought it from somebody else. He put a business around it. He became the richest man in the world off of somebody else's idea. The thing here is this, is that we're not taught these things in school. We're taught to not make mistakes, and if you make too many mistakes, you're a failure. And failure, as I said, is a verb, not a noun. So I want you to know that you are not born a failure. You were born to make mistakes. And by making more mistakes, being honest about it and learning from them, you will go farther and farther. And people who are afraid of making mistakes, which is emotional, they're the ones who fall further and further behind, even though they have all the right answers. So one of the biggest problems people have is our school system doesn't teach us how to read financial statements. And as I said earlier, financial statements are your report card once you leave school. And like any report card, you should get one at least once a quarter, if not once a month. My wife and I have one twice a month. That's how often we check up on how we're doing financially. So for many people who are highly educated or not highly educated, what really costs them the most money is not how much money they're making, it's how much money they're not making. So going back to financial intelligence, my rich dad's definition of it was not how much money you make, it's really how much money you keep. That's financial intelligence. The second part of it is how hard that money works for you. So if you put money in the bank and let's say it's making 5%, from my point of view, it may be safe, but it's not intelligent. In fact, you're losing money at 5% due to inflation and taxes. You're not getting ahead. A lot of people think that 10% return on your investment is good. Well, to some people that's good, but the facts are those people get infinity from their returns. And it's not that hard to do if you have financial intelligence. One of the reasons I don't work for my money because it's just as easy to create the money and then have what I create work hard for me. So if I could do my best to explain how you make your own money or create your own money. For those of you who are Rich Dad, Poor Dad, remember the story about when I started making quarters out of lead. I went around the neighborhood because I asked my poor dad, I said, how do you get rich? And he says, make money. So I took him literally. I ran around the neighborhood collecting toothpaste tubes because in those days, toothpaste tubes were made out of lead. So I collected them and collected them and collected them. And finally, I had enough to begin my business of making money. One day, my dad came home and he finds this, our barbecue going. I have a steel pot on there. What I'm doing is there's fires going. There's dust, white dust all over the place. He says, what in the world are you two boys doing? And what we're doing, we're melting down the lead. We had plaster of Paris molds. That's where all the white dust came from. And we started off pouring lead into these plaster of Paris molds, and we started making quarters at first. Now, the problem with quarters and lead was that the lead is too malleable. I mean, it bent, so it didn't work. So we went down to dimes, but that was too thin, and we couldn't make dimes. But nickels worked really well, and that's where the term lead nickel came from, I think, because it works really well to pour toothpaste tubes and make them into lead nickels. So pretty soon we had this whole assembly line going. We had all these casts and molds, and my dad comes home. There's two young boys, were 9 years old, white powder over us, risking our lives, pouring molten lead all over the place in our bare feet and bare hands. And he goes, what are you boys doing? And we said to him, we're doing what you told us. We're making money. And he and his friend just fell down laughing. They thought it was really cute, and we thought they were insulting us because that was our first business venture. And he said to us, he said, son, sit down here. You may be making money, but there's another term for it, and that's called counterfeiting. And so my first business at age 9 started in one day and ended the same day. But I learned a great lesson, is that I had to find another way to print money. So today, when you look at how the rich get rich, the rich still print their money. For example, let's say when Bill Gates formed his company and he sold shares in Microsoft, that was his form of printing money. When a person, let's say like Tiger Woods, prints, a baseball type card, that's printing money. I have a friend who's in the greeting card business. And what he does is he prints millions of these little cards. That's printing money. He's getting money for that. In real estate, the way I used to do it is I used to buy a piece of real estate, let's say for $100,000, and I'd sell it for, let's say, $135,000, and I'd carry back an IOU or what's called a promissory note. In other words, I just printed at that moment $35,000 worth of money. In other words, I made that money up legally this time, not counterfeiting it. I legally made $35,000 in my asset column. Now, the beauty of that $35,000, if you understand income statement and balance sheet, I made that money up tax-free. In other words, I invented it inside my asset column. I didn't try and save it. I didn't try and work hard for it. I made it up inside the asset column. The same with the shares of a company. When you form a company, you go around and you say, I want to sell you a share of my company. Well, you just made up that money. So that's what I mean by the rich print their money. If you look at it and you understand the process, you will see that's how the rich get rich. Meanwhile, the poor and middle class are working hard for money, and that's the difference. Another way of overcoming fear, or at least controlling fear, is by knowing the facts. And it's the relationship between fear and facts that keeps most people in control. What happens to a lot of people when they hit fear, they go to opinions. The sky is falling, the sky is falling. Well, the sky is not falling. They're just so afraid that a pedal hits them in the head, and they think everything's caving in on them. One of the reasons a financial statement is so important is you can look at the facts. For instance, if you can read a financial statement of a company, you can see whether or not this company is good, bad, or insolvent. Will it survive this market crash? If you cannot read a financial statement, then you can't read the facts. And if you can't read the facts, then you have to operate on opinions. One of the definitions of insanity is when opinions are used instead of facts. I'll give you an example. If you say to somebody, oh, will this person make a good husband, or will she make a good wife? That's an opinion. You do not know until after you marry them and you find out whether it's a fact or not. Or people say, is this a good investment? Well, yeah, it's a good investment is an opinion. But how do you know unless you can check the facts? When somebody looks at a piece of real estate, they don't know if it's a good piece of real estate or a bad piece of real estate unless they do their due diligence. They have a building inspector go in and inspect it for it, so you're looking for the facts. The big difference here is facts have a great calming effect if you know what you're looking at, what you're reading. So a big part of overcoming fear is by knowing the facts. So people ask me, how do you overcome this fear or whatever it is, the emotions? And I can't tell you how you can do it, but I can tell you how I did it. The number one way I overcome fear is via education. I said it earlier, is that when I have numbers, when somebody says I'm doing good, I want to know how much, how good is good. I also want to know ratios, so it's the study part of it. The other part about it is I am prepared. When the stock market crashed in 1987, I had been prepared for that moment since 1977. In other words, from 1977, I was practicing as an investor, waiting for the time when the market would crash. So when it happened, I was prepared. When it happened, I said, oh boy, I can't wait. Here we go. I'm going in. Today, the same thing has happened. As we're recording this thing, the stock market is probably 40% off its mark right now. People are complaining. People are whining, saying, oh, it's a terrible market. Well, while people are complaining, I'm buying simply because I just wait for the bottom to hit, and that's when you get rich. The other way I'm prepared for it is I always have mentors. And a mentor is somebody who has gone the distance before you. Now, I'll give you a difference between a mentor and a friend. A mentor's job is to make you successful, but not be your friend. And a friend's job is to be your friend. So a lot of times people ask their friends to be mentors and they lose their friendship. So you've really got to be careful, because my rich dad was my mentor. He wasn't necessarily my friend. I mean, he was a very stern disciplinarian, and he kicked my you-know-what if I needed to. So many times we ask so-called friends to be mentors, and that could be a very big mistake. If you want to find a mentor, I think you've got to ask them if they've already been through a couple of market crashes. Are they successful, first of all? Have they been through the ups and downs of the market? And are they willing to tell you bluntly what you need to hear? If you are a person who likes to argue and cannot listen, then you really shouldn't have a mentor. You should have a friend who will tell you exactly what you want to hear instead of what you need to hear. So those are some of the examples of how I prepare to overcome my fear. When you're a little child, when you're afraid, it was really good to have your dad or your mom hold your hand and get you through the tough spots. That's what I do. I have people who have already gone through the hard spots or tough spots and guide me through them. What most people do is they try and either do it on their own or they ask friends who are just as afraid as they are. And that's why the poor remain poor and the middle class remain working hard and the rich get richer. As I said before, getting rich is not about being smart. Oftentimes, getting rich is about being bolder, being willing to make mistakes, being willing to realize that losing is part of winning. And if you avoid losing, you also avoid winning. And so some of the mindsets that help you structure how you do well in up markets and down markets when you're afraid and when you're in doubt, because those are all things that we all go through, regardless of a rich, poor, or middle class. One of the main reasons the rich get richer is not because they're academically smarter or they went to better schools or they're geniuses. One of the main reasons they get ahead is simply because of emotional intelligence. My poor dad, though highly educated and academically brilliant, was not in control of his emotions. That's why he always talked about job security. It was a fear of not having a job, of not having a paycheck, that actually created his thoughts, which created his reality. So emotional intelligence is a very important subject to understand. It has been said that emotional intelligence is 24 to 1. In other words, emotions are 24 times more powerful than your ordinary thought. Yet I think that's kind of an arbitrary number, because sometimes when you lose control, like you lose your temper or you're very afraid, it can be 1,000,000 to 1 if you lose control emotionally. And money, as we all know, is a very, very emotional subject. And that's why so many people don't become rich, even though they have all the right answers, is simply because their emotions are stronger than their actual technical intelligence. For example, I said it already, some people cling to job security because they're afraid of taking a risk. Or some people will not go out and talk to other people or sell their products because they're afraid of rejection. Those are all examples of emotional so-called intelligence being more powerful than logic or common sense. So many people are afraid of losing, they wind up losing. As my rich dad often said, losing is part of the process of winning. When I talk to people about investing, they often say, well, investing is risky. And again, it's that fear of losing or that fear of losing face, a fear of being embarrassed that stops them. When people ask me how Kim and I, my wife, got rich so quickly, was very simply after the 1987 market crash, we knew there was a big crash, and we waited. By 1989, the markets were coming down even further. We're heading into a recession. Most people were in emotional panic. They were losing their jobs. Remember, this downsizing was happening, and people were just terrified. They were doing irrational things, like selling when they shouldn't sell. So what Kim and I did is we were prepared. We had gone to school. We had done our market research. I had a lot of experience buying real estate. So by 1989, there was a thing called the Resolution Trust Corporation, the RTC of the federal government. What they were doing was giving the best real estate in the world away for pennies on a dollar. And I was out there buying, working hard, buying, borrowing and buying. I wasn't borrowing on credit cards. I was borrowing with banks' money based upon sound economic principles, but I was buying as much as I could. Meanwhile, most of the poor middle class were trying to sell. They were trying to get out of the market when I was trying to get in. And the reason they were trying to get out of the market was because logic had gone out, all their academic credentials made no sense, and emotions had taken over. So one of the things that a person needs to do to become wealthy is take control of your emotions. Everybody knows you should buy low and sell high. That is a cardinal rule. But what happens to the average person is they watch the stock market going up, but they don't buy because they're afraid it might crash. They see it go up higher. They don't buy because it might crash. Instead of buying low, they're waiting. They finally get to the top, and they can't stand it anymore, and everybody's getting into the market, like the dot-com companies, and people lose control, and instead of buying low, they buy high. The market then crashes, they lose everything, and instead of buying when it drops, they sell. So the rule of thumb here is this: due to emotional intelligence, the smart or emotionally intelligent buy low, sell high. The emotionally unintelligent buy high and sell low. And very simply, that is one of the things about emotional intelligence that makes more sense or has greater effect upon your financial wealth more than anything else. Another thing is that in school we're taught not to make mistakes or not to lose, or losing is bad. Yet if you look at the real world, I already said one example. When I was being criticized by saying 9 out of 10 businesses fail, I also said, well, one makes it. All that means to me is that if I'm going to go into business, I better be willing to fail 10 times, because once I will make it. That's the difference between people who win and people who lose. A person who must win every single time is fundamentally unrealistic. That's not part of life. As Yogi Berra once said, the great Yankee catcher and batter, he said, one thing great about playing baseball is if you strike out 7 out of 10 times, you make the Hall of Fame. In other words, he will strike out 7 times and only make a hit 3 times. And he's still considered excellent. The average middle-class person, a poor person, is not willing to even lose once, and that's why they lose. They lose because they're not in control of their emotions. So thanks again for listening to Choose to Be Rich. As I said, Rich Dad's primary rule was that money is an idea, and I think we've covered that fairly well. The second rule I'd like to cover right now is the idea that money doesn't make you rich. Now, to many people that sounds strange because they get up every day, they make more money, and they think that if I make more money, that'll make me rich. Well, money doesn't do that. Money has the power to make you rich as well as poor. Most of us have heard the stories of lottery winners who suddenly come into $10, $20, $100 million. And things are fine, things are wonderful, but suddenly they're broke again. And the reason for that is manyfold. But it goes back to that rule that money doesn't make you rich. A poor person with a lot of money still becomes poor. And the reason for that is what they do a lot of times is they suddenly get this large sum of money. Let's say they've been following the advice of live frugally, cut up your credit cards, live below your means, and suddenly somebody pours all this money on you. Well, that's like a starving man going to a buffet. They just can't control themselves. Their emotions go out of control. They have all of a sudden a lot of friends who like them. They're popular, and they want to start acting like the rich act. And they start taking their friends out. They buy the big Rolls Royce or Mercedes or BMW. They buy the big house, all on credit. Because that's what poor people do. They buy liabilities on credit. The poor person's favorite words are low down, easy monthly payments. That's what gets them every time. All you have to do is suck them in and say low down, easy monthly payments, or you don't have to pay anything for the next 3 months. That draws them in. That is a poor person's way of thinking. So they get all this money. They put a little money down, but they buy a $2 million house. They put a little money down, but they buy themselves a big Rolls Royce for $200,000. They take their friends out to dinner. They go on trips. They take all their friends with them. Many rock stars have done this, football stars, etc., etc. And that's why money doesn't make you rich, because if you're a poor person, with a poor person's reality, you will spend money like a poor person. More money doesn't make you more intelligent. In fact, if you're stupid, more money will make you more stupid. And that's what's happening to many people when they suddenly come into a large sum of money. And that's why my rich dad often said, money doesn't make you rich. So what we'll be going into right now is what does make you rich. So one of the ways the rich become richer is because they know what is important when it comes to money. For example, my poor dad always said, go to school and get a high-paying job. And my rich dad always said, it's not how much money you make that's important. It's really how much you keep that's important. And so what happens to many people, they keep focusing on how much they make instead of trying to figure out how much they keep. My rich dad's vocabulary, in his words, he would say, the question is how much drops to your bottom line. In other words, you have $1,000 and you put $300 in the bank or you invest the $300, clear profit to you. At that moment, he says, you have a 30% income to expense ratio. In other words, you have 30% more income than you do expenses, which includes taxes. So you put 30% to the bottom line. So what my poor dad did, he focused on the $1,000. What my rich dad did, he focused on the $300. That to him was more important than how much you made. So really step number 2, after the reason to be rich, step number 2 is you really have to figure out how much you're keeping, what percentage. I was listening to Sir John Templeton of the Templeton Fund, and I remember him saying to me that when he and his wife first got married years ago, their objective was to live on 50% and invest 50% of what they have left. And once we heard that, he said that eventually I think it got down to he lived on 30% and invested 70%. That's why he got so rich. And it's that ratio, those numbers again, that make you rich. For my wife and I to be basically broke in 1985 and retire by 1994, what we set out to do was to get really extreme on the ratios. We lived on 10% and invested 90%. And that was what made us rich. We kept our expenses low. It means we bought a really nice house, but we bought it during a market recession. It's a $300,000 house we bought for $117,000. We only had a $40,000 mortgage on it. The rest of the money was used to buy other houses, assets, investments, and things like this. So that was our ratio. So when you're thinking about what makes you rich, it's not money that makes you rich. It's not how much money you make that makes you rich. It's how much money you keep that makes you rich. And so you may want to think about it right now. What percentage of what you make is being kept? In other words, like my poor dad would have focused on the $1,000 income, and my rich dad would have focused on the $300 dropping to the bottom line. Before I go on, I'd like to make some distinctions between being rich, poor, and broke. There's many times in my life I've been rich. There's a couple of times I've been broke. The difference, my rich dad said, is that poor is eternal. In other words, a poor person will always have a poor person's reality. A poor person will go out and say, oh, there's no opportunities out here. I can't see anything to buy. Oh, investing is risky. Oh, I shouldn't make mistakes. Oh, I'm not well enough educated. That is a poor person's way of looking at the world. The difference between being rich and broke is that broke is temporary. I mean, there's times I've had no money, but I was never poor. So I'll say it again, is that poor is eternal and broke is temporary. And there's a very big difference between the two. So what I want to say, it has very little to do with what's on the series from here on in. What really counts, whether you become rich, poor, middle class, is what I just talked about. Do you have a reason? Do you have the desire? And do you have the tenacity to stand back up when you fall down? And when you fall down again, stand back up again. Do you have the ability to keep learning, to keep striving, to keep wanting to learn more? If you expect the world to hand it to you, then get a job with a company that will hand it to you. But this is not that kind of program. This is a program for people who want to choose to be rich. There are other misconceptions that the poor and middle class often have about the rich. Such misconceptions as money is the root of all evil. That was my poor dad's point of view. My rich dad thought it was a lack of money that was often the root of much evil. For instance, he said many people turn to crime very simply because that's the only way they can make enough money to survive. Also, you look at drugs. Many people are selling drugs just because it's an easy way of making money. And then another evil, as I've already covered, is sometimes people marry somebody for their money rather than marry somebody they love. And you look at what happens to kids. You know, if you have two parents working today and the kids are at the shopping mall or watching television, to me that's very evil if parents are working so hard for money that they lose time with their kids. So that to me is one big misconception that sometimes the poor middle class have against what the rich are. The next thing is that many times poor people, middle-class people say, well, I'm not interested in being rich because you work too hard, just too much stress and too much tension. Well, as I said, I retired at age 47, and I had 18 years of freedom. And I don't know what 18 years is worth to you, but working all your life, not earning enough money, is to me hard and stressful. So my theory was if I worked really hard for just a short burst of time and really studied besides work, and actually acquired assets instead of liabilities, that I had more chance of something more precious than anything else, and that was free time. 18 years of free time to basically do what I wanted to do, but also to look at the sins and evils and stupidity of my ways and actually capitalize on it and come out and start life over again. So to me, that was very much worth it. Much better than working hard and being stressed because you don't have enough money to pay bills, or stressed because you're afraid of losing your job, or being stressed that you don't have enough money to retire on. That makes no sense to me. Another thing is that people think that rich people are bad, selfish or mean. Well, let me tell you something. You don't have to be rich to be those things. The rich don't have an exclusive lock on those things. I've met rich, mean people and poor, mean people. I've met rich, generous people as well as poor, generous people. So a lot of times what the poor middle class tends to do is find what they don't like, or it's called to denigrate, or to make, invalidate the other person so they can justify their position, make themselves right and the other person wrong. But Look, there's crooks everywhere. There's crooks in government, religion, business, everywhere. There's also good people everywhere. So there's no exclusivity on that position. And another one that really gets to me is people say, well, money doesn't make you happy. I say, let me tell you something. Every time I find a $10 bill in my wallet, my pants, or something I didn't know was there, I get happy. I've never had a paycheck where I didn't get happy with it. I get unhappy with bills, but I've gotten happy with money. Now, the one thing I will qualify, if you're an unhappy person, all the money in the world will not make you happy. So just like being good, bad, mean, evil, greedy, has nothing to do with that. If you're a happy person, more money will make you more happy. And money has a tendency to make life a little bit better, a lot more enjoyable, and you can enjoy life a little bit more. But I will agree that money doesn't make you happy if you're an unhappy person. More money will make you more unhappy. But I know a lot of unhappy poor people that, they're still unhappy anyway. So there's no relationship really between money and unhappiness. It's just that money has a tendency to buy you better health. They have found out that people from poor neighborhoods have worse health, worse dental, worse education. So money does have an effect on the long-term well-being of your life. And it's nothing to do with being happy. But I tell you what, if you have rotten teeth and you have a toothache, you're unhappy. If you have a bad back and you're aching, that's unhappiness. And if you're in a bad neighborhood with lots of crime because it's poor, that's unhappiness. So those things money does affect, and it does affect somewhat your happiness. So the last misconception I want to address is the misconception of job security. As I said, my parents really valued job security simply because they grew up during the Depression. And I listened to it for most of my life growing up. In 1973, when I came back from the Vietnam War, I was a Marine pilot out there, and I came back. At that point, I had to make up my mind which dad I was going to listen to. I was old enough now. It was time to go out on my own. I'd done my duty as a son who went to war. Both dads said it was the boy's duty to defend the country. I had gone to college, like both recommended, even though I didn't want to go to college. But now in 1973, it was time to make up my own mind, make my own decisions. By 1973, my poor dad, who was the head of education, had been fired. He was fired at the age of 50. And the reason my dad had lost his job was that he made the tragic mistake of running for lieutenant governor against his boss, the governor, who was a Democrat, and my dad ran as the Republican candidate for the lieutenant governorship. He knew he was going to lose. But the reason he ran was because my dad was a very honorable man. He could not stand the corruption he saw inside the government. So he thought the way he could solve the problem was running for office against his boss. Well, the problem is I don't think there's been a Republican governor in I don't know how many years. So he knew he was going to lose, but still his conscience sort of forced him to do that. And when he ran against the governor and lost, he was then called privately into the office and told he would never get a job in the state of Hawaii again. Now, here was my dad, 50 years old approximately. All he ever knew was to be a government employee. That was the only qualifications he had. So suddenly he was more or less blacklisted from the state. He couldn't get a job there anymore. He couldn't get the high-paying job he was used to. The irony of it is, I come back from Vietnam, here is my dad, who is in his 50s, he's unemployed, and he's still telling me, son, you better get a safe, secure job. And I said, Dad, but you don't have one. He says, you've got to get a safe, secure job. And I said, but you don't have one. And he couldn't understand me. See, his reality, that his idea that job security was everything, affected his reality. That idea was real to him. So I really didn't make up my mind which dad I was going to listen to until around 1973, 1974. See, my poor dad, although he made more money than my rich dad, in other words, he was being a high-paid government official, his salary was much more than my rich dad's. My rich dad, meanwhile, was building businesses, reinvesting his money, so he technically made less money. But by 1973 or 1974, here's my poor dad, the proponent of job security without a job, and my rich dad suddenly is buying huge chunks of the best real estate in all of Hawaii. So he had paid his dues, working his way up, and now at age 50, my rich dad was extremely rich, even though he made less money at the start. And my poor dad was now out of money, broke, out of a job, and still saying job security. So it was at that point in my life, when I left the Marine Corps base, 1974, I knew which dad I was going to listen to. I was not going to listen to my poor dad, but I was now going to listen to my rich dad. So the thing I say to people is this: all of this information is wonderful, it's nice, it's good. I had so many years of it from my rich dad and my poor dad. But it took a change, a thought, a kick in the you-know-what, something tragic to happen to me, a wake-up call, you call it. And at that point, I made my decision. So in 1974, when I left the base of the Marine Corps, even though I had no money, I had very little in savings, I didn't have many job prospects, I knew at that moment I was going to follow my rich dad's footsteps. I didn't have any money, but I knew if I did what he taught me, I would eventually become a very, very wealthy man. And that was a decision. So what I say to people is that if you're going to listen to this series, data is just data. My stories are just stories. Deep down inside of you, you have to find that reason to want to change if you want to change. I don't know what that reason is. Yours is different than mine. But when you find that reason, that's what it takes. And it's nothing to do with outside of you, nothing to do with your college education or your lack of a college education. It has nothing to do with anything outside of you. It has only something to do with what's inside of you. So it starts with a reason, a very deep and personal reason. At that point, I decided I would rather die poor but go for being rich rather than live average. Why be average? I absolutely refuse. But I had my reason. When people say, what does it take to be rich? It doesn't take money. It takes extreme desire. I've been rich and I've been poor. I lost 2 companies right after 1974. My wife and I were homeless for about 3 weeks, but didn't stop us. It's desire. It's also the ability to fall down and to stand up. We all fall down. But a lot of times when somebody falls down, they stay down. They don't ever come up. They'll say, I'll never do that again. Or I knew my dad was right. Well, failure is part of succeeding. My poor dad, because he was a school teacher, their reality is mistakes are bad. My rich dad's reality was mistakes are how we learn. So the way we learn to ride a bicycle is falling down, getting back up, falling down, getting back up. The people in school punish people for making mistakes. In the real world, the world rewards you for making mistakes and correcting, standing back up again. We all love people who take their handicaps and turn them into their reason to be successful. Nobody's born handicapped unless you think you have a handicap. Every disadvantage you have can be turned into an advantage if you think that way. So adding on one more aspect on the importance of numbers, when you're on the path to becoming financially free or financially wealthy, I know some of you are in financial trouble listening to this. It's like being overweight. You don't want to step on the scale. The importance of numbers, at least it puts some reality as to how overweight you are. By filling out your financial statement, you get to take a look at how badly in debt you are, or where the holes in your financial performances are. So I really encourage people. I know sometimes numbers can be frightening, and that's why people don't look at it. Sometimes people don't like to look at their pay stub because they see how much is taken out of it. They just rather go and spend the money. But accuracy is important, and it begins with a discipline of finding out where am I today, measuring it, and then measuring where you want to be 5 years, 10 years from now. And that's the way you become wealthy, is by confronting the numbers, understanding what the numbers are trying to tell you, what's the story they're trying to tell you, and then the next question is how do you improve that? As I said, money is just your ideas. It begins in your head. And just like losing weight, one of the best things about it is that when you begin to make some progress, your weight starts to come off and you start feeling better, it's really interesting. You want to do more. I remember the first time you go to the gym and you're severely overweight, that's the worst day of your life. And you climb on that scale and you see you've gained 3 pounds from working out. That's another terrible moment in time. But after about 20 days or so, and you start to see some results, suddenly you feel like going to the gym more. You want to work out harder. You get more enthusiastic. So I'll say to people, the numbers are very important as well as the words. They're the measurement. They tell you where you are now. They tell the story of how you got here, too. But also they can tell you the way out. And the more successful you become, the more successful you get. Success begets success, and failure begets failure. And that's why it's important to start, even though the numbers don't look good today. Now, contrasting this idea of thinking big, the way you get big is by actually thinking smaller. Now, this may sound like a contradiction, and it is meant to be. But what I mean by thinking smaller is thinking more accurately. One of the reasons I created cash flow, my board game, was very simply to get people to be more minute with their financial statements, how to keep their numbers accurately and all this. Numbers make you more accurate. The more accurate you are, the better results you can have. For example, a spaceship going into space, its tolerances, its accuracy needs to be far more than somebody building a car. So to get more and more performance, you actually need greater and greater accuracy. So it's not just a matter of thinking big, it's also the matter of thinking smaller, more accuracy. So my poor dad always said, words are important, words are tools. But like I said, he had the words or the vocabulary of a school teacher. My rich dad had the words and vocabulary of a rich man, but he also had the alphanumerical accuracy to pinpoint more accuracy with his words. For instance, when somebody comes up to me and says, how much money are you making? Oh, I'm making a lot. Well, that's inaccurate. If you say, well, I'm making $10,000 a month, well, the next question my rich dad would ask him, well, what's your income to expense ratio? What's your debt to equity ratio? In other words, my rich dad wanted greater accuracy or smaller ideas so he could measure how big this person could get. A person who thinks big but doesn't think accurately eventually collapses. So the point here is this: to get big, you also need to think smaller or more accurately. When, in the stock market, people talk about PE ratios today. Not that they mean much, but they're still a good indicator. So somebody says this stock has a PE of 2 and this stock has a PE of 20. That's a way of measuring more accurately some kind of performance within that stock. You're not saying, I just buy a stock, man, the price is going to go up. That's a very inaccurate way of thinking. So numbers give accuracy, and the more accurate you are, the bigger you can grow. So that's why accuracy is so important. Another reason I'll say numbers are important is I was on a talk show, and a person called in and says, you say that starting a business is the way to go, because then going to the middle-class value, he thinks job security is important and starting a business is risky. He says, did you know that 9 out of 10 businesses fail? I said, yes, that's accurate. That's the same number I have. What do you have to say about that? And I said, well, 9 fail, but 1 makes it. And he was quiet for a while. And I said, I want you to know, since it's 9 out of 10, all that means to me is that I need to start 10 businesses. It doesn't mean I stop. Doesn't mean I don't do anything. Doesn't mean I can become paralyzed like a deer in the headlight. It means 9 out of 10 failing means I need to be able to go 10 times for that 1 that makes it. Whereas most people see the 9 and they go, well, they look at the cup being half empty rather than that 1. And then I said to him, so once I made up my mind that I was going to start 10 businesses so I could have that 1 that made it, he said, well, what does that mean? I said, well, it meant that I failed twice. That means 2 times in my life, I was one of those 9 out of 10. But on the 3rd time, I hit it. And that 3rd time, I made all the money I lost back. Whereas what you did was saw the stat 9 out of 10 and did nothing. So that's part of the accuracy of numbers. As we go on in this series, when people say, well, how do you find a good real estate deal? You can ask my wife this question. How many real estate deals do we look at? I had a friend the other day just come back from California and says, guess what? I just bought an investment property like you recommended. I said, how many did you look at? He says, 2. In other words, he did an extensive market research of 2. He didn't go to school to learn how to invest in real estate. He knows nothing. He let the sales real estate broker talk him into it. And the reason they're called brokers is because most brokers are a broker than you. So he sells him this deal. He looks at 2 properties. He buys 1. And he thinks he is now Donald Trump or some real estate guru. That is not intelligent. He's going against the odds. So what my wife and I do, if we're going to buy 1 property, we have to look at 100. So we do an analysis on 100 properties before we buy 1. When people say, how did I get smart? Number 1, I took a real estate course. And number 2, I look at real estate constantly. In other words, you're not looking at 10 to 20 deals a week. You're not in the market. The same as buying a stock. If you're going to buy a stock on fundamentals, you got to be looking at least 100 of them to find 1. That's the ratio. But the average person doesn't understand the numbers. They just think it's risky, and they don't use the numbers in their favor. So these are some of the things where the smaller, more accurate you are, the smaller you think, the bigger performance or the greater performance you can achieve. And that's called leverage, and that's how your mind is so crucially important in it. So when people say, well, how does it apply to me in real life? It's the same thing as getting married. You don't marry and the first person you kiss. You go on and kiss a lot of people before you marry one, hopefully. So that's how numbers and accuracy can improve your chances of success. The average person just says it's risky, or I'm making a lot of money, or it's a good investment, or it's a nice stock. They speak in words and not numbers. And going on again to Rich Dad's rule, money is just an idea. Money is your idea. So many people say, well, you can't build a business. You can't make money working for free. You shouldn't take risk, or you'll go to jail if you do that. Did you know it's illegal? I hear so many of these negative thoughts. On the subject of, it's illegal, I asked the person, are you an attorney? Are you an accountant? No, but my brother-in-law told me that. And so many people are running around with, I can't, you can't, and this instead of saying, how can I? How can I afford it? How can I do it? How could I do that? It's just the can't or can that forms the reality of a person's mind. And that's where it all starts. It starts in your mind. The most important word in business and investing is the word cash flow. In other words, if cash is flowing into your pocket from an asset, that's very smart. But if you're continually buying liabilities where the cash is flowing out of your pocket, that's not too smart. So a rich person has better control over their cash flow, and that is a very important skill to have. In more layman's terms, it's called the basic life skill of money management. Are you able to manage to have your cash keep flowing in, or do you manage to have your cash flow out? It is a basic, fundamental life skill, and going back to it again, it is simply a choice that you can make. Nobody else makes that choice for you. The second most important word, according to my rich dad, was leverage. And leverage is the ability to do more with less. The rich are not smarter. The rich just think a little bit differently. They think about how can I do more with less effort. The middle class and the poor think simply, I'm going to work harder, so they'll get a second job or they'll work overtime. That's not leverage. That's you working harder for the same amount of dollars. So to give you an idea on leverage, the reason my rich dad bought apartment houses rather than a big house, he says if I bought large apartment houses and I served many people, that was leverage. And that apartment house could then buy his big house because he liked leverage. If a person just buys a big house, that's no leverage because you're the leverage. You're the person that has to work really hard for it. Another form of leverage is debt. The people are going around saying the way to get rich is cut up your credit cards, get out of debt, and live frugally. That's not too intelligent. But what they're talking about is bad debt, and it really is not too good to have bad debt. My rich dad said if you want to get rich, borrow, get into debt. But he was talking about good debt. So he would borrow money to buy apartment houses. So you can borrow money to buy a big house to live in, and you can also borrow money to buy a big apartment house. That's leverage. But one is good leverage, and one is bad leverage. Buying a big house that you have to work harder for, number one, you have no leverage working, and then you're working harder to leverage paying that mortgage off again. That's reverse leverage. Another way of leveraging is your ideas. You have to think big. The reason most people aren't rich is they think small. Let me give you an example. Let's say I came to you and I said, I want to start a hamburger stand. I'm going to put it in this little shopping mall. I'm going to work there from 8 o'clock in the morning till midnight every night. Would you invest money with me? I'd look at this person and say, no, I'm not going to invest money with you because you're thinking like a self-employed person or a small business owner. See, his idea is too small. Now, that same person comes to me and says, I'm going to open a hamburger stand. I'm going to buy the best real estate in the world, and I'm going to put my hamburger stands on every street corner throughout the world, and I'm going to call it McDonald's. You see, it's the same hamburger stand, except one person thought small and one person thinks big. So a great form of leverage is allowing yourself to think bigger, to do more with less. As I said, my poor dad always said the rich are greedy. And my rich dad said the rich are generous. And the reason they're generous is they think about how they can do more and more for more and more people. People who are generous with think big provide jobs. They put up more buildings. They actually pay more in taxes, ultimately. And they actually do more for the economy. So a big form of leverage is not how hard I can work, but how big can I think. And that is a very important aspect of becoming wealthier the older you get. And the fourth myth is the importance of going to school and getting a good education. Now, I'm not against education. Like I said, scholastic education, what you get in school, is very important. Professional education is also very important, but it's the education you're not getting that's costing you the most money, in my point of view. One of the problems I had with just a traditional school system is that they teach you such things as don't cooperate on tests. In other words, you take tests on your own. If you cooperate at test time, the teachers call that cheating. In the real world, the people who make the most money are people who cooperate. A school teacher will look at cooperation and say, oh, they're cheating. The thing that Rich Dad used to say to me was that business and investing are team sports. In other words, the reason I win financially is because I have a great business team. I have accountants, attorneys, stockbrokers, real estate brokers, financial planners, insurance salesmen, bankers as part of my team. The average person comes out of school with this idea that I have to do it on my own. I'm going to be John Wayne or Hercules. And they try and invest against a team. That'd be like me going on the football field and saying, I'm going to take on the Oakland Raiders, let's say. There's 15 of them, but I'm going to take them on my own. That's one of the worst habits you learn from school, is you learn to do things on your own. If you want to be rich, you better have a team. But the biggest thing is that this myth that good grades are important. I know good grades are important in school. But my rich dad used to say to me, my banker has never once asked me for my report card. My banker has never once said to me, you know, Robert, what was your grades? Did you have straight A's? And if I showed I had straight A's, let me give you $1 million. The banker doesn't care if I was a straight A student or a straight F student. What the banker wants to see is found in lesson number 2 of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, The Importance of Financial Literacy. The banker asks you for a financial statement, income, expenses, assets, liability. Your financial statement is your report card once you leave school. Your financial statement is your report card of how you're doing after you leave school. Your financial statement measures how smart you are financially. You could be an academic genius, but a financial moron. And just because you're an academic genius with great grades, the banker will look at your financial statement and say, I'm sorry, I can't give you the loan because you don't know what to do with your money. You're abusing money. And so many people are going out today thinking that if I borrow more money, that'll solve my problem. That's financial stupidity. You don't do it that way. So the point I'm making here is this, is that your financial statement is your report card. In school, we got report cards, every 3 or 4 months. And you should do the same thing. Is once a month, you should show your financial report card, your financial statement, to your banker or to your accountant. That way you can make corrections. One thing good about having bad grades once a quarter is at least there's a chance for you to make a correction. But for people who leave school thinking that good grades are that's all you need to do, but have no financial report card, one day they wake up, age 65, and the world says, good grades, but you failed financially. At age 65 is too old to find out that you failed financially on your report card. My poor dad did not find out, although he was a straight A student, that financially at age 65 he had a straight F student. You don't want to wake up later in life and find out that you had failing grades. You want to find out as early as possible so you can make corrections. And that's the value of a financial statement. I'll say it again. Your financial statement is your report card once you leave school. And the 5th myth is that your house is an asset. Now, I'll say it again. I'm not saying don't buy a big house or a nice house. I like my big house. But the point here is this. If you can read a financial statement, you can tell whether a house is an asset or liability. What determines if something is an asset or liability is not what your banker says or what your accountant says. What determines assets or liability is the most important single word in business, and that word is cash flow. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. If you buy a house and you rent it out, and that cash flows into your pocket as a profit, then that house is an asset. But if you buy a house and only you and your family live in it, and it's taking money out of your pocket every month, at that moment, that house is a liability. So the biggest mistake that people make in the middle class is they work hard, they have tax problems, they go to their accountant, they say, how can I solve this tax problem? And the guy says, well, you should buy a house because you get a tax write-off for it. What that accountant is saying to you is that for every dollar you give in taxes, the government will let you take a 30-cent deduction. So $1 out, they'll give you a 30-cent tax break on it. If that sounds like a good investment to you, you give me $1 and I'll give you 50 cents back. I'll beat the government's offer. But many people actually think their house is an asset and it's a good tax break and all this, and that's what gets them trapped. They do not know the difference between assets and liabilities. There's one more thing that they don't tell you, is that once your income starts passing around approximately $125,000 in the U.S., you begin to lose that tax break. So if you're an employee working hard, paying more taxes and buying a bigger house, you now have a triple hit going against you in taxes. So continuing on in the vein of the idea that the middle class and the rich think exactly the opposite, I'd like to go into a few myths that the middle class has and maybe give a rich person's point of view as to why they're myths and why maybe you should make them myths. Myth number one is the importance of a safe, secure job. As I said earlier, my mom and dad really believed in job security simply because they were raised in the era of the Depression. Now, if you look around in the information age, the issue is not job security. There's plenty of jobs. If you want a job, people are begging for workers right now. We have an economic explosion going on, and we really need people with jobs. In fact, people are now going out to bid, for their services. The problem with a safe, secure job, number one, is many times you're selling your time and your freedom. There are many people I talk to today, because they're being paid $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 a year, the price for that is they have to work longer hours. They can't see their children. And the number one reason my rich dad said don't get a safe, secure job is people with a job pay the highest percentage in taxes. And those are some of the myths about job security, is that it actually traps you. It actually traps you because the harder you work, the more you pay in taxes, the bigger liability you buy, so you have to work harder. And eventually the things that really count to you in your life, your children, free time, time to do other things, that's the price you pay for job security. Myth number two, my poor dad always said save money, and my rich dad said to invest money. My poor dad thought savings was smart and investing was risky. Let me explore the myth about saving money. The problem with saving money is, again, the same problem you have with having a job. You're taxed on your interest on your savings. The other thing, too, is your savings are losing value the longer it sits in the bank because it's losing money to depreciation or inflation. It's losing value. There's a popular myth amongst many writers and people who speak today. They say the way to get rich is by being frugal. And that's one way to get rich, or being cheap. So there's people who are saying, save money, cut up your credit cards, invest for the long term in your 401k and all this. And that's a very middle-class way of looking at it. The problem with trying to get rich by being cheap, as my rich dad would say, at the end of the day, even if you're rich, you're still cheap. And the world has always hated rich, cheap people. If you look at our literature, there was Charles Dickens, the story of A Christmas Carol, I think it was, at Christmas time, of Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge is a classic example of a rich person who became rich by being cheap. And the world hates cheap, rich people. Yet the popular notion amongst the great middle class right now is cut up your credit cards and live below your means. I hate living below my means. I hate cutting up my credit cards. I'd rather be rich. So the problem with buying that idea that the way to get rich is by being cheap is that your face looks bad after a while, too. You ever seen somebody who's cheap that looks kind of scrunched up? They're not happy. They have all this money, but they're still cheap. The third myth I want to explode or explore and give you an opposite point of view on is many people say, do what you love and the money will follow. Well, the problem with doing what you love is that you're doing it. And the trouble with doing what you love, if you're really good at it, more people want you to do it for them, so you get tired. I have seen so many people doing what they love, and all day long they keep doing more and more and doing it and doing it and doing it, and all they do is get more tired. That doesn't make sense to me. If you want to be rich, you have to learn to have other things, other people, or other vehicles do it for you. You can still do what you love, i.e. give away your real gift. For example, once I understood that what my rich dad said was true and I wrote my book, I basically put down what I did and I put it in a book. I have made more money by putting it in a book than by doing it. I used to teach and teach and teach and teach, and I loved it, but all it did was make me tired. By writing a book, I teach more people and I make more money, but I do it with less effort and less time. So there's many ways you can get rich. As I said, a very popular one today is Work hard, cut up your credit card, save money, live frugally. That's not my choice. That's a very middle-class choice. It's not the way I want to live. Another way you can get very rich is you can marry somebody for their money. That's a very popular sport, but many people do marry for money, both men and women. In fact, I do know a lot of people, they won't never admit this, but they wouldn't marry somebody who was not making a lot of money. And money is a factor in relationships too, because it affects your health, your kids' education, affects where you live and all this. So money does affect that. So marrying for money is a very popular sport also. Another way you can get rich is by being a crook. You can get rich by being a crook. The problem is you're still a crook. As my rich dad said to me, it's easier to make a lot of money out of jail than in jail. So I don't recommend that process also. And the other way to be rich is by being generous and being smart. And that's what this program is designed to impart to you, is that you can be rich by being a generous person and being financially intelligent. See, the point here is this. If you look at an income statement and balance sheet, you will see that with every dollar that comes into your hand, you have the choice. It is in your power. If you go and buy another long-term liability, then you're a middle-class person who will work harder and harder going further in debt. If you just blow the money, like go and buy a new shirt or a new stereo or something, then you're acting like a poor person. Money just goes right out the expense column. But if you're smart and you use that dollar to acquire an asset, either a business, some real estate, or some paper assets such as bonds, mutual funds, things like this, you're becoming a rich person. The point I want to make here is this. The choice is in your hands every single day. Every morning I get up and I make that decision. Every morning you get up and you make that decision. Every day if you get up, so I'm just going to work hard and I'm going to spend all my money. You're thinking like a poor person. If you get up and you say, oh boy, today is payday, I'm going to go out and go shopping, put some things on my credit card, maybe buy a bigger house, then you're thinking like a middle-class person. But if you get up and you say, this dollar is very important because I worked hard for it, and I'm going to make sure I keep it. See, my rich dad said financial intelligence is not so much how much money you make, but how much money you keep, how hard that money works for you, and for how many generations you pass it on to. Then you're thinking like a rich person. So the point I make here is this. Every morning I get up, I still need to make that choice. It's not been an easy choice, but I still need to make that choice. So during the industrial age, the rules were you go to school, you got a job, and you worked really hard. You stayed with the company for all your life. And when you retired, then the company would take care of you for as long as you lived. Well, the rules have changed. In the information age, suddenly you go to school, you get a job, you may work there for the rest of your life, you may get downsized and all this. But the big change is now that your retirement is up to you. So if you retire at age 65 and you have no money, it's not the company's responsibility anymore, whereas in the industrial age it was. So I have many friends who are part of my generation, the baby boom generation. They're all pushing into their 50s, and suddenly they realize time is running out. They don't have enough money set aside to retire on. They don't have that financial security. So what I'm saying is in the information age, the issue is not job security, because most of us know that's pretty well shot and gone. But the real issue then is long-term financial security, because we will live longer. In other words, if you retired at 65, the good news is you might live to 100. The bad news is you might not have enough money. So my point of view is this. To be successful in the information age, we need better education. In the industrial age, our educational system focused on two types of education. Number one was scholastic education, very important. The ability to read, to write, to do simple math, do research, things like that. Very important education. The second part, the industrial age educational system focused on, was professional education. Should you be a secretary, a doctor, a dentist? And those were the skills or education you got so that you could work for money. In the information age, we need a third type of education, and that's financial education. In other words, how do you have money work hard for you? And the problem is our educational system is still sort of in the industrial age, but we're in the information age. And because of this lack of the third type of education, financial education, I have many friends of my age who have no money set aside. There are many financial planners who say, oh, don't worry, because when you retire, your expenses go down. Well, that's true for some people. That's true that your living expenses may go down. You may not have your kids anymore. The expenses go down. But there's another expense that goes up, and it goes up every year. That's called medical expenses. And the problem with Medicare, as most of us know, it is technically bankrupt. And with 75 million baby boomers in America suddenly coming onto the Medicare system saying, hey, I'm here to collect the check, I do not know if Medicare and the Social Security system can handle the load of 75 million baby boomers saying, payback time, I've come to collect the check. Because if you figure it out, if 75 million baby boomers collect $1,000 a month, that comes up to, I think, $75 billion per month. The other thing about medical care is this. If you need full long-term old age, like nursing home care, what is considered low-cost nursing home care is now about $3,500 per month. So for those who are fortunate enough to live into the ripe old 80s and 90s, your biggest expenses are still yet to come. So one of the main focuses or reasons for creating Choose to Be Rich is to give you that financial education that our school system is not currently providing, to give you that financial education so that as you get older, you become more financially secure because you're increasing your financial education and your financial intelligence. And that is the purpose of Choose to Be Rich. And the last major point on how my rich dad and my poor dad had opposite ideas, whereas my poor dad really thought the rich were greedy. He thought they were insensitive and they out to exploit the poor, and he says they're very greedy people. Whereas my rich dad always said the rich are generous. He said if you want to be rich, you got to be generous. To get richer, be more generous. And so that was another opposite point of view. People like my poor dad always said, well, how come I don't get more benefits? I'm working really hard, well, pay me more money. My attorney in accounts says, well, I'm going to raise my rates to $200 an hour. My rich dad always thought that was greedy. He says if you really want to be rich, you need to work as hard for as many people as possible. That's how you become rich. So going back to the house, as my poor dad always thought a big house was really important. Whereas my rich dad said by having apartment houses, he was providing more houses for more people, and that's why he was rich. Going back to the opposite of ideas, it depends upon what you think is smart and what you think is risky. My rich dad became rich because he was a very generous man. And that's how he became rich. And so those are some of the opposite ideas between the rich, the poor, and the middle class. The last thing is this, my rich dad always said, too many of the middle class people are trying to keep up with the Joneses. And he says if you look at their financial statement, the problem with keeping up with the Joneses is the Joneses are going broke. So that goes back to one of my rich dad's 3 major rules, that money is just an idea. And the difference between the rich and the middle class especially is their ideas are exactly opposite. And I'll state it again because it's very important. If you want to be rich, one of the first things you need to do is choose the idea you think is real. For instance, my poor dad thought investing was risky, and that became his reality. That was a real idea to him. And my rich dad said that investing was how you got rich, and that was a real idea for him. So whatever you choose your ideas well because it becomes your reality. Another example of choosing your ideas is my poor dad always said, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Do you think money grows on trees? I don't have enough money. Those were his ideas, and those ideas became his reality. My rich dad forbade my best friend and I, Mike, from ever saying that. He says, instead of saying I can't afford it, ask yourself, how can I afford it? How can I afford it? He says, that changes your whole world. So using the metaphor of the goldfish in a fishbowl and the dolphin swimming in the ocean of plenty, the ocean of abundance, that really is a difference in the world between the middle class and the rich. The point I'm making here is this. If you change the way you think and you want to be more generous, instead of get paid more to work less, which most people think is the way to do that, you can tap into the world of so much money, it's staggering. So the 3 rules my rich dad had was, number 1, money is just an idea. When you look at arguments, most arguments are arguments between different realities. So if I say to somebody investing is fun and easy, and somebody has the idea that investing is risky, we will argue. The point of view is, which reality do you want? When I say to people, I make more money by working for free, and somebody else says, well, you got to get paid. You should, my poor dad always said, we should get paid for what you pay for a day's work. And he's all upset that he didn't get paid. Well, the rich actually make more money by working for free or by being more generous. A different idea will form a different reality, whatever you choose to be real. So in choosing to be rich, choose your ideas. That's why money is an idea. It's a very important idea. Rule number 2 my rich dad had was that money does not make you rich. My poor dad always said, I should work harder. But no matter how hard he worked, he just get further in debt. So what my rich dad taught me is money has the power to make you both rich as well as poor. And the third rule my rich dad had was that there's 2 kinds of money problems. One problem is a problem of not enough money, and the other problem is a problem of too much money. Which one do you want, he used to say. If you do the right things, you will have the problem of too much money. And it's hard for most people to realize that having too much money could be a problem. And it is. And many people think that they're the only person with a money problem. I know people say, I'm poor, so I have a money problem. Well, join the club. The rich have money problems. Businesses have money problems. Churches have money problems. Governments have money problems. Everybody has money problems. What ultimately makes you rich or poor starts with your ideas. And if you manage your money well, more money will make you richer. If you mismanage your money, more money will make you poor. And the third thing, if you manage your money really well, the problem to have is a problem of too much money. And that's what this series is designed to do, is to start changing your ideas so that you can have the problem of too much money somewhere down the line. It's not about getting rich quick. It's about changing your ideas, choosing your ideas, so that ultimately you have the problem of too much money. And let me tell you, the reason most people do not have the problem of too much money is most people grew up in a family where the problem was not enough money. And that became their reality. One of the greatest blessings I had by having 2 dads was that I saw both realities. The hardest thing for me to do was to mentally hold my rich dad's reality in my mind, at the same time flush my poor dad's reality out of my system. And that was very, very hard. So what kept me going during times of, financial, and I've been poor. And so when people say, you don't know what it's like to be poor, let me tell you, I know. I've been millions of dollars in debt. I understand what it feels like to be poor. What kept me going was the reality of my rich dad, that it was possible if I did the right things, even though I was, underwater financially. If I did the right things, eventually I would have the problem of too much money. And that is what's happened to my life. And that's really what I want to share with you in this series. So if I may reiterate a completely opposite point of view, is the idea of the rich don't work for money. My poor dad constantly said to me, go to school, get good grades so you can get a safe, secure job and work hard. And my rich dad said, that's a good idea if you don't want to be rich. But if you want to be rich, you need to learn not to work for money, but learn how to have money work hard for you. And that was a completely foreign thought to my poor dad, who really believed in hard work. For some of you out there who believe in being a good, hard-working person, this may violate every bone in your body because it's been drummed into you. See, the reality is that what caused my poor dad and my poor mom's reality was they were raised in the Depression. So in those days, the idea of job security was everything to them. But we're now in the information age, and we're going into a completely new reality. And I think one of the main objects of this series is to get people to shift their realities to more fit the times. Some of us are still operating on ideas handed down by our parents, which is the idea of job security. At issue today is not job security. At issue today is financial security. Because with these, with the Social Security system and companies now passing on 401ks to you, which means you're now responsible for your retirement. For the very first time in the history of the world, so many people are betting their financial future and their financial security on the stock market. If that stock market crashes within the next 20 years, there will be many people of my age, the baby boomers, whose 401ks and mutual funds may get wiped out. It may also go up. But the point here is this: so many people are betting on the stock market for their financial security. And to me, that is risky, especially since most of us went to school but never learned anything about being good investors. So as I said, those are the first 2 lessons as a child, and those lessons made all the difference in the world. I'd like to say the biggest advantage I had by having 2 dads was that I got to listen to 2 different realities. By having 2 dads, I realized that it was just the way they thought. They didn't think differently. They thought oppositely. My poor dad always said, get a safe, secure job. And my rich dad said, build a business. My poor dad always said, buy a big house because it's an asset. And my rich dad said, buy big apartment houses. My poor dad said, work hard and save money. And my rich dad said, don't save, invest. And then my poor dad said, the rich are greedy. And my rich dad said, the rich are generous. One of the most important ideas I want to pass on to you right now is that money is just an idea. So the first thing in choosing to be rich is really choose the ideas that sit in your head. For example, ideas form realities. So whatever idea you think is real becomes your reality. My poor dad, one of his main ideas was, I'll never be rich. So that idea was real to him, and it became his reality. He also said, I'm not interested in money. So that idea was real to him, and so that became his reality. He always said investing is risky, and that became his reality. So the point I'm making here is this, is that it starts with your ideas. Money will be anything you think it is. Going back to the differences between my rich dad and my poor dad, again, I'll say they're not different. They were exactly opposite. What forms your reality, the two most important words, are what you think is smart and what you think is risky. Let me say that again because it's very important. What forms your reality is what you think is smart and what you think is risky. My poor dad thought that having a safe, secure job was smart. And when I told him my rich dad said build a business, he says, oh, building a business is very risky. In other words, those two ideas were real for him. So a safe, secure job was smart, and that's what he did and got. And he thought building a business was risky, so he never built one. My rich dad, on the other hand, thought that having a safe, secure job was risky. And he thought building businesses was smart, and that formed his reality. When it goes down to the big house, my poor dad said, son, our house is our biggest asset, and we have a big one. He thought that was smart. And when I told him that my rich dad was buying apartment houses, he says, oh, those are very risky. Toilets break. My rich dad, on the other hand, thought that owning a big house was risky. And he thought owning apartment houses for their income was very smart. Again, what you think is smart and what you think is risky forms your reality. Another part that my poor dad always said was the difference between saving and investing. My poor dad always said, work hard and save money. And my rich dad said, the rich don't work for money, the rich invest their money, and their money works hard for them. So when I told that to my poor dad, he says, oh, investing is risky, saving is smart. Again, that was his reality. And my rich dad, he just shook his head and went, that's strange, he couldn't understand it. Now, the thing I want to say this, there's many middle-class and poor people out there who spend their lives saving money because they think it's smart. For instance, my mother would drive all the way across town to save 50 cents on a pound of pork butt. She would drive for an hour, save 50 cents on a pork butt and eat it. Or my dad would drive all the way across town looking for a used car. So he'd go in the newspaper and he'd shop and he'd call all these people up. And he'd spend 2 or 3 days going to different people's houses trying to save a few dollars. He didn't like dealing with the large car lots. He wanted to save money. So he worked very hard going through the papers, doing his market research, reading up in Consumer's Digest and all this other stuff to buy a car. The point I want to make here is this. The actions and the thinking between saving and investing are the same. In other words, my rich dad, he never drove across town to save 50 cents on pork butt. But he would read the papers looking for houses that were for sale, that were bargains, businesses for sale. He'd read the stock market to find out what was on sale. So he would shop sales just the way my poor dad and my poor mom did. The difference was my mom and dad saved money on things that went down in value. And my rich dad tried to save money on assets that put money in his pocket and also went up in value. The point I'm making here is the thought patterns and action and amount of time involved is exactly the same. The difference is, over a lifetime, the differences are staggering. My rich dad became richer and richer. My mom and dad became poorer and poorer, yet they still tried to save money. Now, the irony of this whole thing is, let's say the supermarket had a sale, my mom and dad would run in and they'd be saving money on canned goods and pork butt, having a wonderful time trying to save money. Now, if the stock market has a sale, which is called a crash, they'd run away. Whereas my rich dad would not bother shopping sales at the supermarket, but he would shop sales of real estate crashes and stock market crashes. So the point here, again, it goes back to the word your reality. Whatever you think is real becomes your reality. Because my mom and dad thought saving was smart, That's what they did, and they thought investing was risky. And because they thought it was risky, they never saw the millions and billions of dollars of opportunities right in front of their eyes because their reality blinded it to them. My rich dad, on the other hand, his reality was working hard to save money on things that went down in value. It was not very smart. He thought that was extremely risky. And he thought it was very, very smart to look for bargains in assets in real estate, businesses, or stocks and bonds. And that made a big difference over the lifetime. So a very important point I want to make on this series, Choose to be Rich, is there's nothing magical about being rich. There's nothing the rich know that's beyond anybody else. Many times they're not smarter than many people. They just do things a little bit differently. So my book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, in that book, my rich dad had 6 very simple lessons about money. And like lesson number 1, for example, was the rich don't work for money. The rich learn how to have money work hard for them. And so the way my rich dad taught me that as a little boy, he used to break out the game of Monopoly, and we've all played the game of Monopoly, I'm sure. And he said, on this board game is the formula for great wealth. If you will recognize this formula and follow it for the rest of your life, you will wind up a very rich man. Now, I was only 9 years old when my rich dad was telling me all this. So he said the great formula, and we all know it, is 4 green houses, red hotel. 4 green houses, red hotel. Now, most of us know that formula, except for some reason, most of us don't follow that formula. The reason I am a wealthy person, I was able to retire at age 47, was I followed the formula. 4 green houses, red hotel. It's not rocket science. It's not hard. You don't have to be very smart. You don't even need a calculator. Your 10 little fingers can do all the work for you. Another important lesson that my rich dad taught me was lesson number 2, was the importance of financial literacy. My rich dad was a man who believed in reading financial statements. My poor dad was a man who believed in reading books. And my rich dad always said, if you want to be rich, you have to read numbers. So if you've seen Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the difference between income, expense, asset, liabilities was the fundamental to financial literacy. The problem is we don't teach that in school. So where people get into financial trouble once they leave school is because they don't know the difference between assets and liabilities. For example, my poor dad, the head of education, a school teacher, always said, our house is an asset, and it's our most important investment. And my rich dad would say instead, your house is not an asset. If you could read a financial statement, you'll see that your house is really a liability. Now, most people think their house is an asset, and that's what upsets them when they read the book. I'm not trying to upset people. I'm not saying don't buy a house or not to buy a big house or not to pay off your mortgage. I'm just saying don't call a liability an asset. So very simply, I can give you an idea how simple it is. My rich dad said an asset is something that puts money in your pocket regardless if you work or not. And a liability is something that takes money from your pocket whether you work or not. Putting it even more simply, my rich dad said if you stop working, assets feed you and liabilities eat you. I mean, that is that simple. Whereas my highly educated dad, he kept saying, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, everybody knows your house is an asset. And there was this argument. The point here I'm making is that the ideas between my rich dad and my poor dad, and they're just ideas, cause the biggest differences over their lifetime. The main message in this tape is about choosing to be rich really starts with choosing your ideas. It is that simple. Let me go back really quickly to assets and liabilities. Let's say I buy a house, I rent it out. The rent is $1,000 a month, and my expenses are $800. That means I put $200 a month in my pocket. At that moment, that house is an asset. Now, let's say, due to bad luck, the renter trashes it or does whatever renters do sometimes, and they don't pay the rent. So I have to pay the $800 in expenses, but I have no income from it. At that moment, that very same house becomes a liability. So I'm not saying don't buy a house. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying don't call liabilities assets. My poor dad became poor because he didn't know the difference. He couldn't read a financial statement. So he'd buy a house, he'd get a pay raise, he'd get in tax trouble because he was, go to his accountant and say, how can I reduce my taxes? And the accountant say, buy a bigger house. So he'd buy a bigger house because he thought it was an asset. So now he's paying more taxes and he's paying a higher mortgage. And then he'd work harder and he'd go back to his accountant and say, what can I do? He says, buy a bigger house. And so instead of buying assets, my poor dad kept buying liabilities, and that's why he was poor. He simply did not know the difference between an asset and a liability. One last thing. A house can be an investment. It may not necessarily be an asset. In other words, many times we put money into investments and we lose the money. So an investment does not need to be an asset. The point I'm making here, which is lesson number 2 of my Rich Dad, was you had to be financially literate. And financial literacy began with financial statements, but also understanding vocabulary. When people say, what's the first step in becoming rich? I said, you have to have the vocabulary of a rich person. You see, that having 2 fathers, I was able to see that my poor dad, the school teacher, very educated man, had the vocabulary of a school teacher. You know, gerunds, verbs, geometry, trigonometry, those things. And my rich dad had a different vocabulary. When I researched it, I found out that the English language has approximately 2 million words in it. And each and every one of us has command of approximately 5,000 words. So when people say, what's the first step to becoming rich? I say, change your vocabulary. For example, we often use the term mortgage. What does the word mortgage mean? The word mortgage comes from the French word mortir, which means death. So what mortgage really means is engaged in debt until you die. And that's what happened to my poor dad. I wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad very simply because, in fact, many times my real dad and I argued. And the reason we argued is because we disagreed on different points of view on the subject of money. And so what you'll find here again in this series is that Rich Dad, Poor Dad is really kind of a discussion between 2 parts of you, the part that's rich and the part that's poor. And I think that's a big part of you. I think what you'll find, that just as I had these discussions between my rich dad and my poor dad, a major part of this educational package is your discussion between the rich part of you and the poor part of you. For myself, is even though I argued with my dad many times about the subject of money, and we never saw eye to eye on it. But in the end, I am like my poor dad. My poor dad is a very great man, and he was a great teacher. So I lived the first half of my life as my rich dad, and the second half of my life I just want to teach like my poor dad did. He was a great teacher. But what I want to teach is what my rich dad taught me. So in the end, I've become a combination of both my rich dad as well as my poor dad. Before going into the Choose to Be Rich program, I'd like to share with you why I developed this program. First of all, I want to reassure everybody that the rich are not smarter, they're not different, and they're not better than anybody else. The rich just think, they learn, and they do things differently. One of the purposes of this program is I will share with you what my rich dad taught me. My rich dad did not give me money. I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth. When I graduated from school, what I got from my real dad was a hearty handshake. He said, good luck, you're on your own. I had to pay for my own school, and I'll do all that. And I built myself up. So the point here I want to make is that being rich is really, first of all, a mindset. And what I want to do is give you the mindset first, the ideas. The rich simply think differently. That's all. At the end of this program, you can choose which way you want to think. Do you want to think like a rich person, a poor person, a middle-class person? That's your choice. I don't think one is any better than the other. It's just that you make a clean choice for yourself. So the first part is probably the most important part because it's the thinking. It really is thinking. I think what you will find is the rich think exactly opposite of the way the middle class and poor think. It's not that they think strange, they're just opposite. And I think when you find the oppositeness, then you can make a better choice for yourself. The next part is what the rich learn. As we all know, our school systems really do not spend much time teaching us much about money, if anything at all. The rich do have an advantage because they teach their children about money at home. Most of my rich friends, their children already have investment portfolios, some of them in the millions already, before they even go to school. So they're already thinking differently. Their brains are shaped differently. My poor dad said, get a job. My rich dad said, learn to invest. Different priorities at home. And the third part is do it. As I said, the rich aren't really different. They just do things a little differently. And what you will find that many times you're doing the same things the rich are doing, but you're getting a different result. And I think you'll find this program entertaining. I think it'll shock you sometimes. It's designed to stretch your imagination. It's designed to challenge your beliefs. But in the end, the choice is up to you. It is your choice to be rich, poor, middle class. And the object of this program is to give you that choice. If I could say one last thing on that choice, I say to most people, if you can't get rich in America, you really can't get rich anywhere. This is the easiest country in the world to get rich. And between the years 1995 and the year 2000, If you didn't make at least $1 million, you may need to change, first of all, what you think, what you learn, and what you do. Because between 1995 and the year 2000 was the biggest economic boom in the history of the world. If you missed out on that boom, it may be time for you to start thinking, learning, and doing things differently.
Cashflow Technologies and Time Life present Rich Dads You Can Choose to Be Rich.
Hello, this is Robert Kiyosaki, and I want to thank you for listening to this tape. I'm also very excited about doing this program for Time Life called Choose to Be Rich. Some of you may know I've written several books on the subject. Probably the book that's most well known is Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And before I get into that book and about the story of my dads, one rich and one poor, I'd like to give you a little bit of background as to how I came to write the book in the first place. It all goes back to 1994, after I'd sold my business and I made enough money so that my wife and I could retire for the rest of our lives. And I was 47 years old and she was 37 years old, and we were financially free. So a friend of mine who helped start a company called MTV called me and says, "Congratulations. Every entrepreneur's dream is to sell their business and retire early." He says, "Congratulations, I did the same thing, but I want to give you one bit of advice." And I said, "What's that?" He says, "Take a year off." He says, "One of the greatest benefits money can buy you is free time. And it's one of the greatest things you can do. And not too many people in their 40s have the opportunity to just sit around and do nothing, and contemplate life. So take a year off." And because I trust this individual and he's been a good friend of mine for years, I listened to him and I went down to southern Arizona. I live in Phoenix, Arizona today. Southern Arizona, to a little town called Bisbee, Arizona, which is near a town called Tombstone, which is pretty famous for their outlaws and Marshal Wyatt Earp and stuff like this. And I bought a small ranch up there. I built a house and I started my year off. I just sat up there. And one thing about this little mountain village town called Bisbee, it sits on the Arizona-New Mexico border. It's one of the only towns in Arizona that does not require air conditioning because it's so high up in the mountains. And it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful town. And I sat up there and took my year off. And after about a year and a half, I began to understand what my friend was trying to tell me. He said that one of the greatest things that money can buy you by retiring early is it gives you a time to contemplate your life. It gives you an opportunity to start life over. And I sat up there for that year and a half, and I really looked at all the stupid things I did and the smart things I've done and things I wish I hadn't done, or what the lessons I learned from the stupid things I've done. And I really got to synthesize and redesign my life again. So around 1996, I came out of the mountains finally. My year or so was over. And you know that song, "Is That All There Is?" I had money, I had youth, I had a great wife and all this. And I came out of that mountain and I realized that what it had bought me was 18 years. In other words, by retiring at age 47, and most people retire at age 65, it had bought me 18 years of life. And I said, what a great gift money buys you. It bought me 18 years of never having to work again, to be free to do exactly what I want to do, when I want to do it, all that other stuff. So I came roaring out of the mountains and I was ready to start off on my new life. But something else happened as I sat up there in that mountain cabin. I decided that I should leave a path or a trail as to how I got there. How did I retire earlier, 18 years ahead of schedule? And so when I rolled out of the mountains, I rolled out with a little Apple Macintosh computer. All that was in there was the book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and I had a rough sketch of a board game called Cashflow 101. And what I was going to do was leave behind a trail for anybody who was interested as to what my rich dad taught me about money, all the things that he taught me so that I could retire early. And that's why I wrote the book. And I didn't really expect it to sell. Initially, every book publisher and every bookstore and every distributor turned it down and said, this thing will never sell. And currently, it's sold over 3 million copies. It's in 23 or 29 different languages throughout the world right now. And it's gone strictly by word of mouth. And all I wanted to do was leave behind a trail to tell people what my rich dad taught me about money. So the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a true story. I'm fourth generation Japanese American. I look Japanese, but I don't speak Japanese. So don't come up to me and practice the language on me. I was raised in Hawaii, and my real dad was the head of education for the state of Hawaii. He's a very, very smart man. I would probably say he's an academic genius. He graduated from a 4-year university in less than 2 years, and then went on to Stanford, University of Chicago, and Northwestern to do some other graduate work. So when I was in high school, my real dad was the head of education in the town that I lived in. He was the boss. So my rich dad was my best friend's father. And so when we were in high school, I started working for my rich dad. And so Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a true story about what two fathers tell their two sons, my best friend and I, about the subject of money. And as we all know, our school system teaches us very little, if anything, about the subject of money. So for most of us, we learn about money from our parents. It's handed down from parent to child. So Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a contrast between what one father says about money, my dad, middle-class dad, very high-paid government official. But the reason I call him my poor dad was very simply because, like many people, he worked very hard. He got his pay raises, kept going back to school so he get more promotions. But no matter how much money he made, he was broke at the end of every month. And he kept saying to him, well, I'm a school teacher. I'm not interested in money. And so that's why I call him my poor dad. And unfortunately, he worked hard all his life. He eventually died poor. So Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a very simple story about what two fathers tell their two sons about the subject of money.